wasn't having it, as you can see on the left of your screen, bucking its head and lifting it to brush her.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. What's up, Ruben? Hey, we lost a great progressive congressman today. Rest in peace. Grijalava. Oh, God. All right, I got him right here. Ramon. Or, Raul. Raul Java. That sucks, man. Damn. Was he your local guy? Just out of curiosity. Man, that's the last thing we need. We don't need to lose any more progressive congressmen. Oh, hey, by the way. Welcome to the show. He is? Okay. That sucks. Are you guys... So, since he passed, do you guys get a crack at the seat first? Like, as far as, like, the party? Or how's that work where you live? Because I know, like, in Illinois, for instance, if a state politician passes away, the party gets to elect somebody to hold the seat for a little bit. And then they have a special election. That's the whole reason that when Obama got chosen for to run for president, it was one of those things where it was just like, oh, they tried. Rod Blagojevich was like, oh, maybe I can make some money on this. It's, yeah, bad politics, man, and that was bad for Illinois. That gave us such a bad reputation for the longest time. Also, the guy was like he was such an ass clown. Like, he was a special. He was a special type of ass clown, is what I was gonna say. Yeah, hope you guys are good. It looks like I have a giant storm coming my way, so and it's not the stuff that's been going on with me. Oh, speaking of shit, I just gotta do this real quick. Just realizing that I never lit my candle, and then we got look at this shmoo. Look at this shmoo. Okay, yeah, today has been a little bit of a rough day, so, try and bear with me. I kind of want to talk through a few things, specifically, people's response to grief, like, to the grieving, I actually should say. I got a situation where I hope that it's just me. I hope that I'm just overly sensitive, but I feel like I was in a situation where I was just like, man, they're kind of saying some like almost borderline mean shit to me, and I was like, whoa, this is weird. Oh shit. Hold on. Ah. Damn it. Give me 1 second. I just realized something happened with my stream here. Reset. Money. 1 second. There we go. Okay, my title apparently was not working over on Twitch for some reason, so I had to reset that and frame rate. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Love how that goes. Oh, so you know, okay, you don't know. Here, you know what? He's from Arizona, right? Yeah, House of Representatives and yeah, okay, it looks like you guys have somebody that's gonna hold his seat. And then it you have a special election kind of the same way we do. Cool. Hey man. I hope that it's steeped in his legacy, man. Because if he was a really cool politician, then I root for the party to be able to you know, have somebody take that seat. Hey, how's it going, Anna? How you doing? Oh yeah, before I got that little technical difficulty that, hey, we got that out of the way early this time. Yeah, I just hope that Anna, you might be able to speak to this, because you had mentioned that you'd gone through losing somebody, and so when you lose somebody, and this could be a friend, a family member, do you have some people that just react really weird where and it's specifically kind of weird to your grief, you know? I kind of had that happen, and I was just like, I'm just hoping that I'm not like reading too deep into it, and maybe it's just like, yeah, maybe it's just me. But yeah, it just seemed like I okay, so like, without saying too much, like I had to ask something of somebody, and I got a different reaction entirely to what I was expecting, and in the process they kind of threw like a zinger at me, like a few zingers at me, and I'm just, each one that came, I was like, where's this coming from? And just, I don't know, maybe it's because I am still kind of like in shock, and like I have like grief shock and stuff like that, where I'm just like, I was able to process it almost like in bullet time, where I was just like, huh, that's weird. And then I was just kind of like, I'd rather just not react right now and just kind of, you know, wonder about it. I've asked a few other people like what they think, and they were just like, you know, some people, it's not just like how people grieve. Some people they do react odd to like grief in general. I was like, that's a new take that I heard. So I think that's where I was going with it. So does that make sense to you? That's a new one to me personally. That's why I'm kind of asking. It's like, is this? I hope it's like, yeah, respect to the Trump Tower protesters. Yeah, no shit. To be fair, guys, I'm not sure if you know this, but there's always protesters at the Trump Tower in Chicago. Like always. Now they're just they finally have some news coverage, which is nice. Squishmallow Dragon, hey. Although, yeah, you know what? They have gotten a lot more intense. I will say that. How you doing? I hope that your stream is going well. I hope everything is going well for you. I hope everything's going well for you guys. You know, despite everything that's going on in my life, I hope that, You guys can still come here, find some joy. We can have some fun. I know that this has been kind of a weird week, and this one's for the books. I'll say that much. I kind of thought about it. I'm like, oh, this is kind of odd. Like, I'll be able to go back to my stream and kind of see where I was at in my grieving process. Like, it's cool, but also odd. I just gotta say. I thought about protesting outside my local Tesla dealership. Yeah, I was actually over by the Tesla dealership over by me, and they had like a few people out there that just had signs and lawn chairs. They were, you know, conducting their civil disobedience. I'm good. About to go to the plasma center to recoup some money after paying a $576 electric bill and $600 lawyer. Oy, oy, oy. Oy. Yeah, the electric bill. Man, yeah, my electric bill fucking skyrocketed, guys. Like, I mean, a little bit of it is this, I will say. Like, having your computer running for as long as I have mine running during the day does kind of contribute, I will say. Let's see, what else? Do I have anything that's, like, significant? Like, not right now. Yeah, man. Like, I got my electric bill and I was like, oh. Thanks, Trump. Yeah, oof, man. Damn. Bad thing with electric, it's just me here. Oh, that's really wow. Man, okay, guys. Yeah, it's Trump session. Let's just, you got to keep reminding them. It's like, it's the Trump session. You know, they wanted to fucking play these games with Biden, and like, I know that a little bit of it is childish, because like, for instance, the stickering, where it's like, I did that, I actually think that that's a childish thing, and I'm just like, I get where it's coming from, and if that's how you want to, you know, get it out of your system, fine. But personally, I think it's childish. I think it's childish for both. Because it's like, no, technically, especially when you see it on gas pumps, you're like, no, not really, but okay. But yeah, my next one is $400. Oh, so yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I've had those situations where you miss one and they just compile it. Oh god, that sucks. Like I had that with a gas bill once, where there was something wrong, where they changed something in their system, so they were not taking the auto pay that I had set up. So just 1 month, I get a bill and I'm like, wait a minute. What? It was something close to like $700. I was just like, what the fuck? Dude. Yeah, that was, and yeah, I think that Squishmallow might know where I'm coming from with this one. Utility companies don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. I even asked them, like, is there like a payment plan or something? No, there's not. Oh, hey, Mitesh. $5 Trump session, but the snacks stay the same, like Arizona iced tea.
Mitesh, $5.
Well,
Trump
you know,
session, but snacks stay the
Stan
same price
is going
like
to love that.
Arizona
Oh,
iced
buddy,
tea.
we gotta go get some more, Don't hurt yourself. What was that? You almost hurt yourself. Don't do that. Nope, that's it. Oh boy. I'll watch you eat like a pretty boy. Yeah, we only got like I think a donut left. Yeah, he's got tons of health bars. Oh man, by the way, he loves these fucking health bars. So that's great, because these are, I gotta say, these ones, very good for your dog. I know. Every time I touch the damn thing, you're just like, ew. He is a trip. Yeah, actually, I called my vet about the little cyst that he has, because yeah, man, it's so weird. It's like moving around. Yeah, these weird little cysts. Where is it now? Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's in his armpit right now. Oh, baby. They said that it's actually kind of normal for his breed, so yeah, I think that this the bad news train, knock on wood. I need real. Wait, hold on. The bad news train should be. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Knocking. No, nobody's here. Nobody's here. We're downstairs, dude. You can't even hear. You can't even hear up there. Oops. That he does the same thing with knocking on doors, that, or like just knocking on wood. That if he hears a very specific doorbell. Man, I have to shower and shave. I'll be in lurk mode. Hey, cool. Got a new appreciation for the lurkers. I really do, man. It's so funny. Like, I was telling a story about my mom, like lurking in the chat and not knowing how to use the chat. And it was, actually, I was telling it to my therapist, and she started cracking up, and she was just like, there's something just so endearing about that, where she was like, it's so, I think she said adorable. I kind of went like, oh, yeah, and like I started crying, so, but she, said that it was something that I can really appreciate, and it's made me really appreciate, as I said, like the lurkers, where it's just, and now it does kind of make me like I'll miss it, but at the same time I'll always think back to and appreciate when my mom would text me, because she didn't know how to work the chat. So if one of you guys said something, she would text me and just like say Ruben's train right here, she would text me, my dog has a weird bump. Turns out the microchip has migrated. Yeah, that does happen. But yeah, so the thing is, the cyst is like about this big. So it's like you have such a child. But so that's why it's like, ooh, I think we gotta get that train, just because it might actually like be uncomfortable for him at some point. But sorry about that. But yeah, no, it was cute. The way that my mom would just say it, she would like type out your full name. She'd be like Ruben's train, and then she would type out your comment. She didn't know how to copy paste, by the way, so she was actually typing it out. And then she would like type out her response to your comment, and then just be like, now how does this work? Can you tell them this? And every once in a while I would just say it without even thinking about it. May need to do more lurking, otherwise my bosses will be in my case. Oh yeah, hey man, don't get in trouble. Do not get in trouble. The bosses, they watches. Ugh, man. Man, again, I hope everybody's doing well in that regard too, because I just had a buddy give me some news about his job, where he's just like, yeah, they're closing it, or they have a buyout coming, and because of the buyout he may have to move, and that sucks. But it is weird, even as an adult, you still get that little thing, like when you were a kid, when you like your friend would move away, where you have that like brief moment where you do feel like, oh, no, I don't want you to move, no. Just got to watch my OCD. Yeah. Oh, yeah. OCD is, it's no joke, man. That's why I, oh shit. Hey, that's right, we got a $5 donation right off the bat here. Let me take care of that. Sorry about that. I feel like somebody donated like right at the end of stream yesterday, and I like missed it or something, because like all of a sudden I had a alert on it. I was like, whoa. Oh yeah, that's right, it was anonymous. Well, thank you, if you're whoever you are, the anonymous chatter who donated. I really appreciate it. Let me do this real quick, and then yeah, I want to go into a lot of the stuff that's going on, because number one, the ASMONDGOLD thing with Hasan, I know that Hasan's not like everybody's bag, but this one's actually, I gotta say, it's really interesting as far as like the kind of leaning towards the internet drama. This one, it's got the spice, it's got the zest, you know. I would give it a shot if I were you. But we're also going to be covering some Kyle Kalinske stuff about the economy that we have going on, and the big one, Anna Kasparian has like declared war on the Vanguard guys. Like, she is going hard after them, and it's not a joke either. Like, I think that she's gonna try and actually like copyright strike them. So without saying too much, don't want to bury it. Okay, my dog has a weird bump. Turns out the microchip. Oh, sorry. Hey, nobody told me you were here. Oh, really? That sucks. Yeah, I sent a live update on Discord and on, well, I'm gonna try on YouTube. Sometimes like the alerts on YouTube just, they don't go out. So what are they talking about with the Doge stimulus now? Trump administration asked Supreme Court to partially allow birthright citizenship restrictions. That's exactly what we need, is more stimulus. Hey, IRS is sending out automatic stimulus. What? Oh, this is from 2 months ago, but still, wait, what the hell's going on here? And automatic stimulus payments to taxpayers who did not receive their COVID stimulus payments. Oh. Interesting. I wonder how that works. Sorry. What's going on here? Give me 1 second. There we go. All right. We also have, oh yeah, Mehdi Hassan on Piers Morgan. He had a really heated debate there. I want to check that out too. There we go. All better. Okay. How are we all doing? Hey, Oblivion, how's how you doing, dude? Allie and Alice, I'm glad that you guys are here, and Paul's gone. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Anna lost her mind. She really has, man. What's going on? Like, dude, it's getting to the point where, like, I'm kind of like, are you okay? Like, at this point, it's not even funny anymore. It's just, hey, do you need a hug? Like, as somebody that kind of is at that point in life where it's just like, guys, I just need a hug. Like, I feel like life is just kicking me every step of the way right now. So, like, I actually had that today where somebody just gave me a hug and I was like, oh, I needed that. So, for real, yeah. That's kind of like understated how much just like a good hug just will kind of bring you back to, you know, back to like reality where you're just like, oh, thank you. I'm grounded now. Ooh, hey, we got 5 viewers and 4 likes. Who's the straggler? Who's the straggler? I'm calling you out. EU or hey, what's up, Axel? How you doing? Sorry. I actually wanted to do a little cheers with you guys. I meant to do that before, so let's cheers up. Also, yeah, if you guys can hit that like button over on YouTube, it really helps me out in the algorithm, especially like in the earlier moments of stream. It significantly helps me out, so thank you. Also, if you guys haven't already followed and you are a new viewer over on Twitch, definitely definitely. Hit that like button, or hit that like button. God, could they just make it that easy? No, they had to make a follow function where it's just like, I've had multiple people like, I don't know how to follow. It's like, oh, yeah. It took me a minute to figure that one out too. To be completely honest, I'm still not 100% there. I like you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Allie likes me. My friends like me. My wife likes me. And that makes it okay. Man, I'm gonna watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and I'm going to just... Oh, man, it's gonna turn me into a little baby. There's a few movies like that now. Actually, I had one specific one that I know I can't watch, and that's the newest Spider-Man, No Way Home. Like, No. Specifically that Aunt May scene. Ooh. Hug, thank you. Virtual hugs count, and I appreciate it. Miss John Candy. Yeah. John Candy, man. I watch a few John Candy movies a year, and I love the fact that I still do that. Like Uncle Buck. Uncle Buck is my dad's favorite movie, so I just thought about that. You know what? I'm gonna bring that, or just like buy it, and I know I have it, but it's one of those situations where I'm like, that is in a box. Crap. Mites, what a nightmare. The dispo menu lied about the sale today. Boo. Oh, I hate when they do that, man, and they get you. I hate that shit. Yeah, mine does that occasionally too, where it's just like, hey, wait a minute. Was taking meds for hair loss, lol, messing up my anxiety, then doc gave me medicine for my anxiety that was giving me more anxiety and insomnia and increases alcohol cravings, so just cut it all out. Yep. Meds are crazy, man. The price for vanity is too high, huh? Yeah, I mean, Matash, I'll be real with you, man. Like, 38 years old, my grandfather, every time I see one of his pictures, I'm just like, when's it coming? When's it coming? Old man, what did you leave me with in this genetic pool? Like, when's the last time I saw heavy metal? Actually, not that long ago. I watched Heavy Metal and Heavy Metal 2000. I got the double feature on Blu-ray. That's actually kind of crazy that you asked me that. Great movie. But anyway, no, what I was saying, it was about my hair. Yeah, I don't know. I was debating doing Nutrafol. Like, Nutrafol is one of like the more like holistic, natural ones. And I'll be honest, I've seen Sam Cedar's hairline not just come back, but like his hair has gotten, thick. Like, looks good. So, back to plan A, get jacked. I mean, hey, that's always good. I've got to start working out again. All lean muscle right now. But yeah, I've thought about like, maybe I'll look into the hair plugs, especially if I can afford it at that point. But that's like pretty much, if I want to get like FU money, that's my version of FU money. It's like, no, I was able to get hair plucked. Like, wait, do you have a nice house and car? No, but I have a good hairline. Yeah, the price for vanity is high. I have at least. Again, I don't want to knock on wood because my dog's gonna start freaking out again. But knock on wood. Yeah, I'm aging gracefully. I think we covered that yesterday. I got a compliment from Honeybee, and I like your true, American male that has a little bit of, a broken psyche. I will take that compliment and I will ride that for the next 20 years. Literally. Right. We make choices. It's fair. I mean, oh, speaking of choices, I forgot. I wanted to smoke with you guys. Keep doing that. And yes, apologies to Unimoogle. We need to go and get a cart because mine is empty. So I fucked up. Oh yeah, okay. We're not on nasty rugs here. Man. John Candy's voice always throws me when I see it. Oh yeah, yeah, he was a voice in the original Heavy Metal. I keep forgetting that. It's dispo time all over. Oh, by the way, guys, so here. Anna, I forgot, you made Talon quite angry because he tried to get a hold of me after the show, and I'll be honest, I was so just not ready to deal with that in any capacity because I was like, I had, friends over. So I haven't even read this yet, so let's see what he has to say. I'm convinced Ilirda does not understand what denialism is. I'm starting to wonder if lefties just said Fuentes was a Holocaust denier. Like, this is insane. I think Ilirda would K capitalists if she could get away with it. If this was her reaction to the analysis of why Germany went after the Jews. Yeah, I could say that, yeah. I was like, wait a minute, can I say it? Yeah, I can say it. Absolutely ridiculous. I might as well have said of the Germans did not do a I don't know what I can say, what I can't say here. So I'll just a holla. Because what was the reason to kill the Jews? Anyway. Whoever buys the gifted memberships for this channel, thank you. Peace from Ireland. Hey, you're welcome, Elvis, and I'm glad that you got a gifted membership. Welcome to the members only club. And yeah, before all this stuff happened to me, I had a lot of plans for the channel. I still have, they're all still going forward. It's just, I got to get through this weekend and beyond it, and just kind of, I am taking my time for me, guys. Be assured that when I get off of stream, I am trying to really be as healthy as possible with this. So just hope you guys understand that. The Germans Halloween. Yeah. Here. So wait. This is the problem with people can't engage with the incest is moral. What? I'm washing dishes right now. It's okay. Yeah, type in whenever you get this. I can read it back to you again. Here, if anything. Let me see if I can just... I'll send it to you in Discord. Yeah, here. I'll just... Here. I know if I was in your position, I would not stream. I'd be tired. I am getting tired, I will say. I was kind of debating not streaming today, but after, again, nice long conversation with my therapist, she gave me the, not permission, but she said, I think this is what you need today. Because, yeah, there's just no good in me sitting just spiraling on certain thoughts, and that's kind of where I was going and where I have been going with things, where I'm just trying not to do that. So, but I appreciate that, Inverted Mystic. I really do. Thank you. I hope everybody, they say like everybody grieves their own way. This is actually helping me like grieve and do it in what I would consider a pretty proper way. If anything, I feel like this is more proper than going and telling stories on stage. And more like rewarding, because I like the fact that I can interact with you guys. There's one thing that I didn't like about like working my stuff out on stage was the only feedback I got was laughter, which, yeah, it's great and all, but I like to conversate. I actually like to talk to people, and that was also part of my problem. I would talk to people like way too much. Yeah, whatever. Damn it. I got a little mustache hair that's poking me in my nose. Alright. Sorry about that. Like when bad things happen, it just drains your energy. Like you just sulk usually. You're handling this healthily. Thank you. I mean, I have my sulking. I wake up and I'm just like... Brr, brr. Oh, come on. Enough with the Russia-Ukraine war. I don't want to cover it today. I don't want to cover it. And if I do, I'll cover it in the news segment. If you're interested in my take, then you can get it on the back end of stream here, or wherever I choose to cover it, because honestly, no. Not right now. What's my take on it? My take on it is that enough people have just jumped in randomly into my chat to ask me what my take on the Russia-Ukraine war, and then get people like arguing about the Russia-Ukraine war in my chat has been annoying. So, what's your take on Godzilla? You like Godzilla? Who's your favorite kaiju? Like, yeah, the government-sanctioned position. Yes, that's my that is my position, is the government-sanctioned one. I like how Miss Alice is just like, oh, it's time. Never watched Godzilla movie. Cannot really answer. Oh, about King Kong. You like King Kong? Go galore. What up, Joe? How you doing, dude? I'm doing better today. Just being here with you guys and hanging out. Hold on, I gotta find my screenshots here. There we go. Here you go, Lyrda. Give me 1 second. Sync pending? What the fuck? No, what? Why would that be? Hold on, guys. I just realized that something... Oh, that's stupid. Oh, crap. Alright, so my video isn't syncing to my YouTube? What? No. There it goes. Okay. All good. I'm doing pretty good. It's cold and wet where I'm at. Oh man, it's actually like really nice here right now. It's like 65 degrees and sunny outside. I actually should probably just go let my other dog outside and just let her lay on the porch. It rained nonstop all night. Wait, so I'm assuming that the wildfires have calmed down a little bit then in California then, right? Actually, we actually have a fire warning where I'm at right now, where they're just like, yeah, you have perfect fire conditions. Please do not like try to burn anything. And trust me, in this town, do you know how many idiots like just because we're kind of like outskirty on like, you know, city proper, but we're just we're close enough to where it, you know, we are not completely clear of being like not the cause of the next great fire. You know what I'm saying? So, oh yes, it's flood time now. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, flood time is not the fun time. We'll say that much. Wait a minute. Did we just? Oh, cool. Thank you for sending this. Musk is imploding. All right, I'll check that out. Thank you. We're getting dust storms here, man. Being up like on everybody's like weather conditions is almost as scary as like reading the news, where it's just like, God, oh my God, is everybody going through like really intense weather right now? And I got birds chirping outside. I'm just like, I think I need to go stand outside for a minute. Although, as I said, we got a severe warning right now, also a severe wind warning, where actually they even said like if I'm online around midnight, they're like, yeah, you might not want to be. It's just like, you will probably lose power. It's like, oh, I like big monkeys, so I guess I'll stick with King Kong in Godzilla vs King Kong. Okay, cool. As long as you got a preference. You probably noticed that Godzilla's my guy, and maybe you are the contrarian, if you know what I'm saying. A lot of people on the internet tend to play contrarian. Do you know how many people, like, just like think of this statistically, where they may not even care about politics. All they care about is just clicking on streams, looking at somebody's background, trying to get an assessment of that person, and just being like, oh, you know what? I think Godzilla's gay. It's just like... Mothra's pretty cool, too. Mothra's, I have to say, actually, Mothra's probably, like, equal to Godzilla in my eyes. As far as, like, liking both of them. It's so hard to choose one or the other, because I'm legit where it's like, some days, I just like Mothra better. But then there's the others. I'm glad that you had fun with that, Anna. That was very funny. Gamera's actually, you know what? I liked the Mystery Science Theater coverage of Gamera, but honestly, the newer Gamera movies, like what they consider like the Heisei era of Gamera, which means like the later like 90s, those are actually good. Those are good movies. Is Beautiful 77 here today? Nice. Yeah, everybody enjoy the weather, enjoy the sun on your face for a little bit. You know, I'm not saying like just go sit out sun and touch grass, like not trying to be that guy, but definitely let yourself get some vitamins, you know, and enjoy the fresh air. Open your windows if you haven't done that yet. Check out Big Bear Weather and more. It was good fun. It's first snowfall this morning. Ooh, nice. Big skier. Actually, are you guys skiers, or do you guys snowboard or anything like that? Because my mom was she's big into skiing, and I think in her honor, coming up this, like, well, it sucks that, you know, we're now coming into spring, but coming up this winter, I'm gonna make it a point to go and ski in her honor. I got a lot of that to do. Oh man, it's gonna be weird, but at the same time, I think it's gonna be cathartic. I'll be honest. All right. No, just love the mountains. I love me some mountains too. Gotta say. As somebody who has no mountains, so the host is a nice guy. Okay, here we go. News time. Let's cover the what do you guys want to do? Anna Kasparian? I think Anna Kasparian. Let's do Anna Kasparian. This is wild. I just feel weird because like we're missing some people here, like Kirk and Duke, especially Duke. If Duke of Bread, damn it, because he has some good takes on the Anna Kasparian, like the downfall of Anna Kasparian. Now I'm just playing into it. See, look, another leftist content creator. Even this like 1,000 sub Andy is doing the thing. Ha 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 ha. She's gonna come after me, guys. Just watch.
All right, y'all. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, let's do. Here we go. We got Kolinsky. Let's see what's going on with Kolinsky. Oh, we got the pupper. He's back on his bed. Finally. Oh. It's almost like I was a professional. Really? Come on.
Oh, holy cow, do I have a lot of stuff to get to. So in just a second, I have a challenge for everyone in MAGA. Let's see if any of them take me up on it. I doubt it, but it's worth a shot, so we'll dive into that. Also, we'll be discussing Trump's tariff insanity and how it's
he got his hair colored.
Tanking.
Look, the recession's not hitting him. He ain't getting that recession hair.
The stock market and the economy more broadly. Really ugly, bro. It is getting really, really ugly. Then we'll talk about Gavin Newsom. It's about time we had a conversation about Gavin Newsom. He launched his podcast and...
Who cares? Just stop talking about him and it'll just go away.
Literally every show, he's talking to some far right-wing idiot. And it'd be fine if he went into that with the mindset of, I'm going to debate these people, I'm going to expose these people, I'm going to show how they're wrong.
Ooh, he got his roots fixed.
But he's not doing that. He's playing patty cakes. So I have a lot to say about that. Then we'll get to Trump hawking Teslas as the country implodes. He turned the driveway of the White House into a Tesla dealership. We'll talk about Elon nearly crying on TV as his business empire collapses around him. CNN.
Am I streaming a streamer? Actually, no, he's not a streamer. He's he does video commentary. So he's doing a story on... he's actually got a message for MAGA, so I'm interested in what his message for MAGA is.
Obliterated a lying MAGA scoundrel to his face. Bernie is now shattering records at these rock star rallies that he's doing. He's just packing them to the brim, and then he's got overflow rooms and overflow to the overflow rooms. And then also, I could not get through today's show without doing this, but we got another awesome Bill Burr clip. He cannot stop roasting Elon Musk, and I'm enjoying that thoroughly. So we'll talk about all that and more. Everybody do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. Remember, guys, this is actual independent media. This is real grassroots media. You guys fund this show from the ground up. You guys tip on Patreon. That's how we make most of the money for this show.
Oh, shit.
You also...
Right. Real quick, guys, let me put the link up. I keep forgetting because I think that I kind of want to forget at this one on this one. So this is where you guys can donate to help with my mom's memorial fund. Oh, thank you for following. I appreciate that. Oh, we're one away. 260. Look at that. But yeah, if you guys can help in any way with my mom's memorial fund, I appreciate it. And this is the link to do so. Yeah, just and then if you guys just want to help the channel out, you guys can do so by liking and subscribing over on YouTube. Liking is free. It helps me out so much. You guys don't even, I'll say this, you don't even need to sub, but I appreciate it if you do.
So sign up on...
and then follow over on Twitch. Thank you.
Substack for Crystal Kyle and friends. Never had a conversation with an advertiser, never done an ad read, never talked to a corporation, never talked to a billionaire or anything like that. And again, I'm deeply thankful you guys have made it possible for us to do that. Not many people in this space can do that. So you will never see me do an ad read, and that's why. So please consider supporting the show if you haven't yet. And without any further ado, let's go ahead and dive into it. So let's start with this. As we all know, Mahmoud Khalil is a Columbia college student, and he was one of the leaders of the pro-Palestine protests on college campuses the other year, right? So at Columbia, they looked at the genocide that was being committed in Gaza with U.S. money and U.S. weapons, and these kids who have a conscience and have some basic morality were like, genocide is bad, so I'd like this to stop. I'm going to protest. there was also an angle at a lot of these colleges. I don't know if it was particularly the case for Columbia, but at a lot of these colleges and universities, there was money being taken from the from Israel going to these colleges. And they said, hey, man, you got to stop taking that money. There's blood on your hands if you take that money. Right. And so this guy was a leader in those protests. Well, guess what just happened? Trump came through on his promise on the campaign trail when he said, we're going to deport pro-Palestine protesters. But this actually goes even above and beyond what one would think, because this guy was a legal permanent resident. He had a green card. So this is basically like a pubes hair length short of just rounding up an American citizen, detaining them illegally, and like a native-born American citizen, and then trying to send them somewhere. Because this guy, this is not supposed to be in the cards for something like this. This isn't something like, for example, temporary protected status, where the president has the authority to sort of change the rules a little bit based on his discretion. No, this guy has a green card. He's a legal permanent resident. And they said, we don't think you have the right to free speech. We disagree with your politics.
So many people are oh, so you support terrorism?
Oh, to make it a little more clear for you, here's an admission from the White House after they arrested this guy. Now, by the way, I should point out, they said, oh, he's being sent to Elizabeth, New Jersey, to an ICE facility. Well, his 8-month pregnant wife went there to check on him. He wasn't there. They sent him all the way to Louisiana. And again, what are they going to do? Are you going to deport him back to Syria in the middle of a fucking war zone where we have basically the government is now run by Al-Qaeda and they're massacring Christians? Is that what you're going to do? All because he had the nerve to criticize Israel, which, by the way, is morally correct and righteous in this moment? Listen to this. Indeed, a White House official told the Free Press that the basis for targeting Khalil is being used as a blueprint for investigations against other students. So in other words, they're not done. They're not done taking away people's free speech rights.
That means you can be arrested for wearing an anti-Trump shirt. Exactly. And people don't see it that way. They don't see exactly what this is and where this is leading to.
Khalil is a threat to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States, said the official, noting that this calculation was the driving...
Funny thing about the story, we were able to get a group out there to protest outside the facility he's being held in. He was able to hear us and boost his morale.
Force behind the arrest.
Nice.
The allegation here is not that he was breaking the law, said the official. Let me repeat that. The allegation here is not that he is breaking the law, but you arrested him, and you detained him, and you're planning on deporting him. So how do those things mesh? How do those things work? They don't. They don't. This is a war on the First Amendment, a war on the Constitution. It's this administration saying, we just flat out don't believe in freedom of speech and freedom to protest, probably also freedom of religion. All of these things are now under attack. They're under attack. This is a damning.
Oh, thank you, Allie. I really appreciate that.
Damning admission. Okay, so I want to illustrate my point here by showing you something. Here's Ben Shapiro when he talks about DEI.
Oh, great.
Versus when he talks about Zionism. Okay, listen to the difference in his language when he's concerned with free speech and when he's not at all. Here we go.
We've been seeing these massive marches all over the United States in favor of Hamas. If that doesn't scare the hell out of Jews, I'm not sure exactly what will.
These total lie. Total lie. They are pro-Palestine protests, not pro-Hamas protests. They're protests against the Israeli genocide.
Campuses, which are supposed places of safety and openness and diversity. Well, when it comes to Jewish students feeling, just a little threatened by people who are now defending mass murder of Jews, and then, of course, there's nothing to be done. Are these people who are marching in favor of Hamas that you would want working for your company? On campuses across the nation, Jews have been surrounded. Jews are being threatened all over the world. But we got to make sure that the people who join the threats, those are the people who are protected. If they are not citizens.
LOL, his face made my page crash.
And they support Hamas. They should be deported. These folks don't think like you. They don't think like you.
Right,
in the United Kingdom, Jewish students are now afraid to go to class. I know. You are in your dorm and you're ensconced there and you feel so comfortable with all your friends who tell you that you're just a great person and all your beliefs are exactly right. The last thing you want is somebody
muted, no joke, man,
invading your campus.
Your computers are just like, we're not doing this. Your internet's like, do not put him through this. Do not put him into this household.
Things that you disagree with because that's just tyrannical and awful. You shouldn't have to feel like you're wrong ever. You should always feel like you're right. Well, toughen up, sweetheart. Bottom line is that it's time for you to learn that there are lots of differing opinions. The discussion is good for you. It makes your views stronger. It makes your views more durable. It is that exchange of ideas that actually makes an intellectual community worth having. If you're not willing to engage in that intellectual community, you're in the wrong place. If you want a safe space, we can find a padded cell for you somewhere. If you want life to just be a giant teddy bear, go back to being a child. But if you want to be an adult in the United States of America, you're going to have to deal with the fact that there are people who disagree, and that's a good thing to discuss. There are only one group of people that want safe spaces so that they never have to hear from anybody of a different ideology or political persuasion. Those people are called fascists. Okay, you've got a bunch of fascists, damn fascists on this campus, who are trying to shut down political debate and trying to cloister themselves in this little cocoon of stupidity so they don't have to debate anyone or think about issues outside their kin so that they can feel comfortable. Guess what? Life isn't about feeling comfortable. Life is about bettering yourself. Get off your ass, you stupid pansies.
You got knocked the fuck out, man!
So I want to give credit here. I don't know if this video was originally done by Turncoat Don, but it appears like he tweeted it. So shout out to Turncoat Don or Gen X Girl 1994. I don't know who made it, but that video was awesome. And what it demonstrates is something very simple. When it comes to black issues, trans issues, issues around immigration, all this free speech, free speech, free speech. I'm allowed to say BLM is horrible and BLM is a scam. I'm allowed to stand up and fight these people. Oh, you want your safe space? You want your safe space to hide from the truth? Fuck your safe space. We believe in free speech. But suddenly, when it comes to criticizing Israel, when it comes to protesting Israel,
What's with his buttons?
I'm a little snowflake baby and I need a safe space and I don't want you to... And you should be arrested. Arrest him. Detain him. Deport him. Forget the First Amendment. Forget free speech. We love safe spaces. We love safe spaces. Do you see how transparent this is, bro? Do you see how transparent this is? So I have a challenge for MAGA. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. I need you to admit it. I need you to come out and tell the truth. What's the truth? As Mark Ames points out, all the Trump supporters who sanctimoniously claimed MAGA is pro-free speech and anti-censorship really meant they wanted Trump to destroy the people and the ideas that they hate. That's the principle here. It's more widely held than Americans like to admit.
I'm glad that you caught that.
So I need you, if you're in MAGA, here's the challenge to you. Here's the message for you. You need to come out and say that. You need to admit, yeah, we never really cared about free speech. It was not about free speech. We were using free speech as the veneer of seriousness for what we really wanted, which was, hey, when we criticize immigrants, when we criticize trans people, when we criticize black people, when we say things that are politically incorrect, we don't want anybody to be able to criticize us back. And the evidence we don't believe in this principle at all is very simple. We're all fucking cheering as they locked up Mahmoud Khalil for something that the White House admits is not a crime. They say it's not a crime. So then what does it boil down to? He was critical of Israel. They lie and say he was pro-Hamas. There is zero evidence he was pro-Hamas. Zero.
Guys, this is what's really important. Oh, move your elbow.
Zero.
Here. That little pig toy. My dog has that same pig toy.
But by the way, let's go a step
it's
further.
Really cute.
Even if he was genuinely and legitimately pro-Hamas, that is also called freedom of speech. Oh, but they're terrorists, so you can't allow that kind of speech.
Ooh, Kyle is dangerous. Okay, yes. For what? Bringing up facts that, like, this is a blatant attack on the freedom of speech?
Virtually the entire political class in America cheerleads Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the biggest terrorist in the world. He has the blood of over 100,000 Palestinians directly on his hands. They have carpet-bombed innocent men, women, and children. They are starving all of Gaza. They are sniping kids in the head. And it's just another day that ends in Y when somebody who's a U.S. politician comes out and says, I agree with Benjamin Netanyahu. We should send him more arms and more money. So if we're going to say it's illegal...
Literally, my dog has the same exact one, the purple one with the pink spots.
To voice support for terrorists, well then 90%, 95% of Congress
Speaking
would
of
have to...
Mike, where's Mike? Someone brought that up yesterday. I hope Mike is either lurking or he pops back in.
Be immediately arrested because they all cheerlead Benjamin Netanyahu and they arm and fund Benjamin Netanyahu. So, like I said, you go a step further. Because if you truly believe in free speech, even if this guy was legitimately pro-Hamas, that's still protected speech. That's still protected speech.
It is.
So, as you can see here, Trump also came out.
It is. Notice how they don't notice how they're doing this, and they didn't do this when the white supremacists were coming out with their Nazi propaganda, using literal Nazi imagery.
I commented on this. This is wild, bro. This is wild.
Silence
Following my
there.
previously signed executive orders, ICE proudly apprehended and detained Mahmoud
Disingenuous. Sorry,
Khalil,
I sped read that. My bad.
a radical foreign pro-Hamas
My bad,
student
Arnold.
on the campus of Columbia University.
Kyle
This is the
most
first arrest of
disingenuous
many to
person,
come.
so he's not one to talk.
In
Okay,
other words,
that's
we
a
are
little bit more
obliterating the
hilarious.
First Amendment. We know there are more students at Columbia and other
May
universities
not agree with your opinion, but it is your opinion.
across the country who have engaged in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity. McCarthy's rolling over in his grave here in this, man. He's throwing a party down there. And the Trump administration will not tolerate it. Many are not students. They are paid agitators. Total lie, zero evidence of that whatsoever. We will find, apprehend, and deport these terrorist sympathizers from our country, never to return again. If you support terrorism, including the slaughter of innocent men, women, and children, your presence is contrary to our national and foreign policy interests, and you are not welcome here. We expect every one of America's colleges and universities to comply. Thank you. Let me explain something to you. Trump says, if you support terrorism, you should be deported. Okay, hop on the plane, bitch. You bloated, beefy-ass bitch. We have videos of Trump saying openly that we should take out the families of terrorists. The families of terrorists. They say they don't care. Don't kid yourself. We should take out their families. This is what he said. Never mind the fact he's actually done terrorist attacks, increasing the draw.
Again, because he's too stupid to like bury the lead on that one. You know that guys like John Bolton would have like privately said, this is how you ensure that there isn't a second wave of, these militants. So you just take out the entire family.
World War 432% and killing countless innocent people, dropping the Moab on Afghanistan, stealing the oil from Syria. You are a terrorist. Not only is Trump a terrorist sympathizer because he loves Benjamin Netanyahu and sends him money and weapons every day, he is a terrorist. His first raid as president that he approved killed a young American girl, wildly in violation of the Constitution and international law. If you're a terrorist, we're going to deport you. Okay, like I said, hop on the ICE plane, bitch. Throw the handcuffs on yourself. Astonishing. But again, the takeaway is clear. They don't care about freedom of speech. The White House came out and said the following. Shalom, Mahmoud. ICE proudly apprehended and detained Mahmoud Khalil, a radical foreign pro-Hamas student on the campus of Columbia University. This is the first arrest of many to come. They literally said, Shalom, Mahmoud. So trying to mock him and taunt him. So I like what Michael Tracy said here. He says, this completely predictable assault on free speech would be much easier to take if we hadn't just gone through an entire 2024 campaign in which dopey podcasters and RFK acolytes adamantly argued that restoration of Republican executive power was necessary to restore free speech. More. He says the Republican Party has been on a ruthless censorial rampage since October 2023, and yet it became an article of faith in dopey anti-establishment podcast world that installing a new Republican administration would triumphantly restore free speech in America. Impossibly stupid. So let me reiterate my challenge, and this is super important, and I want people out there who are MAGA to actually take me up on it. Be fucking honest. Tell the truth. Look in the mirror and say, you know what? I'm just going to lay it out there, and I'm going to say what's actually going on in our minds, and I'm going to say what our actual plan was. We never believed in free speech. You're right, Kyle. We never believed in free speech. We used it. We cynically used it, pretended like it was a principle we held. But really, it was just about, hey, dog, if I say something bad about trans people or immigrants or black people or whatever, shut the fuck up and don't criticize me. And again, the true test of if you believe in free speech or not is when your enemy says something that they're in trouble for, right? That's the true test. So now I like to think we've actually passed that test. There are times that you've had these massive protests to say, we don't want Ann Coulter to speak at this college or university. We don't want Ben Shapiro, etc. And I came out and said, look, I despise these people. I hate these people. I'd love to debate these people. I think it'd be better if there was a counter voice on stage. But at the same time, hey, they have every right to get up there and talk. And I don't think we should be saying, shut them down completely, right? So I've passed that test. None of these people have passed that test. As they virtue signal like they were the most pure and the most pro-free speech in the country, what did they do? They ended up backing a president who has the single worst record on free speech issues in modern American history. Everybody knows that now. It's crystal clear now. He's deporting people for supporting Palestine, for criticizing a literal fucking genocide that we armed and funded. And by the way, it's not like this is the first time that Trump has shown he's actually not pro-free speech. This is wrong. We know He called to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution over his election loss. He literally said, terminate the Constitution over his election loss. He tried to invoke the Insurrection Act over the George Floyd
He's still that's his next goal, is what everybody's saying right now.
protesters. He wanted to deploy U.S. troops in our own streets. He didn't pardon Assange. He didn't pardon Snowden. He didn't pardon Daniel Hale. If he believed in free speech, he absolutely would have done that. He arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting for doing their jobs. He gag ordered the EPA in his first term because the EPA was telling the truth on climate change, and he disagrees with the truth on climate change. He wants to deport pro-Palestine protesters, as he's doing right now, and he's about to ramp up. He called for jailing journalists who reported on the Supreme Court abortion ruling. He says he wants to open up the libel laws to sue more journalists. Before he was president, he sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a fucking joke. He sued CNN for $475 million because they called his election denialism the big lie. He said he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. We know that's a free speech issue because the Supreme Court literally laid that out in a landmark ruling.
Well,
he threatens to de-license...
Landmark ruling that could easily change tomorrow because they just keep, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if in this presidency we see the Supreme Court start visiting things that they themselves litigate.
News outlets that criticize him all the fucking time. He just sued Simon & Schuster.
It's not going to be the freaking abortion ban.
For a Bob Woodward book that quoted him, and he didn't like the quote. He sued CBS for how it edited a Kamala interview, and of course he sued...
Sorry, I'm not trying to add to the doomerism.
...Ann Selzer for a poll he didn't fucking like. He has never, ever, ever supported free speech. And my challenge to the right, my challenge to MAGA, is you need to come out and admit it. And you need to say, hey, you know what? Mark Ames is correct. Because what did Mark Ames say? All the Trump supporters who sanctimoniously claimed MAGA is pro-free speech and anti-censorship really meant they wanted Trump to destroy the people and ideas they hate. That's the principle here. And it's more widely held than most Americans like to admit. Admit it, that's what's at the core of Trumpism. Admit it, you were never principled, you never cared about free speech. Look, I can deal with an honest disagreement. If you say, yes, I'm authoritarian. Yes, I hate free speech. Yes, we use it as a tool. We never really believed in it. Okay, we're getting somewhere. You're being honest. What I can't abide is the fucking pathetic, slimy, Weasley virtue signaling where you act like, hey, dog, we're all about the First Amendment. We're all about the Constitution. But then all of your actions contradict that.
Yeah. And then, again, they go to bat for freaking literal Nazis, and they're just like, well, technically it's protected free speech.
I can't take.
So
if you're in MAGA, leave the comment below, share this video with people you know, and say, hey,
that's a good way to, try
will you
and
admit
get MAGA, but I don't think he's...
If you actually supported free speech, you would be the first ones out there defending Mahmoud Khalil. The first fucking ones out there.
It's like one every...
You'd be screaming about this from the rooftops, right? Imagine a reverse scenario where some Republican protester was arrested simply because of their free speech, simply because the Democratic administration didn't agree with their position on the issue. What would the fucking reaction be? What would it be? But here we have a clear-cut case of that. And all you see are lies, deflections, obfuscations, double standards, a pathetic lack of logic and consistency.
Yep.
So, yes, I want you to finally come out and admit it and tell the truth. You never fucking cared about free speech. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
I mean, but that's what, I hate to say this, in general about, a lot of Republicans and conservatives, but that's just, they need to do that with a lot of things. They pretend to care about so many of these things until it's not an issue. It magically just becomes a non-issue, and then election season starts up again, and then all of a sudden these things are an issue again. Immigration's a big one, man. I'm just gonna call it out. People only politically care about immigration around election season.
Anyone like Khalil should...
Didn't mean to start that. I feel bad for saying it, but I feel like those Canadian streamers who think Trump is great need to take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of that's where I was going with that yesterday, bringing up guys like David Dole and just saying hey, this is, it would definitely benefit people to see more of what they don't necessarily already agree with. And we kind of do that just by accident, like with what we watch, because for some reason we're so curious. Like on the left, we're curious about what they are actually saying, so we will use the clips, we will search them out, we will watch Fox. Like I had this talk with my mom where she was just like, you watch way more Fox News than anybody in this family. I'm like, oh, she's right. Which that kind of got me a little bit, or I was like, oh. And it's not like I'm watching Fox News as a fan either. Like that's the word, because she even brought that up. She's just like, do you ever like feel exhausted from like hate watching this stuff? I'm like, sometimes, yeah. Gotta prove she was anti-free speech by banning people who tried to peacefully disagree. Oh, yeah. Peacefully disagree. Simply. Wait, Steve, weren't you fighting with one of her mods though? I was gonna say. I mean, I'm not even gonna say that her mod is like her main mod. I gotta say, yeah, it's kind of annoying, but whatever, man. Whatever. I'm sure if you ask nicely, or if I ask nicely, you'll get back in the community. Like, if it really matters that much to you, like, God, stop getting banned from communities. It's like that one guy. Fuck, I forgot his name. Tubby something, and he was just like, I've been banned again. It's like, well, yeah, because you keep making shitty comments, man. So, it's kind of funny though. Anyway, Rawr, what up, dude? How you doing? Actually, we had somebody else in here where we were talking about the kaijus. I was talking about Gamera. Mothra! Yes, Mothra! Mothra! Yeah! We got T-4 minutes? 3 minutes. T-3 minutes. Oh god, no, I just go into those streams to get an insight into the other side. I could care less. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Yeah, I kind of do too. At the same time, when it comes to, you know, the centrist and the moderates, realistically, I think that she just hasn't, like, been sold leftist policy by somebody that, you know the enemy. It's a whole enemy thing. How about just have people, like, some people just have different ideas, again. Like, I know some conservatives that are not anti-trans, that for some reason they just hold on to the idea that they're conservative because they're Christian, and they have people that, you know, think like them. And they're like, I lean more conservative, but honestly, I kind of get it. It's like, okay, well then... Hey. Not good. But I get it. Know thy enemy is, you know, basic art of war shit, so. See that you are a student of Sun Tzu. Right? It's Sun Tzu, right? Actually, that was like the first book that I read this year. Was I went back and just did a quick read of Art of War. What the hell? Come here. Oh my god. I can't reach. Ugh. I predict at some point those same people will be marching side by side with us. I think so. I honest to God think so. Because for all of like my the hyperbole going around about like, oh well, they wouldn't care if I got locked. There's more that would. There are more people that would actually care if I got locked up as like a content creator, and that would probably change their politics and their minds about some of this stuff. So it's it just has to get bad enough. That's, I hate to say simply, Steve, but how bad? How bad? Because like tentatively, man, the economy is hurting a lot. Like, and I'm not just talking like anecdotally about how, oh, this is hurting a lot of people. No, it's hurting a lot of people, man. And like, this is hurting millionaires. I heard a fucking couple millionaires recently talking about how, oh, my investments, my 401k, blah, blah, blah. Oh, here we go. It's in the red. Once it's in the green, then I must step off cam. Once it's in the green. Oh, it's in the green! Yikers. Huh. Thinking of opening another account called THC Tabitha. What you think? Hey, go ahead. That'd be cool. THC Tabitha, that's actually pretty cool. When Trump annexes Canada, will weed still be legal here? No. We don't have a federal legalization, and honestly, there's no reason why they would. Because they're already threatening, like, other states now. You got, and it's not even Trump at this point. Now it is like the Republicans just running with whatever the fuck Trump is doing. Now they're just like, oh, well, you know what we think is waste, fraud, and abuse? This, the whole cannabis industry. Can't say the full word. All right, I'm not gonna do that one yet.
I'm gonna buy because
Mehdi Hassan, we got him. Gonna watch that in a minute. Here, actually, you know what? I haven't done a ground news segment in a while. I need to do that. So just give me 1 second. Alright, so this is a sponsored segment right here. There you go. I'm gonna start the sponsored segment now. All right, guys. Just so you guys know, I think most people here do know. But if you're new here, I am sponsored by Ground News. I'm sponsored by them by choice because I really love how I love the interface. I love how their app works, and I appreciate how their algorithm cuts through all the other BS from the other algorithms. So, which kind of sucks that we have to kind of, now have services that are just like, do you want to cut through all the BS that's catered to specifically to you? Well, actually that's what we have in Ground News. And honestly, there are more services starting to pop up, but these are the OGs, guys. Like, these guys got it down. Like, you got other companies popping up that are starting to copy specifically the blind spot feature, where it puts a focus on making sure that if you're a left-leaning person, then you're gonna get news that's more geared towards the right. So you understand. Somebody actually said it in here: "Know thy enemy." Even though I don't necessarily agree that we are enemies per se, I've never liked that type of hyperbolic language, but. You could also argue that yes, some people with certain political ideologies are more in the enemy territory because they would actually want to lock me up for just having different ideas. That is a problem. But either way, what I really appreciate for me specifically too is because I noticed that I wasn't getting nearly the amount of stories that my friends were getting on the right, where they would just have so many different issues that they were bringing up, like, did you hear about this? Or it would always devolve into, well, what's your source? Well, this makes it really easy to do that, and also it makes it super easy to just come to an agreement where it's like, guys, look, this is being reported on by your side too. This is how it's being reported on by like your side. And my favorite part is about that is here, Fetterman shut down would plunge the country into chaos, risk a recession. Oh yes, that's what's risking the recession. God, why did Fetterman have to turn out to be the new mansion? Like, that pisses me off. Anyway, this is my favorite part about it is you can see ownership. So when you go to ownership, it will tell you if it's a media conglomerate, an individual, or an independent, and then you can go and see exactly like who is based in which one. So like the Daily Caller is an individual, which is weird. Tucker Carlson, individual. That's actually kind of fair, I hate to say. Media conglomerate, we got Newsweek, Red State, and The Hill. And then independent, you got The Blaze, Raw Story. Oh, wow, you actually have two people from Raw Story. You got John Byrne. Oh, that's cool. And Michael Rogers. Cool. But yeah, this is the reason that I love Ground News, guys. So if you guys are interested in getting yourself a Ground News subscription, which I do highly recommend, they have 3 different tiers where you can always check out the free tier. Definitely check it out if you guys have any interest in this. And then I recommend the middle tier if you guys are just interested in getting your basic news. You don't necessarily need to go through the paywalls, because even with that, where you have multiple sources, you will likely be able to get through a paywall. There's only been like 1 or 2 stories that were all paywalled on the same subject. So yeah, definitely give it a shot. And I appreciate it, guys. So anyway, let's actually get to the news, so I don't have to try and sell you. All right, Trump administration asks Supreme Court to partially allow birthright citizenship restrictions. Okay, let's go with the AP on this one. The Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to allow restrictions on birthright citizenship to partially take effect while legal fights play out. An emergency applications filed at the High Court on Thursday. The administration asked the justices to narrow court orders entered by district judge in Maryland, Massachusetts, and judges in Massachusetts and Washington that blocked the order of President Donald Trump, signed shortly after the beginning of his second term. The order currently is blocked nationwide. 3 federal appeals courts have rejected the administration's pleas, including one in Massachusetts on Tuesday. The order would deny citizenship to those born after February 19th, whose parents are in the country illegally. It also forbids U.S. agencies from issuing any document or accepting any state document recognizing citizenship for such children. So Barron Trump's out, right? I know that, like, we can do all the ha-has and the jokes, but come on, man. Undead Banana, what up, dude? How you doing? Oh, here, also. There we go. Okay, cool. Just realized that I had something turned off. Roughly 24 states, as well as several individuals and groups, have sued over the executive order, which they say violates the Constitution's 14th Amendment promise of citizenship to anyone born inside the United States. The Justice Department argues that individual judges lack the power to give nationwide effect to their rulings. They keep doing that. They keep arguing that they're literally arguing against due process. Like, what the fuck? Because you know that's what they're coming for next, by the way, guys. Like, that's why this story about Mohammed, not Mohammed, I forgot how to pronounce his name. The kid from Colombia. The Justice Department argues that individual judges lack the power to give nationwide effect to their rulings. Okay, I definitely wrote that right. The administration instead wants the judges to allow the Trump plan to go into effect for everyone except a handful of people and groups that sued, arguing that the states lack the legal right standing to challenge the executive order. For someone who wants, like, more states' rights, this guy really, he goes out of his way to just be like, nope, I don't think so. Not that one. Sorry, buddy. As a fallback, the administration asked at a minimum to be allowed to make public announcements about how they plan to carry out the policy if it is eventually allowed to take effect. Acting Solicitor General Sarah Harris contended that in her filing that Trump's order is constitutional based on the 14th Amendment citizenship clause, properly read, does not extend citizenship universally to everyone born in the United States. But the emergency appeal is not directly focused on the validity of the order. Instead, it raises an issue that has previously drawn criticism from some members in the court: the broad reach of orders issued by individual federal judges. In all, 5 consecutive judges, a majority of the court, have raised concerns in the past about nationwide or universal injunctions, but the court has never ruled on the matter. The administration made a similar argument in Trump's first term, including a Supreme Court fight over his ban on travel to the U.S. from several Muslim-majority countries. The court eventually upheld Trump's policy, but did not take up issue with the nationwide injunctions. The problem has only gotten worse, Harris told the court on Thursday. Courts issued 15 orders blocking administration actions nationwide in February alone, compared to the 14 such orders in the first 3 years of Joe Biden's term. Jesus Christ, these are thirsty. The heightened pace of activity also reflects how quickly Trump has moved. Less than 2 months in office, to fire thousands of federal workers, upend tens of billions of dollars in foreign and domestic aid, roll back the rights of transgender people, and restrict birthright citizenship, and I'm gonna put an asterisk, and crash the economy and tank the stock market. Okay.
He's paying the price for taking the lead.
Yes, he is. We're going to go into this now. Ain't that fun.
Progressives, who frankly hate him, are holding protests outside Tesla dealerships all around the country. They're trying to ruin his business. Charging stations have been vandalized and burned. Demand for Tesla cars in Europe plunged after Elon tried to influence politics over there. The stock prices plummeted, costing Musk personally $132 billion.
I hate what they're doing to this guy. I'm going to go out. A friend of mine has a Tesla. I've driven it. I loved it. It's a great car. And I just frankly want to support someone who's given up an awful lot to help our president.
If you guys will join me just to push back, can we all buy a Tesla? Let's all go buy a Tesla.
People ought to be kissing the feet of Elon Musk and Donald Trump for being the two people to actually do this.
I gotta say, I mean, for an audience that bilks its for a an entity that bilks its audience as well as they do, just you gotta give them some credit, man. They know that their audience is so dumb that they're going to go out and go into debt to go buy a fucking Tesla that's been rotting in Texas. And we got to show Trump Daddy our support, guys.
He is going to be viewing a Tesla that is making its way to the White House complex now, I can confirm. Perhaps the press pool today will have an opportunity to witness.
Can we just acknowledge how dorky these people are? Like, they're a bunch of fucking dorks. Like, look at both these dorks. Like, seriously.
This very exciting moment later this afternoon.
It's so funny, too, because these were the ones calling people dorks in, like, high school and shit, and it's just like, oh, man.
But Tesla is on its way here now, and we'll see if the president likes it when he checks it out.
Well, it seems like Elon Musk is finally starting to feel the heat, so much so that Donald Trump and Fox News are now love-bombing him to boost his spirits.
Have arrived at the plasma center. Sweet.
And to try to counter the Tesla boycott that's caused his company's shares to plummet by 15%, which has also cost Musk himself billions of dollars. Hey, Elon, my heart goes out to you, bud. You know, it's almost like coming out as a Nazi and endorsing a neo-Nazi party in Germany and cozying up to white supremacists and attacking Social Security and firing veterans and illegally destroying our federal government is bad for business. And ironically, he bought himself this job in Trump's administration to hollow out the agencies that were regulating his company so he could increase profits. So if the backlash to Doge ends up costing him more money in the end, that, my friends, would be beautifully poetic. Fuck around and find out, as they say. But Trump apparently feels so bad for Elon Musk that he's seemingly trying to convince us that it is illegal to not buy Teslas.
Oh, yeah.
And I say this because on Truth Social,
he literally did this.
He praised
Guys. See, this is also what's crazy. Do you understand how many people actually don't even follow Trump's Truth Social? Like, they don't give a shit. So they don't see this. And then they don't believe you when you're just like, hey, did you hear Trump said this? They're like, no, he didn't. And then it's just like, here's his truth. That's fake news. That's the internet doing its thing.
Elon Musk and address the backlash that he's receiving while claiming that the left is trying to, quote, illegally boycott Tesla to do harm to Elon Musk.
The illegal boycott, it's an illegal boycott. Boycotts are they're totally not legal.
And to that I say, yeah, that's kind of the point of a boycott, is it not? An economic boycott is protected speech under the First Amendment, yet Donald Trump is claiming that it's illegal when it's not. Now, does this mean that he might actually try to criminalize boycotts against Tesla? I mean, that's possible, because he already said that he's going to designate vandalism and destruction of property at Tesla dealerships as domestic terrorism. So I don't think it's necessarily absurd to think that he tried to criminalize peaceful protests against Musk as well. And I mean, 38 states already have anti-BDS laws on the books, so if American citizens already don't have the right to boycott a foreign government, it's not a stretch to think that they could soon also lose the right to boycott corporations too. On top of that, Musk is literally suing corporations like Lego and Nestle for not buying ads on Twitter, and he's accused them of an advertising boycott when that wouldn't be illegal even if that's what they were doing. This is how the free market works, and I feel like capitalists, of all people, should know that, right? I shouldn't have to explain this to them. They should know that. Regardless, Trump doesn't think that Americans have the right to protest with their wallets, so he is lashing out. And on top of that, he's also coddling Elon Musk by buying a Tesla to boost his morale.
Hello, President Trump. Are you looking to buy or lease today? Well, I'm going to buy. And I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets. And number two...
You're so fucking weird. This is so... Just even the fucking coat grab.
Because this man has devoted his energy and his life to doing this. And I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people.
There's a small group of people, that small group of people that we're going to totally go after. The small group of people that can totally tank an entire economy. So small, yet so powerful.
There's nobody like this, and he shouldn't be penalized. And when I watched it...
It's almost like there's 600 of them, and they got more money than the... Oh, wait a minute. Did I just give up the game? Oops.
The other day, I said, I can't believe it. It should be the opposite. People should be going wild, and they love the product, but because he's finding all sorts of terrible...
Dude, you have literally been like you just cut subsidies for electric cars. What the fuck? What the fuck world are we living in where this dumbass can just get out there and be like, no, you know what? Never happened.
Things
Takesies backsies
that have taken place against our country, they want to penalize them in an economic sense, and I just think that's very unfair.
Well, too fucking bad.
Sorry, not trying
but
to
how
get
pathetic
too
is it that
shouty,
the
but holy crap.
President of the United States is performatively buying a car he's not even going to drive just to boost the ego?
He can't even drive. Can we just address that? He can't drive it. He doesn't have a driver's license.
The world's richest man. Everyone's been so mean to Elon, but he's a good boy. He's a very good boy. And to reward him for being a good boy, I'm going to buy one of his cars from him. It is.
Also, can we address the other elephant in the room? What happened to the gifted fucking Cybertruck that he was given? What happened to it? You know, the one with the custom wrap job that totally costs like thousands and thousands of dollars?
It's embarrassing. It is so pathetic. Turns out the fuck your feelings crowd were the biggest snowflakes all along. And let's not pretend, by the way, that this isn't disgustingly corrupt. The president is basically doing an ad read for the biggest donor to his campaign. It feels like a new low, even for the United States. But they should be thankful that most people are only calling for people to not buy Tesla, because there are others who are protesting at Tesla dealerships around the country to make sure that people can't buy them because they can't sell them. For example, protesters in Manhattan shut down a Tesla dealership by occupying showrooms, leading to 6 of them being arrested. And in Chicago, another massive protest broke out in front of a Tesla dealership where people were chanting,
except unfortunately we had the cops out there.
Launch Musk to Mars, fuck Musk, and democracy dies with Doge. And at these protests, people were drawing Hitler mustaches on Elon Musk masks that they made while sig-heiling, just to inform customers that this is the person that they're supporting if they buy from Tesla. Not to mention, an army of cops were pictured outside of a Tesla dealership in Chicago, which I'm assuming isn't very inviting to potential customers, but they're increasingly having to dedicate more time, personnel, and resources to protecting Tesla dealerships because of the backlash to Elon Musk. Case in point.
But I live in such a crime-ridden hellhole. Why would you take resources to go protect a bunch of dumpsters?
Police are here to protect the Cybertruck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cops to protect one Cybertruck. Amazing.
Your tax dollars in action. But to be fair, these cops were just doing their jobs, obviously, which, to be clear, is to serve and protect private property, not people. Now, the bootlickers at Fox and Friends, they decided to react to the Tesla dealership protests taking place by throwing a pity party for Elon.
I don't know what conversation's going on over there, but I'm gonna throw something out there. Yuling's beer.
Musk. And I've got to say, this is pathetic, even for Fox
We
News.
just got it in Illinois. Like they just finally started selling it in Chicago, and I'll be honest, I've been a fan.
Totally okay. The president is overseeing what Elon Musk is doing, and then you got cabinet members that oversee their own organizations, and they have strong opinions as well. So you need these guys to duke it out, and then the president to make the final decision.
Right. There's no doubt about it. Elon Musk is paying a big price with his. He's now in the middle of the fray. And as he was saying over the weekend, he goes, they are doing to me what they do to Trump. They are using the media to try to put the narrative together to make me seem like a Nazi sympathizer. And he says he's really concerned about people listening to this nonstop and fake news about him and his approach, and someone's going to try to kill him. And what they're trying to do is hurt him in his businesses. And they're actually training, we want clear air. We don't want Musk here or something. You idiots. It's an electric car. It's your best bet for clean air. And now now they have to worry about his charging stations.
Well, from my understanding,
there's all this type of Nazi stuff spray painted on.
From my understanding, Brian, they had to deputize. He uses a security company called Gavin DeBecker, famous security organization. They have a lot of former military operators that work there. But the Trump administration, the U.S. Marshal Service, which they do sometimes, had to deputize his security detail to protect him now, so they can have more authority, like the federal government, to travel with their firearms everywhere.
Well, and
that
Elon
shows you the
says-
threat.
Elon says it's the most American-made car out there. Most every part of the Tesla is American-made, or the majority of it, more so than any other car, he says, in our own country.
They're putting North Korean state propaganda to shame. First of all, the media isn't doing anything to make it seem like Elon Musk is a Nazi. He's doing that all by himself. The media didn't make Elon Musk Sig Heil. The media didn't make Elon Musk endorse a neo-Nazi party in Germany. The media didn't make him agree with the white nationalist who blames Jewish people for importing immigrants who hate white people. People think he's a Nazi because he has repeatedly demonstrated his sympathy for white supremacy and Nazism. And for him, being a climate hero doesn't really make a difference. I mean, they say that he's a climate hero because his company manufactures electric vehicles, so I guess that the left is supposed to worship him. But first and foremost, that's horseshit, as Mother Jones puts it. He not only emits more CO2 emissions in a month from his private jet than families emit for an entire year, he also props up climate deniers, so he's no climate hero. But that doesn't even matter. Even if he was a climate hero, progressives aren't required to worship him because he owns a fucking electric car company. Are you serious? By the way, that's our company.
No, again, the fact that they like constantly do that, that whole thing trying to rub like my face in it. I've had that happen personally where they're just like, oh, I thought that you were like Mr. Pro Tesla and Mr. Pro Elon Musk, and you were just like, you should definitely get an electric car if you're going to get an electric car. And I was like, not really, because funny enough, I've never been like super pro Tesla. I thought that like, yeah, okay, having solar powered like energy, like his original sales pitch of having like houses powered like with the solar panel, what do you call them, like the solar roofing? Like I thought that was originally a good idea, but then I watched an Adam Something video on it. And it's like, oh, it's super unpractical. And then like the charging stations, just you start finding out how much more waste goes into like making these damn things. And then the batteries, how they are, like the half-life on the batteries is insane. So it's just like,
Company. Our tax dollars subsidize all of his corporations, and his employees made that wealth for him, and he stole it from them. He didn't do anything. Billionaires don't make shit. And even if his own emissions were a net...
My broader point was, I think that, like, I always had a feeling somebody else is going to come along and do it better.
Zero, guess what? We're still allowed to criticize him.
But now he's all butthurt. No, there's competition.
Hate him for being a Nazi, since that ideology is notoriously genocidal and evil. But I love how we're supposed to believe that the richest man in the world who has unprecedented power is a victim because people are being mean to him. They're protesting him. Sure thing. We're all weeping for Elon Musk, I can assure you. I'm playing the world's smallest violin right now. You just can't see it. It's super small. But as bad as the protests might be for business, I'm sure that even that's preferable to the increased vandalism against Tesla dealerships and vehicles that's becoming increasingly common, because that right there is something that is really going to make the brand toxic. A boycott or a protest, that's temporary. But being embarrassed to drive a Tesla, or not wanting to ever buy a Tesla, or wanting to get rid of a Tesla because, you know, you're worried that somebody might vandalize it, that is something that does long-term damage to a company. And that is becoming a big problem for Tesla. And to show you what I mean, here's just a small compilation from local news reports who've been tracking these occurrences across the country, and they're happening a lot.
Tesla's stock was hit hard with its steepest drop in 5 years. CEO Elon Musk's controversial role in the White House causing fallout for the company.
And for some who drive Teslas as well.
And I look and I see in giant white spray painted letters, F Elon.
Richard's Body Shop in Albany Park has handled about 3 cases involving these specific electric vehicles being vandalized.
This video taken in Chicago.
that shows a white Chevy hitting the bumper, backing up, and then accelerating again.
The destruction of property here at the Tesla Center in Salem is only one
I like how somebody just was like, you know what, my car sucks, but fuck this guy.
example in a pattern of vandalism against Teslas across the nation.
This is only the most recent incident. It's actually the 5th time in the last 5 weeks this dealership has been targeted.
Police say surveillance images from the dealership shows Adam Matthew Lansky throwing Molotov cocktails at the dealership, sparking fires. In a separate incident, police allege that Lansky fired several rounds into the dealership and at least one vehicle.
And driving a Tesla went from, a cool thing to do to not a cool thing pretty quickly.
This amidst a string of anti-Tesla vandalism reports across the country. Colorado police report that several vehicles were vandalized with graffiti at a Tesla dealership. A female suspect was later found with explosives at the same location. Over in California, several Tesla owners say they received flyers encouraging
All right, guys, can we chill? Chill.
them to sell their cars.
Oh, fuck, don't be getting fucking hard time for this stupid shit.
Or face consequences. And Monday in Massachusetts, these Tesla charging stations were set on
What are you
fire.
doing?
Investigators believe it was intentional.
Since President Trump's inauguration, Tesla has been under increasing pressure. Over the weekend in downtown, demonstrators gathered outside a showroom on Rush Street to protest Elon Musk's involvement in federal cuts through the Department of Government Efficiency. While this remained peaceful, it was a different story in Seattle, where several Cybertrucks were set on fire last night.
Yeah, so when that's the alternative, I think that Donald Trump and Elon Musk should be thankful that some people are only choosing to peacefully resist through boycotts and protests. And to be clear, I'm not showing you these clips to promote vandalism. I would never support property damage. No way, not ever. So don't do it. I'm also beaming some additional thoughts into the minds of my viewers so that way they know how strongly I feel about property damage. But the point in showing you these videos is to demonstrate how backlash inevitably manifests in numerous ways, whether you like it or not. As Martin Luther King Jr. put it, riots are the language of the unheard. It wasn't a justification for political violence. It was an explanation as to why it occurs. Americans don't like getting crushed by the boot of billionaire robber barons. Well, at least most Americans don't like that. Not to kink shame any Republicans who may be watching, but my point is that if you inflict pain and suffering on people through policy, they are going to rebel. That's what has happened since the beginning of time. Whenever a king or some dictator does this, there is always blowback. This is not anything new. And Elon Musk has shown no signs of slowing down, so that would lead me to believe that the backlash is probably going to continue if I had to guess. In fact, in an interview with Larry Kudlow on Fox News, he once again signaled his intent to cut Social Security, which, spoiler alert, is going to piss off a lot of people.
So,
king shame, not king shame.
The way it's important.
I was in the middle of drinking right there, if you did not see.
In entitlement spending,
Careful
which
with that.
which is most of the federal spending is entitlements.
So joke.
That's like the big one to eliminate. That's the sort of $500 billion, maybe $700 billion a year. That is also a mechanism by which the Democrats attract and retain illegal immigrants by essentially paying them to come here and then turning them into voters.
Yes.
So this is why the Democrats.
Did you see it, guys? Did you just see him?
Are so upset about.
By the way, he was totally in the other room just doing his own thing. And he just walked up, and this is getting a little close to that cable.
Situation, because they're losing. If we turn off this gigantic money magnet for illegal immigrants, then they will leave, and they will lose voters.
He's talking about cutting so-called entitlements like Medicare and Social Security. And the reason why they're called entitlements is because we are literally entitled to them. These are programs that we pay into our entire lives. This program, Social Security in particular, keeps 22 million Americans out of poverty every single year, including 16 million elderly Americans. And Elon Musk, who gets $8 million a day from the government through subsidies that we fund with our tax dollars, wants to take that money away from us. That is our money, okay? Not his money. He can't touch it. It's ours. And the fact that he's saying he wants to take away what is owed to us, that is going to lead to people being very angry. So this is why people are pissed off. They do things to antagonize people. They fuck people over, and then they cry victim when people respond by protesting or doing
why is everybody being such meanie bobinis to us?
things that lose him money. But it's not just the brazenly illegal nature of Doge and the Nazism and the misinformation his social media platform spreads. It's the fact that his actions are now materially hurting people. That is why the backlash is so severe. Actions have consequences. If you touch a stove, you shouldn't be surprised if you get burned. But as you can see, right-wing propagandists are working overtime to do propaganda on his behalf to make it seem like he altruistically martyred his own companies just to save the country. What a good guy. But in actuality, we all can see that he's a greedy prick who's destroying our government for personal gain. But make no mistake about it, Elon Musk is not a victim. Trump scolding people being mean to him and Fox News running propaganda pieces for him isn't going to convince people that Elon Musk is a victim. He's not a victim because people don't want to buy his shitty cars. Nobody believes that, and you're not going to convince us of that. Nor are you going to make anyone feel sorry for him. This is the richest man on the planet. I think he's going to be just fine. But listen, we didn't ask for Elon Musk to be our unelected shadow president. We didn't ask for Elon Musk to buy an entire social media company to poison American discourse. He chose to do these things on his own volition. He chose to make himself the face of late-stage
Why
capital.
did he... Man, that special K shit, man, that fucks with you.
We didn't ask for any of this. He imposed himself on all of us without our consent and inserts himself into virtually every aspect of American life. And as much as I hate every other CEO, none of them do what Elon Musk does to this extent. Most of them buy politicians and then hide. Elon Musk buys politicians
I was
and then
just
pretends...
thinking about that literally before he said that. Like, I was just like, yeah, like all the billionaires that just, you don't even know their names and they prefer it that way. They pay a lot of money to keep their names out of like the news and shit.
Like he's virtuous for buying politicians to benefit his own companies. Like most people don't even know the names of the
richest man. I am meme.
And prickets that run the Fortune 500 companies. So if you're going to put your face out there, then don't be surprised if people are going to start to hate you. And quite frankly, I think that I speak for
it is a very hateable face.
most Americans when I say we're tired of looking at his dumb fucking face.
It's one of the dumbest faces. He just objectively, as he looks just so dumb.
Face. But he refuses to take the hint. He sees the backlash and he thinks that whining and crying is going to make us like him more. He actually believes that he's funny and likable and cute, and he can't fathom why people would like him less the more they see of him. But Elon, since you can't take the hint, let me spell it out for you as clearly as I possibly can. We don't fucking like you.
We don't
We
like you,
hate
dude.
you. I don't care.
You're not cool.
If that hurts your feelings.
Yeah.
Spare me the crocodile tears. Go away, and I am certain the backlash will die down. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
I can't remember the last time I saw a Tesla on the road. I see them all the time where I'm at, but you're starting to see less and less and less. And the Cybertrucks, I've seen more and more of them with used dealer tags.
Because if you're going to be present, and if
so it's like a bunch of secondhand people where it's just like the rich people had their fun with it. They took their pictures, they had their social media like fun, and then all of a sudden it became very uncool to have one. So they were just like, I'm gonna get rid of this.
Republican Party and Fox News is going to continue to shove you.
And they lost their asses in those things. If you bought a new Cybertruck, I know that the hit was over $40K on each one
down our throats.
So
we're going to continue to hate you, and the backlash is going to continue to build.
That's being generous. Some of them took way, like, if you actually drove the thing, yeah, way more. That beat. That was cool. All right. Well, let's discuss. Oh, how's everybody doing? What are we talking about? I know that you guys are talking about some beer stuff, and I am all about beer, but, I'm a simple man. I love me some Revolution IPA. It's literally a Chicago beer. If you have it around, get it. It's very, very good. Their actual whole IPA series is like really good. If you like them. As I said, I just was able to start buying I've always pronounced them younglings just because literally it's like the, you know, and I'm Anakin Skywalker. I'm crushing younglings. It's just like, but no, I think it's younglings. Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Good beer. As far as like the American, what is that, piss water? God. Canadians get mean about that stuff. I will say that. When I was drinking in Toronto, they were yinglings, ling. Yeah. I'm taking a shot at Tito's for the cast. Let's go. Nice. Yeah, actually, let's see. Coming up here, it's almost 6. Yeah, I think I'll have one in the back end here. Which is nowhere, like, we just kind of started the show, so that's not happening. But what up, Kaz? Everybody say hello to Kaz. Welcome him to the show. Hey, also, just in case, make sure that you have your ability to accept memberships on. So hit that, the little $sign that says the super thanks, and just make sure that the option to accept gifts is on. I think you have to hit the options, like the little 3 dots. You're a technical guy. You'll get it. All right, let's see. Let's do the Anna Kasparian
Intentionally
thing, because Anna Kasparian is really, really angry at the Vanguard, but this could actually affect me. This kind of sucks. I had just kind of shot an email out to somebody asking specifically about this this video, where I was just like, do you think that they're actually like they're doing this for content and they just don't understand fair use and they're just going to constantly lose their appeals, or are they going to do this because as a smaller streamer that has used some TYT content, that could be a problem for me. So yeah, waiting to hear back on that one. All right, let's pause El Musica and go for it.
Have you? I don't think you've seen this yet, Lance. I know a lot of people in chat are very excited, but Anna Kasparian, she really.
Hey, look, I'm joining the party, guys. This is like the most parasocial thing I think I've ever done.
Escalated.
I feel like I'm in the meme where it's the guy like sitting next to the ice cream cart where he's just.
This whole beef last night live on the Young Turk came with some,
I have not.
Spicy words and a threat actually against not just the.
All right, which one's Silly and which one's Billy? Because I think that I might be blocking Silly here with chat, but I'm not going to worry about it.
Vanguard, but I think specifically the Vanguard
right now.
I think TYT is insane for not copyright striking channel.
Oh my god! Oh my god! They have to use a freeze frame from it and then use the audio. That's
who take our content from our members only bonus episode, which is intentionally behind a paywall. Just a warning to those channels, we will nuke the f out of you, okay? If you're gonna like steal content from paid walled members only content. Just want to say that. Anyway,
I'll be fair. The Vanguard is one of those channels I would never use their paywalled content like that's members only. I would not until it's off the members only list.
weird to start with that, but like, come on, guys.
Short hair guys
Like,
already
bounds of
annoying.
reason. Okay, like, it's insane.
Which one? Both. I gotta say, I like Lance. I love his coverage, and he's got some based ass opinions, but he's one of those guys that's got a laugh that just for some reason it makes me cringe in my soul.
You see that happen. People steal our content all the time. We don't do anything about it. But when it comes to paywalled members only content, like we're giving people exclusive members only content. That's part of membership. It's like ridiculous.
I'll never put her on any of my streams anyway.
To just steal that
well,
content.
Squishmallow, I guess that I'll take the bullets here.
Anyway, let's get to this Netflix dating show, Love is Blind. Do you watch any of that stuff, Waz?
And what's so hilarious is she's going to later on in that episode cite an article from like the Washington Post or the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal.
I bet you should play a clip from Love is Blind on the show.
One little hair that's poking me.
And it's hilarious too, because if anybody's curious and they weren't paying attention, the clip she's reacting to was us dunking on her for taking a cheap shot at Francesca Fiorentini again behind a paywall. And just
it's the eager beaver. That's what it is. It's his eager beaverness where he's just like, woo.
Some of her turf arguments about how the crazy left has made it impossible for us to win.
Anna's my spirit animal. God, you sound like my wife now.
We're just so crazy.
She literally used to call her Mama Salty, the salty dragon, and she's all like, I don't like her.
And there's little Susie can't be taking elbows from a man during gym class, and all these things that do not freaking happen. And she wants to be able to get away with that. Without having any consequences, without receiving any backlash at all. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, let's be real. I would rather watch Love is Blind sometimes than just deal with our news. And if I was European, I would watch Love is Blind and just be like, and present like an American tourist. Oh, I saw on the news there was the girl that I don't know why I have this wacky accent, but whatever. Yeah, there was the girl that she was with the guy who he kind of looked like a thumb, but you could not see. I think you cannot see.
And by the way, live on air, we
I just
didn't
went invisible,
realize that
guys.
it
I
was
just did the John
members
Cena.
only
Sorry.
content. Someone sent us that and we were reacting to it. I didn't even realize it was from the bonus episode part of their show. So, you know, it's not like it was intentional, but also to say that people are stealing our content, that's ridiculous. It's kind of just how YouTube works. It's not like we're just posting Young Turks live streams. No, we're adding our commentary, our perspective.
You're transforming.
Yeah, it's transforming content, but it's working within fair use.
We're
transformative.
And by the way,
and they're also not like XQCing the content. However, this is there's a reason that they did the freeze frame there, because they know they're wrong. Because if they're taking paywalled content and putting it out there, that could lead to a strike. I'm saying, I'm sorry. It's the same as playing something like a full episode of Joe Rogan, or even I think it's 20 minutes is where the cap is. I think for bigger channels that got permissions, which good luck. I've sent in for permissions from Spotify when I first started doing this, and I haven't gotten any correspondence. So I don't know.
Wait, if anyone's, you know, we also have we actually put more of our show.
So I kind of understand where TYT.
I think they have like a bonus episode that happens.
I hate that I have to play devil's advocate like that, but it's like, nah, I've read the TOS. They technically have the rights to their own like paywalled content like that. Like if you have members only shit and you're recording my members only stuff and then putting it out, like the Majority Report, for instance, I'm only comfortable doing that after they release the actual VOD for the fun half, which they do not put behind a paywall. They release that on their normal YouTube channel. The only thing that's like paywalled, I think, is when they actually go into the live fun half. And then on top of that, I try to only watch excuse me, I only try to watch the clips from the fun half if they release them themselves. Sometimes it doesn't happen that way. I will admit, like, where I've almost done what these guys are doing. That's how I kind of know where I'm like, oh, wait, you know, I kind of had to do the like morality thing on that. And also just kind of ask where I'm like, hey, what's cool and what's not? And what, like, does this fall into fair use? So, this is where my assessment comes in. I don't think so.
There's like 30 minutes of paywall
and also,
content.
like, I'm going to just put, like, if it was my content that was out there and they were like literally going to my members only stuff, especially if this is the big one, if it is before it's released to the general public and you're putting it out there, that's a problem.
Which we apparently accidentally reacted to like 3 seconds of, right? A lot of our show is members only. After our live streams are over, what doesn't make it into a clip is paywall.
Tom Scott made a great video about fair use years ago. Oh,
it's
okay,
members only live stream after the fact. Let me tell you right now, guys, any single one of you watching, lovers, haters, whatever, fans, whatever, whoever you are, feel free to react to as much of that content as you want. Even if you barely comment on it, even if you barely transform it, we don't give a fuck. Why? Because we actually care about free speech, right? Anna's been criticizing the right wing justly for some of their anti-free speech hypocrisy, but here she is.
How funny would that be if I got copyright strike on the Tom Scott video?
Threatening channels that are 1/100th the size of the Young Turks, literally. They have
I was going to add, even if you didn't get permission from the Vanguard there, that doesn't matter, all right? Because if you are taking that copyright content and you're transforming it, the copyright holder does not have the right to claim that they're going to nuke you because you're suddenly trying to criticize them. And that's what I like. If it applies to fucking Disney and Marvel, it definitely applies to the Vanguard.
Actually, that's a good point, though. Disney and Marvel and WWE, if I use 7 seconds of any clip, they can copyright me, and they could also withhold monetization from any video. So no. I'm sorry. This isn't making the best case for this.
I'm going to be honest with you, because that's absolutely...
See what I'm doing here? Pausing, giving my take. Fair use, baby.
Absolutely ridiculous. This is how you prevent a giant corporation from silencing you if you want to say, this is shit.
Where
I think this Star Wars movie is shit. I'm going to play a clip to prove to you why it's shit. Here's a 5-second clip. That was shit, right? That was a shitty clip. Boom. You don't need the permission from the original copyright holder in that regard. And TYT can't be like, but it was behind a paywall. Come on, people had to pay to see that. And I assume the two of you aren't the ones who are like paying members who are watching hours of their content to find a clip. Like it's like anyone else, like me. Like people send it to you, right? Or you see it on Twitter, or you react to it. Like
We have
That's the
some
game.
really dedicated people that do a lot to keep tabs on TYT, people who, you know, are longtime listeners that are very frustrated, and they'll be like, you guys can't miss this timestamp. Here's a link in our inbox. And we're really grateful to those people. But no, I very rarely am, you know, combing through the back canon of the Young Turks. You know what I mean? It's not something that I'm, it's more of a means to an end. And kind of like your question earlier, right? Like, how do you feel about, or how do we feel about rising so much off of the back of the Young Turks? We were like, to be honest, they did it to themselves, and we're just, you know, happy to be the
and
ones
to be clear,
that
I'm complimenting you. I think it's fucking awesome, because I think honestly those grifters needed to be exposed. The whole like the Poly Market Studios presents the home of progressives bullshit. As like, there's a percentage of people who genuinely are going to be watching their propaganda articles and their fake ass news reports where they're just trying to get everyone scared that Venezuelans are coming to stab their mothers in the fucking ass and shit like that every day, and actually believe this is leftist shit, right? Like, there needs to be a vanguard that is actually going to direct someone who might be looking at one of those videos being like, oh, apparently Venezuelans are dangerous and they want to stab my grandmother, and actually see like, oh shit, no, those people were lying, and they took one isolated case that no one's on the other side of. Like, no one's like pro, you know, stabbing. I'm not for people stabbing people's grandmas, but I'm obviously like, that's not a problem that's happening all the time, right? Whereas like, you know, maybe Black Americans disproportionately getting arrested compared to white Americans for using drugs happens a lot more. Maybe racial profiling happens a lot more. Maybe these are the things we should talk about that the mainstream media doesn't. Isn't that the point of like, you know, alternative leftist media?
And I just can't get over the blatant hypocrisy of the fact that for over a decade, 15 years at this point, Anna Kasparian has been reading articles that were written entirely by people that were not employed by the Young Turks. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a lot of effort to put out a real article. Like, I always bring up my girlfriend. She's a reporter for the local NPR affiliate, and she works damn hard. She's at the library right now, meeting with a person, and then after work today is going to go to another thing at the library to hear about a highway that was built 35 fucking years ago. But you know what I mean? It's hard work to do all of that, and they don't even so much as shout out the journalist that wrote the article that they're referencing. They don't so much as plug these people, right? But yet she wants to go and throw a tantrum about how people are stealing their content. And now I think we could all do better about plugging the journalists that write pieces that we cite on the show. I'm not saying that Anna Kasparian would be uniquely at fault for that, but the level of fucking shamelessness, right? It really reminds me of Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein back in the day used to be a diehard defender of fair use and the ability to react to shit. He'd be like, it's YouTube.
Didn't he have a trial over it, or he got sued for that or something? Like someone,
and he won back in the day, and he made a legal trust for people who are going to be able to use it. And then when he got so
TK,
pissed off about Hasan haters,
technically, you can show clips from a blockbuster movie if you are prepared to argue with their lawyers. But well, no, because all right. So I know that there are certain things like, again, if you get certain permissions from like Warner Brothers or whoever, you will get like blanket permissions, which is very nice for using up to like, I think it's like Screen Crush. I'm pretty sure that they get the okay to use like up to 30 seconds of a clip. But hey. Yeah, the law is constantly being challenged with this stuff.
He immediately flipped the script and he was like, we're going to sue anybody that reacts to too much of H3's content. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It sucks, but honestly, the parameters are... It's not that bad. Because honestly, I have to figure out like what is going on with Twitch, because Twitch has way looser like TOS regulations. So,
also, I mean, even
as far
like we're
as,
talking
like, using fair use regulations, they're like... Their speech regulations are insane, and that's why I also have to be very careful on both platforms here.
This from a copyright perspective, I was saying that, you know, anyone who loves us or hates us, feel free to react to our content, even if it's paywalled, even if it's members only. Why? Because I care about free speech, and that's true. I do care about free speech, but I also couldn't imagine not being able to like answer for anything that I've said, right? There's nothing I say on the show that I won't defend or that I'd be embarrassed to hear played by another channel and reacted to, even if they're critical of it, right? I stand by
or correct if you're wrong.
Right, or I'll correct it if I'm wrong. Yeah, I have no problem doing that either. So even if there was something that someone reacted to from a members only live stream that Zach and I were like, oh, thank God that was members only and it's not going to get out there. Well, it got out there anyway. Who cares? I can apologize, right? I can say, hey, you know, it's necessary to put forth a correction here. What is so bizarre about this is that Anna seemingly wants to be able to hide behind this section of the show. She wants to have this 30 minutes of bonus members only content where essentially she's unaccountable for what for what she said.
I'm not sure. Listen, I think that might be an unfair take on that. I'm sorry.
And I've just realized that actually, you know, this threat against us is technically in a members only part of the show. So this was not posted to the Young Turks main channel for their viewers to see. No, she wanted to get away with playing this in the.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole incentive to have members only content. Like, you're not going to put some of like the drama, like the spicy stuff behind members only. Fuck that, dude. Don't be that disingenuous. You guys do. You guys literally, like, that's the worst part here. The Vanguard just did that recently with an Anna Kasparian video, like an Anna Kasparian React video.
Members only bonus section of the show. So that people could not respond to it. Well, guess what? We're doing.
I understand where they're coming from with the fair use thing, but I'm just also saying, like, I don't know, man.
Doing it anyway.
Like,
So I guess, you know, come
this
after
is
us.
riding that fair,
I guess
that
this is
fine
war,
line.
You know, so throw the copyright strike at us. Let's see who YouTube sides with. But it's pretty pathetic for a channel with 6 million subscribers to be
Jesus,
threatening
still?
2 guys living in Kansas City with a channel that doesn't even have 100,000 subscribers. Like, that would be like us threatening or copyright striking a channel with 100 subscribers. That's literally the difference in size between our channels.
Also, isn't it just her hiding behind the members only section? Like, what the fuck is this? What are we doing here? Like,
Again, I
Jake's
disagree
not
with
her
the hiding part.
Is that why? It's just kind of like, hey, by the way, you're never going to be able to call us out because we said that in the members only section. You're not allowed to clip it. It's only for members. It's like, I don't know. Just if you want to talk shit, talk shit.
Free art is best art. Well, unfortunately, as an artist, I can also say that if you don't pay for, like, if certain art doesn't get paid for, then artists can't live to make art.
And like I said, this got posted on Twitter. So, like, how the fuck are we supposed to know? It does say members only, admittedly. So, you know,
trust me, in a perfect world where, like, we didn't have to worry about it, fine. But in this current system that we live in, no.
To be fair, we realize
Pay
here,
your
but a lot
artists.
of the stuff we've reacted to that was apparently bonus content or members only content, like, again, it just gets posted on Twitter. You're telling me that we're not allowed to react to this clip, right?
Plus, grassroots support for, like, your favorite artists and stream. I'll throw myself in here, and streamers and musicians. Like, that's the best way, man. Think about it.
That's literally what she said. She's saying we're not allowed to react to this clip that was posted.
Hell, I'm a big fan of, like, a few bands that are completely grassroots as far as, like, their funding and not really going with record labels or any of that stuff.
By Hank on Twitter. I don't know who sent it to him. I don't know where he got it.
It's cool,
right? So someone paid for it along the way at some point, I guess, but now we can't react to it, even though they're talking about us, even though they're threatening us. I think this is relevant to our channel. It's relevant for our audience to know about.
Then react to it later. Like, why do you need to do it now? Like, honestly, let it sit for 2 weeks. Like, because I also happen to know, because I used to be a member of TYT, how they release their members only content. It's behind the paywall, the members only paywall, for 7 days, and then the following week it's released to the general public, usually as a standalone video too.
About not that the other stuff we reacted to isn't.
Money shouldn't motivate art. It's the other way
But
around.
specifically, this is obviously.
And you're transforming it.
I mean, I think that I'm pretty true to it.
You're not infringing on the
It's not
original
like,
copyright.
money's not necessarily motivating this. Like, I would do this if I wasn't getting paid.
There's
but,
the ability to make money off their product.
I will also admit that if I don't get paid, then I'm not going to be able to stream as much and produce as much content and as much, like, this is coming from me specifically, and I know what I produce here is a little bit differently than, you know, your general, excuse me. I always say, like, analog art kind of thing.
I mean, like, I have
No Effects never sold out. That they were actually
taken down by
they were
so
kinda
many
who I was
giant
talking
companies
about,
over the
but
years
okay.
of making YouTube content that I've gotten. Like, I should stipulate, none of this is legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. Nothing I say is actually legal advice. But I will say that, like, I learned the hard way by battling companies like Netflix, Sony, etc.
They just retired as millionaires.
What they are looking for when it comes to fair
conflict excites me.
It's called fair dealing in Canada, but fair use in the US is effectively, are you infringing on the copyright holder's original ability to make money off their product?
Why are you testing them, Kirk?
And if you are criticizing them, the answer is no. Like, if you take Anna's content and then you play a certain, like, 15 or 30 seconds of it, and you're like, here's why she's lying, this is why her argument sucks, this is why she's shit, this is why blah blah blah, you're transforming the original purpose of that content she made to criticize it. And you should be able to do that, because if you don't, how do we ever hold the more powerful accountable? people who have infinitely more power than us, you know?
And it's crazy because as she's simultaneously talking about how the left is pro-censorship.
This is weird though, because like you're treating it like this is C-SPAN hiding their shit.
And how the left is pro, like pearl clutching, and the left is.
This is legitimately them trying to gain more members behind by paywalled content and getting mad at you guys for using that. I don't want to repeat this anymore, but I do think that this is I hate to disagree.
Is pro, canceling people, and how that's why she's had to run to,
and the fact that they were so eager to go and make this video kind of shows that I think they're in the wrong here.
Coffee hour and bench.
As far as like what we're working with, where like the parameters of YouTube and just the understanding of fair use.
Shapiro show and Glenn,
like they may be okay with me using members only content and like paying for, because they in their mind, oh, one of our paying members is putting this out there for the general like populace, or being more socialist HASAN with it, I would say, which cool. No, I'm totally about that, but as far as I'm concerned, that would dude, that could, as a smaller creator, that would suck for me.
Beg
I
to
have
find
to say.
reasonable conversation.
They have no case. I hate to
Meanwhile,
say it, man. They really
she
don't.
wants to
They're not yeah, they have no case. Strangely enough, they're not making a good case, let alone.
The
I
pot.
didn't
She
think they'd
wants
have
to
no
say a
case.
bunch of shit, and she wants to not have any retaliation for it. She doesn't want anybody to be able to correct the record, right? And you can't. And we're at a really critical time for free speech.
Again, you can do that when it's released as a public video.
In America, right? I cannot bring up the Mahmoud Khalil case enough, right? I really hope I'm pronouncing that gentleman's name correctly. His wife is from the heartland.
It's a turning point, though. It is a turning point.
It's crazy. His wife is an American citizen that was based or grew up in the heartland of America. They moved to New York City because he was attending Columbia, right? Crazy to just rip that guy's green card in half and
yes, that
say,
is.
get out of
And
here.
what does that have to do with this?
You're going to Louisiana, and then we're not even going to charge you with a crime because of speech. And now you want to be splitting hairs about fair use laws to avoid criticism from a news network. That's the other thing
that's not splitting hairs about fair use.
Baffling about this. Say whatever you want about Sony or Marvel or
I'm sorry, this is a disingenuous ass take. I'm just
or Disney affiliates. They are trying to make money. They only care about making
He's
money.
silly today. I don't
TYT
know.
wants to give you
If
the
this
veneer of
is- yeah,
progressivism.
silly and
They want to
Billy,
tell
then
you
he's
they're
silly.
a news outlet. They want to tell you that you should donate to them.
What's up, Ryan? How you doing, dude?
Not make an exchange of goods, not get something out of it, but literally subsidize their existence
Whatever people do, just don't let money motivate you. It taints everything.
because they are trying to do a net good
Unfortunately, that's like
journalism.
most
and for the
Americans
news. That
are
is
money
a bridge
motivated.
further than being like,
I think that money, unfortunately, in the system that we're working in, I think that this would be the healthiest way is to find your comfort zone, right? And if your comfort zone is like to the point of hoarding money and having like multiple properties and all that kind of stuff, yeah, might want to reevaluate. But just wanting a decent like place to live and then having like some decent amenities to make yourself happy and like you're not ruining the planet. Like ruin your planet money is that's where it's just like, oh, come on, guys, why do you want that?
oh, you
Like these people that are like, I want to be a billionaire. It's like, why?
reacted to the Star Wars movie, right?
It's
Oh,
too
you
much money.
reacted to like a 5-second snippet of my album and said, I hate it when artists do this. You know what I mean?
And the whole like thing where then I'd never have to work again.
that is different.
That one, because I've always heard this where it's like then I'd be able to focus on my art, and then it's like then your art becomes the work. Trust me, been there, done that.
And I mean, it's baffling.
It's also the basis of all of TYT. Like, how many clips of TYT have you watched where it's like, here's Tim Pool saying a thing I disagree with. Here's the clip. And then, Tim Pool's an idiot. Here's Steven Crowder.
I lost my room. Oh,
saying a thing I disagree with. Steven Crowder's an idiot. And so, like, now it's like the Vanguard's doing that to you. They're like, yeah, they disagree with the thing that you just said. Are they not allowed to? Suddenly the rules don't apply? Like, you're going to go nuclear on them? Seriously? No, that's ridiculous. I didn't
we
know
got to hear
that.
this one more time. And since Hank did post the video too, let's
I do love that Hank did it.
let's see how high
Hank
quality
rules.
that is.
He is insane for not copyright striking channels who take our content from our members only bonus episode, which is intentionally behind a paywall. Just a warning to those channels, we will nuke the fuck out of you. Okay?
How are you?
Content from
I'm doing
paywall,
okay.
members only
I'm hanging in there.
content.
This is making it a little bit easier, focusing on some of the nonsense.
Weird to start with that, but like, come on, guys. Like,
You don't have to sell it. No. I'm not trying to make an argument for selling out, man. I hope that's not. If that's how this is being interpreted, then I'm just gonna stop right there and just be like, no.
fucking reason.
Wait, so they're arguing they should be able to use copyright TYT content? Essentially, it's not even copyright; it's paywalled content, which then falls under copyrighted or copywritten protections. Or I don't know how to say that word, but yes.
She's so not intimidating.
People still report all the time. We don't do anything about it.
But yes, Dave, under duress, they are essentially arguing that they should be able to use members-only content from TYT as it comes out, because this is stifling their ability to have free speech. The Young Turks, it's one of the largest progressive networks on YouTube.
But when it comes to paywall members-only content, like, we're giving people exclusive members-only.
Yeah, it's exclusive. It's for paid members.
Content. That's part.
So yes, you could actually, like I would say, in the court of YouTube, I'm a Phoenix Wright this one. Objection. I think that honestly, they have a good case for protecting their paywalled content until it is then released to the public. Because like this is what crushes their argument is they release this content literally like a week later. So all they have to do is just wait.
Also, I do have to say,
just put it on get a little whiteboard, put it on the whiteboard and just say, okay, this date, we're going to watch this video. And then you can start preparing for it or whatever. I don't know.
Potential shout out to Jank, because she seems very frustrated by the fact that TYT has not been copyright striking.
I was making that claim so dumb.
She's like, I can't believe that TYT doesn't already do this. So it does seem like someone else, potentially Jank behind the scenes, is more aware of the actual copyright guidelines, and he's like, it's probably not a good idea to try to do this, Anna. Like, this isn't a good idea, a good way to fight this fight. But she wants to just bring.
Well, if they're going to because there's a difference. I should let you guys know this. There's a difference between a strike and a hit. A strike is bad for your for your channel. Getting just a little bit of a hit, like a ding, where they're just like, hey, you cannot monetize. That's a little different.
Down the full force of, I guess, their status as a big YouTube channel with lots of connections, and try to take down small YouTube channels.
Well, they're not dealing with any. She's literally threatening it.
To want to criticize.
Yeah. This actually, they just kind of said it. It kind of makes it go on like, okay, Jank.
Alleged violation of TOS or copyright law. It's crazy.
She wants to call our manager. That's what she wants to do. She's going Karen Kasparian, and she wants to call our manager. And that's the thing that pisses all these people off, right? That's why Rokana gets into our replies, because we don't have a boss. You don't get to tell me how I'm allowed to talk to you. And these people fucking hate that, because they've had their ass kissed by press forever. Like, I'm sorry, I was never going to get hired at any of these publications. The only shot I ever had at being heard was for my buddy and I to start fucking screaming into the internet. And yeah, not everything I've said has been aged perfectly, but I'm happy to answer for it. As like Gavin said, right? I would be like, hey man, this was my thought process at that time, bro. And I said it passionately because I only say shit that I believe at that time, right? And if Anna was like, you know what, guys, I really feel like I need to walk back what I said. I was really going through a personal crisis at that time, and I lost my fucking marbles for 18 months. I have nothing. I'm going to go to therapy. Whatever she says, she comes back, and then she starts making based commentary again. I'd be like, fuck, dude. She must have got RFK's brainworm on a hike with Jank, and now she's back to reality again. But we wouldn't continuously lampoon their content unless they deserved it. Right, and they can't constantly run around saying that they're the biggest news outlet
sorry,
on YouTube.
I still disagree, because I also I just thought about it. Karen Kasparian is funny, but I thought about it. Like, they on the last two videos that they were covering of Anna, she did that in the members only section. So this is again an easy open shut on their end.
The oldest news outlet on YouTube, the only one with progressive out.
It just sucks too, because I hate to say it, because if this forces Jank's hand, then it is kind of like, hey guys, you just ruined it for
value since before Barack Obama, whatever stupid shit that they used to advertise. And then turn around and be like, no, we're not a news organization. We're a private media company that's gonna, fight tooth and nail to make sure that our, content never gets out. Like, that's just a direct about face.
It also just seems like a classic example of like if you resort to these sort of threats, like you're not winning the debate. You know, like who in history has ever won a debate by threatening their opponent to, oh, I'm going to copyright strike you out of existence? Like, no, like just come on. It's
a debate.
It's desperation. I like she's not intimidating though. It's like every person I've ever seen in a Wendy's yelling at the staff because their order was wrong, and it turns out they got more than what they originally ordered. You know, it's like
that's happened.
But I got there's 2 fries. Okay, I'm sorry.
High society problems. Yeah.
Like, fuck off.
Yeah. Either way. Oh, sorry, dude. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, you're good. I was just gonna ask Lance. You mentioned that they're desperate. Do you think that they're going broke? I think they're going broke, dude. I don't know another way to explain the Polymarket Studio thing.
Oh, that's wild. I mean, that I still can't believe they did that.
So that's what I said. I was like, whatever they're doing, they fucking suck at it. Like what? Because like there's people who do what they're doing way better. There's people who tried to play both sides. Like okay, good example. You know, Glenn Greenwald kind of has one foot in the free speech for everyone, you know, aisle, but another foot in the whole. You know, I think you criticize, you know, Democrats and liberals way more than you'll ever criticize Republicans or the right on that issue, right? Even though both sides do fucked up stuff with free speech. Matt Taibbi's really bad at it. Matt Taibbi is just like one of the worst people in the world for like, you know, I have principles. No, you fucking don't. I don't know what they're doing. No one likes them. No one on the right wants to play ball with them. They're not grifting to the right successfully. They're not grifting to the perfect
no, they like centrist. And that's why they like notice how they're not coming to TYT for these clips. They have to go to them
successfully. But the Polymarket Studios thing, like the left wouldn't stand for that. Like honestly, you would get fucking torn apart by the rest of your like progressive fans, leftist fans, if you were like, this is wrong. You're promoting a cryptocurrency gambling website that can be directly manipulated by the people who stand to like fuck us all over. Elon Musk has his own tab on Polymarket Studios. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a tab where you can bet on his.
I still can't believe they're at 6 million subscribers though, because like I unsubbed and I was like, oh, this is gonna make a dent. I know that when I took my membership back, that one did make a dent because like I remember getting like just curious of like halfway through the show, and I happened to like hit that moment where it was just Jake being like, we've been losing members, but it's okay. Just you could you can do the members only content. We got emojis, badges.
So he, a man who owns an insane amount of cryptocurrency, can manipulate the Polymarket market any day he wants just by how many times he tweets, what he tweets about, all that shit. This shit is fucked up. Like it's a really
not even legal in America.
Promote. Yeah, you got to go to Canada. You got to use a Canadian IP to use Polymarket Studios because it's banned in your country. That's true.
It's the cherry on top. And I don't know if you saw the clip. One
Ryan, I got to go back to your comment. I think this is actually a pretty easy open shut case of just like, yeah, it's their IP, and honestly, they have every right to go after you if they want to.
Insult to injury, right? Is Cenk is at Hasan's house for Thanksgiving, as they call it.
Is it within the rights?
Yes. I was shocked that I got the call out and y'all didn't. Like, I got way more call. He was like nebulous about you two. He's like, oh, you know, the Beavis and Butthead over there making all their blah blah blah. And he's like, it's Lance of the Serfs. Why do I get called out by name? You know their names. I know you know their names.
I think it's because he respected you, man.
For you, he does. We are.
And that's like, I don't know. Like, I'm not. Again, God, I feel like I'm running roughshod for fucking Jake right now. No, but I'm being honest. I think it is. It's not even like lovers quarrelly. It's just like, no, he actually respected Lance, and that's why he, in his mind, he's just like, well, Lance did me dirty, and I enjoyed his content. I wanted him to work for us, and now I'm really mad because he made me look bad.
Bottom of Jake's shoe. He actually considers you a real person. But like,
I'd rather be called Beavis and Butthead. They were awesome.
Honestly, it was great for our brand. His nephew turned down $1 million to do what Cenk did. I guarantee you, for less money and more brazenly. They were just going to sponsor the one election night stream for $1 million. And Hasan was like, bro, do you think I'm an idiot? Why would I take that money? Like, I already make fuckloads of money and I do it with my principles, right? You know what I mean? Like, why would I be so dumb? Why would I be so short-sighted? And it really revealed to me that Cenk is just a god-awful businessman. He doesn't see down the road very well.
All right, that's a fair assessment.
You know, I don't know. I mean, he always bets on the wrong horse, it seems.
Yeah, I genuinely, I don't know what they're doing. That's the only reason I think you would try to. if you genuinely think that Charlie Kirk is more worth your time to sit down and have a beer with than Sam Cedar, you've lost the fucking plot. I'm sorry, you've lost the plot. Like I get debating people, I get going on shows with people you disagree with, and I also get making mistakes. Like I've aligned myself throughout the years with people who turned out to be absolute dog shit human beings,
Illuminati,
and I had to drop them or call themselves out and apologize for it. Right? Like you don't know what someone's going to end up being in terms of like online figures or shit like that. I understand all that, but I would never sit here and be like, I have more in common with Charlie Kirk than I do with Sam Cedar. Any fucking day, even if I disagreed strongly, which I don't really disagree that much with Sam Cedar, fucking Charlie Kirk's a white supremacist. The guy wants to eliminate fucking LGBTQ plus people from the earth. Like he's like the enemy. These are bad people. This is not a man I want to have a beer with.
And the fucked up thing too is that Cenk crucified Jimmy Dore for basically doing exactly this a couple of years ago. Jimmy left TYT and then embarked upon the right-wing pivot. Cenk absolutely crucified him for it at the time. Went hard against Jimmy. Obviously, Anna went hard against Dave Rubin a few years earlier than that. And I think that's why they actually failed to seamlessly pull off this right-wing grift, is because they spent
because
literally
they're slowly becoming the very thing that they hated.
Previous 5 or 6 years calling out other people for doing that. Again, some of the best TYT content was actually Anna exposing what Dave Rubin did and saying, no, this actually wasn't about ideology. Guess what it was about? He wasn't getting paid enough at the Young Turks. He had an issue with the size of his paycheck, hence his pivot into a more profitable lane. Right? They called that out. They crucified Dore. They crucified Rubin. They articulated perfectly what was
gave Jimmy Dore TYT comedy, though.
Actually happening.
That was a mistake.
And then they just want to do it themselves, like, 90 fucking days later. It's so wild.
Yeah, I don't know where this is headed, honestly, because again, I haven't been looking at the numbers. I don't know if their subs are plummeting from this or people are loving this new lane or whatever, but it's like, it just seems like Matt Walsh hates them. He's made videos on how they're grifters. Laura Loomer hates them. He said, don't trust them. They're not here to be friends with us. Fuck them all. And now the left hates them too. Like most leftists are like, you guys are sellouts. Like,
well, here's the thing. That's why he has to go and hang out with Dr. Phil. That's why he's doing Merit TV specials. That's why Anna Kasparian is a regular with Jillian Michaels, who gets like 5,000 to 10,000 views when she's grifting to the right with a celebrity platform. She is absolutely untalented, right? All she could do was humiliate fat people on camera for a living and call it motivation. You know what I mean? That was how she got her bag. Right. And she's not somebody that's equipped to provide analysis on any given situation. And she's not funny. So nobody cares what she has to say. Right. And then you have that's the people that they reach out to. Anna Kasparian doesn't even get main shows when she goes on Megyn Kelly to agree with her and be like, look at this left winger who also thinks trans people suck. And, the left has gone crazy. Right. She doesn't even get main showed there. OK, she's not even a big draw on the Piers Morgan show.
TYT is too right wing for tobacco companies. Undead, how long until they start selling fake testosterone supplements?
When he used her as a pawn to call out Dave Rubin, which he knew would get a lot of clicks because Piers Morgan at least understands his racket, which is getting attention.
TY testosterone.
Attention on Piers Morgan's show.
He's Jerry Springer.
TY no low T.
He's the Jerry Springer of the internet now.
Got it.
And Cenk missed his opportunity to be that Jerry Springer of the internet, and now he doesn't have the opportunity to be the home of progressives anymore. So now he's going to Europe for 2 weeks to look for financing. Probably, I don't know what he's actually doing. He said he's just giving some talks, but it's crazy. I don't know. He can't come back.
Speaking of what you said about the Jerry Springer thing and how Cenk could have kind of existed or coexisted with Piers Morgan in a similar lane, it kind of brings me back to the episode that resulted in you parting ways with the network and you essentially going from being a contributor on their panels to someone who's essentially persona non grata at the Young Turks. And, that could have been the start of that panel dynamic, right? If they had said, hey, it's true that some of the people at the TYT family don't agree with Anna's opinion on
short hair guy is making me violent. He's so annoying. I want to punch my TV and I don't know why.
Birthing person and yada, 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 all this other stuff.
Man.
Let's actually hash that out. Let's actually make this a platform for discussion, for debate. I don't think that even as progressive as the three of us are, we wouldn't
It's just obvious that they're at least trying to pander to the right wing, but I imagine a large investor is steering things.
A commentator like Anna Kasparian for having different opinion on something like that if she was willing to hash it out in a respectful way. I wouldn't declare
or
her my
even have a
enemy.
conversation, or even have
That's
a
what I'm
conversation.
saying.
It's not like the Bezos thing where it's like literally he's got editor, like they have somebody in editorial just going, no, this poly market boss say that bad thing we cannot report
about it.
If she just was like, hey, I feel different. I have some hot takes. Zach and I battle our chat sometime over stupid shit, like, you know, whether or not it's acceptable to say the R slur and stuff. Like, we have hot takes too. We're not perfect progressives. We're not perfect, you know, leftists. Of course, we're willing to debate hot takes. But if you just shut out all of that discussion, smear all of your critics, lie about everyone to your left, even people like Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland and Francesca Fiorentini, well, then that's an issue. But they didn't have to be that way. They could have taken that moment and said, hey, you know what? Anna did get a lot of backlash for this drunken transphobic tweet.
Oh, yeah.
Let's invite those people on to hash it out.
To be fair, I never called her a Nazi. I never called Cenk a Nazi. They say that all the time. Like, you disagree with 1% of what I'm standing up for trans rights, and they disagree 1%. And this Nazi. I was like, no. Everyone was so respectable. We had baby gloves on because we were like, well, they're the home of progressives. We don't want to shit on her.
Don't forget, Cenk's a politician now.
We don't want to be.
Oh, he was a politician before.
Spoilers.
We
don't want to be the people who are like
for
going after the left from the left, right? But everyone was like, hey, by the way, the majority of the LGBTQ plus community and like the majority of trans people are saying this ain't it. And if we're supposed to be like, we care about standing up for their rights and fighting on their behalf because it's cis people that are oppressing them, maybe we should listen. That's like that was how I was wording it. It was like, it was so at first, right? It was so nice, so polite, so like
the only people that were mean were us, you know what I mean? And that's our brand, so that's okay.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I hate to say, that is weird. As far as like TYT drama goes, I usually end up siding against them like wholeheartedly and just go, oh yeah, you know what? Oh, that's a good point. Not this time. Weird. Because I honestly, I think that this is just them not really understanding, like, what you're doing is kind of shitty. Maybe don't release the paid content, and then, as I said, the next week, then do your whole spiel. Like, there's nothing that says that you have to go and take their paid content, record over that, and then release it. Because that was also, I think, where that was the shitty part. And I'll be honest, that's what got me with my opinion here is the last Anna video that they did was not only members only content from TYT, they paywalled it as members only content with their react to it. That is also a problem. So just gonna say, Cenk is the real life version of Boss Baby. Boss Baby with a Lego head. He's my favorite Lego headed podcaster. Or God, what was, I forgot what the joke was. Kirk, I think it was no, it was Duke of Bread. Duke of Bread did that. Yeah, born 2000. Jesus, you were born the year I graduated. Oh my God, that. Well, what? Started to actually watch the news and try to understand politics 3 or 4 years in civics class. So check it out. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot to politics. Yeah, no shit. It's an honor to have your content stolen. I mean, I've had one person try to steal my content, and I honestly, I was like, go ahead, have fun, put my name out there, because at this point, yeah, like, what are you going to make? You know, maybe a few bucks off a video, and that's if they're even monetized. So I was in 5th grade in 2005. Oh. Babies. Jesus. I was yeah, I had already done my little first bout of activism in 2003. Bruh, 31. Man, I guess that makes sense. Babies. No, I'm kidding. Not trying to be that guy. Nah, if you've reached over the age of 30, then I do always go like, okay, so you are in the club. So that's okay. I can give Pep a midlife crisis without even trying. I'm just that good. You really, I mean, all you have to say is just like, this was the year that I did this, and it's just like, ah! I feel the world, like there's like a wormhole behind me, just like, oh, age. First big protest, for instance, of activism I witnessed was the Occupy protest in Orlando. Yeah, I was part of the Occupy protests in Chicago. I think I've told the story so many times. Theft without compensation is just borrowing. If it's not worth stealing, it would be an honest job. Gotta love all those. All right. Do you? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do a news story next. Graduated 2 years ago. Ugh. Protesting is movement building. Yeah, unfortunately, what I saw from like the movement that was being made, it just dissolved. Oddly enough, it was QAnon that killed it. Because it was just like, they would argue about, like, the deepest rooted conspiracies, and you had so many people that were, like, about the activism, and they were just they're like, guys, we're trying to, like, build this organization. Why are you constantly pushing people away with these weird conspiracies? Like, and I'm talking, it was way out there shit. Like, it was the QAnon Pizzagate kind of shit. And I'm just like, nah. It didn't dissolve, it split. A lot of Occupy organizers are still but they're doing work, even in my org. Oh, yeah. How's it feel to be older than the Chupacabra? El Chupacabra. Looks at me and calls me old man. It's like, hey, F you, the Chupacabra. Oh, yeah. Let's do a little session, and then we can. What do we got? 640. Cool.
Yeah.
What do you guys?
The S&P 500 fell.
Let's watch. All right. I'm sorry. We're going to have to deal with Ben Shapiro's voice one more time, but it's for a fun reason. He's freaking out about the economy collapsing, and people are finally starting to notice in MAGA land. So let's at least take a look at that. Our boy Adam Mockler did some good coverage of this. Look, he finally got that stupid piece of haircut. Yes, someone finally did it.
2.7%. NASDAQ lost 4%. Bank stocks slid along with shares of smaller companies perceived to be sensitive.
I saw a post earlier today that said the first report of the Chupacabra was March 1995. Chupacabra is just now turning 30. Chupacabra is millennial.
The economy, bonds rallied. That's what
you voted for this, bunch.
Hey, chat friendos, should I drink a normal beer or a fruity beer? I am too high and drunk to decide. Normal.
Hero, you and your fans voted for this.
It's not Lining Kugel season yet. What are you doing? You drink yours. Oh, we got a normal and a fruity beer. All right, rock paper scissors shoot.
We have multiple right-wing MAGA hosts finally calling Trump out for his economic bullshit that is currently tanking the stock market, hurting everybody's 401k, and hurting multiple indicators regarding the,
by that logic, Slenderman is a zoomer.
U.S. economy. And you know, I always find it interesting how Trump clearly consumes a steady diet of Fox News. When he's tweeting out, you can tell he's always watching Fox or some sort of news. He's addicted to it, right?
Down in your
but the thing is, whenever something goes wrong,
brother, you have definitely got to get some.
Whether it's the economy or whether it's COVID, you see Fox News hosts try to apply pressure on Trump in very unique ways. They know that Trump is watching, so it's not like they're openly pleading to Trump, but they try to say, hey, this is not making voters happy. They try to put a little bit of pressure to see if Trump's mind can be swayed, and that seems to be what's going on with the economy, because Peter Doocy this morning began saying that everyone's retirement account is hurting. There is not a lot of predictability within the economy.
Gotta be, yeah.
And the
75 to drink a fruity beer degrees or years
Trump
old.
basically needs to get his shit together. Peter Doocy doesn't say exactly that, but I'll play the clip if you just drop a like, drop
we know who TK likes to party with.
some blue hearts, and let's start off
He goes to the bingo mixer trying to pick up chicks.
with something a little bit more fun. I clicked
Hey there, Pearl. You're looking awfully fine today. Would you like a nice fruity Leinenkugel?
on Ben Shapiro's show today. Sometimes I watch it, not because I like to torture myself, but because I like to hear the current right-wing talking
TK, let's go to the pool.
points. I find it entertaining to hear what right-wingers are talking about. And
I know they do.
this one caught my
I
eye
know
because
they
it was
do. Trust
titled
me, I know they
Stock
do.
Market Plunges.
I unfortunately I had a grandfather that would make crude jokes, but it was like he was making crude jokes, but he was also being way too open about his sex life.
So what's next? It seems like a rather defeated title.
Grandpa,
Like
shut
how
up.
do they fix this crisis that they've caused is the sort of vibe that it gives me. So I clicked on it, and the entire thing is him basically pleading with Trump to stop being so
Oh yeah, Alirda, you probably know about the one then, like, what was it? I think it was the community over by Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, where they had the highest rate of STDs for, I forgot what year it was. I feel like it was like 2013, but it was hilarious when I read that because I was just like, Grandma.
unpredictable, and he's trying to run defense. He's trying to downplay Trump's terrible economic actions by promising that there is some grander vision. He's like, oh, Trump is very cryptic. He's always working towards some grand goal.
I become a widower. That's the route.
We can't quite figure out what it is yet. Ben Shapiro literally says, I can't quite figure out what his goal is, but I'm sure there's something there. It's hilarious.
You just start this trend where you're like, I don't drink anything without one of those little funny umbrellas.
And let's watch it together.
When it comes to the economy, which is the thing that most people vote based upon, make their political decisions based upon. If President Trump is blamed for an economic downturn, the effects of that could be disastrous, not just
I think I know what you're drinking.
obviously for the Trump administration, but for many of the things that are important for the United States, including free markets more generally.
And for
the Village's uses colored loofahs on their golf carts to communicate. Yeah, it's the upside down pineapple thing too.
Citizens, what about the voters? And for the voters?
According to the Wall Street Journal, worries about a trade war, signs of flagging growth, splinters in the artificial intelligence trade have taken some of the shine off prior optimism. President Trump over the weekend refused to rule out a recession this year. The S&P 500 fell 2.7%. NASDAQ lost 4%. Bank stocks slid along with shares of smaller companies perceived to be sensitive to the economy. Bonds rallied. That's what
you voted for this, Ben Shapiro. You and your fans voted for this.
where money tends to go when people are uncertain what to do. They start buying bonds because at least they feel like they're going to get paid off at a certain point. While the U.S.'s strength is
you mean like Social Security? Like, so you're telling me that bonds being more secure because they have guarantees? That's kind of like that whole Social Security thing with the guaranteed 78%, but you're arguing for 401ks?
Question, other countries are ramping up efforts to revive their own economies.
Meanwhile, I go and check my 401k and
China's unleashing more stimulus to meet its economic growth target.
What?
Germany has announced a spending splurge on its military and infrastructure.
I like how Ben Shapiro is just calmly reading about the U.S.
Did you know that the pineapple used to be a sign of wealth? I did. They use that's why they use it as an inscription in early 20th century architecture. Oh, nice.
Kind of falling behind on the global stage as China and Russia eat our lunch.
Those swingers appropriated that.
And look at his face. He's like, really?
I have somebody in my neighborhood that has an upside down pineapple floor mat, and every time that we see cars like at their house, we just kind of do the hey.
I have to sit here and defend this.
Now, again, all of that is fake, meaning that if you just borrow to spend, which is what the United States has been doing for a very long time, you end up with an artificially inflated economy. This has happened in the United States. It's way more true for Germany and China, actually, than it is of the United States. However, there is something else happening, and it's deeper, and that is a widespread perception that the Trump team is trying to reshape the global order in a way that will not be good for the American economy or the global economy.
Yeah, he's been withdrawing the U.S.
It is a widespread perception that is beginning to sort of percolate into the markets. And I'm talking to many of the market makers. I'm talking to business people who have literally hundreds of millions of dollars invested in the markets. And they are all very, very wary of the sort of signals that are being put out. And signals matter an awful lot when it comes to the economy.
Yeah, this dude openly ran on being unpredictable and on tariffing countries for zero reason. We knew that he didn't know what a tariff was, and you guys still voted for him. I mean, yesterday the stock market got shredded, and I thought, okay, no way it drops more today.
Because they actually believed the myth that the Obama economy that he inherited was completely created out of thin air by Donald Trump.
But I woke up, and what do you know? It drops more and more today. It's almost impressive at this point.
These days, because
Social Security is so good. How do people think it's bad? It drives me crazy. Because, again, they've been fooled into thinking that every single government agency needs to run for profit. They are starting to believe the bullshit that these billionaires are selling them, guys. That's why I'm a little afraid about this, because it is the majority that we now have to push back against, and they did it so fast.
As I've spoken about before, if you're even a small business person, what do you want to make sure that you're going to invest in your business? You want a growing...
Yeah. And it's like, please, Mr. President, please don't give the world to China and Russia, please.
Economy. You want to make sure that the government isn't going to come and take your money. The government isn't going to come in and overregulate you, and the conditions tomorrow are going to be.
My eyes hurt. I'm sorry. Did his eyebrows just kind of smother your eyes?
Very similar to the conditions you have today. That's how you make predictive decision making. It's how you decide whether to hire that extra employee. It's how you.
I mean, he literally looks like he took a Sharpie.
Decide whether to invest in more capital equipment. It's how you decide whether to expand your holdings in particular areas or contract your holdings in particular areas.
You need fixed expenses. You need an allocation of resources that are fixed.
Predictability matters. Now, President Trump is not a predictable president. He has never been a predictable president, but the one area that he was always quite predictable on was economics. President Trump liked tariffs, but he
would predictably give tax cuts to the rich, sure.
He liked more. He liked results. And so what that meant is that during the first administration, when he talked tariffs a lot, the total amount of tariffs effectually that were put on the American economy ended up totaling something like $30 billion total. It was not huge. And much of it was
Ben Shapiro
designed to leverage places like Mexico into signing a new version of the USMCA. I think one of the reasons that people in the markets are particularly perturbed by Trump's attacks on Canada in markets is that it's one thing to say we're going after Mexico to get them to close the border.
Put them in a store window.
All right, fine. It's another thing to say, okay, we're going to put tariffs on China because China is stealing our intellectual property and building up their military at incredibly rapid.
How does he have a 5 o'clock shadow and still look like he's 10 years old?
Good rates.
I mean, Adam Mockler looks like he's older than Ben Shapiro.
Totally agree. Fine. Canada? What did Canada do?
Exactly. Okay, now Ben Shapiro, now that his money is on the line, and now that the stock market is crashing, he's starting to wake up a little bit. He's starting to wake up like he got smacked across the face, and he's like, okay, wait a minute. Wait, why are we tariffing Canada again? Let me rewind that.
Totally agree. Fine. Canada? What did Canada do? Exactly. And the very notion that Canada is not a major
they let those French fuckers in for one
trading partner with the United States is untrue. Canada is our #1 trading partner.
Okay, so he's calling Trump out on his BS. Sorry to subject you guys to Ben Shapiro, but some of this is important.
I did this. I like how we're all just like, guys, we know.
Canada, again, has extraordinarily low average tariff rates with the United States under a deal negotiated during President Trump's first term to the USMCA. So the aim at Canada appears to the global markets to be a move away from America's involvement in the world in total.
It doesn't just appear to be. That is what Trump has been doing. He's been moving away from a lot of our democratic alliances.
As I've spoken about before, that doesn't mean we need to be involved everywhere, either militarily or economically. However, the reality that America is the global hegemon is one of the reasons that the American economy continues to be the behemoth that it is.
I've been saying this on my show. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. Let's check out what Fox News is saying before I allow Ben Shapiro to keep yapping to you guys. Peter Doocy said this today.
And we also expect the White House to try to reassure folks who are sitting there looking at their 401ks going down and down and down. This is a White House that came in trying to get federal workers to retire by the hundreds of thousands, but it's tough to make the argument that you should retire if your retirement accounts are getting throttled, which is what is happening right now.
Ooh, Peter Doocy with a left hook right towards the Trump administration.
I love how he has to smile and still deliver that news.
Saying, how are you supposed to have federal workers retire
that's what happens
when
the
retirement accounts are getting throttled? It's the same
guys.
thing as when Trump tweeted out in the middle of the night that we need to buy more Teslas. He actually tweeted that. The president of the United States is leveraging the Oval Office to...
You're a criminal if you don't like Tesla.
Say that people need to buy more.
Even though I have my own tweets shitting on Teslas.
Of his buddy's product. But it's like, how are we supposed to buy Teslas? Number one, in this economy, everything is so expensive. I just had eggs this morning, super expensive. Number two, when everyone's 401k and stock market is getting throttled entirely. But number three, when you're firing people en masse, you want federal employees who have terrible 401ks and you just got fired to buy a Tesla? I don't know what this dude expects. Now let's go back to this Fox News segment from yesterday.
And if you have different people in the administration giving different messages, I mean, the Commerce Secretary and the President are having different messages on the same day. That's not giving the market any sort of ease or certainty for investors. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have an even greater crash.
We should let Jonathan keep talking because the market's come back 50 points.
There you go.
But obviously, the Dow is 1,500 points below where it was.
Fox News just trying to put out the fire. I mean, look at the Chiron. Dow tumbles 900 plus points as recession fears loom. Dow plunges on fears trade war will hurt growth. So they are blaming it directly on Trump in that chyron. Dow plunges on fears trade war will hurt growth. Dow slides as stock market volatility continues. And let's listen to Ben Shapiro. You guys hear the little bit of cope in his voice, right? I mean, he's doing a decent job of hiding it and acting like he's being the rational voice. But this dude knows that he voted for an unpredictable orange fuck who is now tanking the stock market, and he's kind of facing the consequences.
When you withdraw from what is a de facto financial empire, when you withdraw from providing global security and freedom of the seas, when it appears that what you're attempting to do is draw inward, the rest of the world has less interest in investing in you, buying your debt, for example, funding your giant government expenditures. The rest of the world is less interested in doing business with you if it's harder to do business with you. And this has a very, very bad effect on the economy, not just outside the United States, but inside the United States. It turns out that autarky, the notion that we should produce and consume everything in the United States, that's a romantic idea. Everywhere it has been tried, literally everywhere it has been tried over the course of the last 2 centuries, it has ended with impoverishment of the population, followed generally by expansionism.
Okay, now Ben Shapiro is talking about Trump's economic theories like he talks about socialism. When Ben Shapiro brings up socialism, he'll say, this is something that's been tried and failed so many times. Why would we ever try that? And it's a valid argument. He's doing the same thing when he's talking about Trump's economic theory of producing everything in the United States.
That is true in Germany. It is true in China. It is true pretty much it's true in Russia. It's true pretty much everywhere it's been tried. And so if the markets think that's what you're doing, even if you're not doing it, that's not going to be good for.
Is he drinking chocolate milk?
For the markets.
Yeah. That didn't look like coffee.
Hey, as Reuters is reporting, President Trump's tariffs have spooked investors with fears of an economic downturn driving a stock market sell-off that has wiped out.
Okay, I might have to take back what I said about Mockler looking older than Ben Shapiro if he's sitting there with a nice cup of chalky milk.
$4 trillion from the S&P 500's peak last month when Wall Street was cheering much of the Trump agenda. A barrage of new Trump policies increased uncertainty for businesses, consumers, and investors, notably back and forth tariff moves against major trading partners like Canada, Mexico, and China.
Yeah, no shit, that doesn't do our economy any favors.
Now, President Trump, for his part, he's saying, listen, short-term pain for long-term gain. Here's what President Trump had to say with Maria Bartiromo.
Hey, Bloodstone, what up?
You said, look, we're going to have a disruption, but we're okay with that. Is that what you meant? The stock market going down was the disruption? What other disruption were you alluding to?
Look, what I have
going to be a little
build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have a 100-year perspective.
For a man that lies, that was a whopper.
We have a quarter. We go by quarters.
That's true.
And you can't go by that. You have to do what's right. What we're doing is we're building a tremendous foundation for the future. Tremendous foundation.
Tremendous.
Okay, you need to.
I gotta do the kissy face a little bit more.
Explain, if that's the case, what is the tremendous foundation that is going to lead to future growth, and how do we get from point A to point B in a way that doesn't blow up everybody's 401k?
I think I figured it out.
It turns out, by the way, more than half of Americans are heavily invested in the stock market through things like their 401k. So this is not just a quote unquote rich people problem. This is an everybody problem.
Yeah. Through your fucking enforcement of these policies, and also like just being like, yeah, you guys need to keep it. You guys got to go to the stock market. You guys are, you're stupid if you're not playing the stock market. You're never gonna retire if you don't put everything you have into the stock market. And then this shit happens.
And
as somebody who lived through 2008, right as I got out of, I was maybe 3 years out of high school, I was fresh into the economy. Yeah, that fucking sucked.
These sort of side effects of market downturns affect everyone from Main Street to Wall Street. As the Wall Street Journal points out, there's some red lights that are already flashing. Take Friday's jobs report, which showed employers added 151,000 jobs last month. That's half as many as in November and December. Leisure and hospitality jobs have been declining in the past 2 months, which may indicate...
As Ben Shapiro said, if you're going to say you're building towards something, you're building towards this great vision of an empire, you have to describe exactly what you're doing. And Trump isn't doing that. It's actually kind of interesting to see Ben Shapiro. I wouldn't even say he's ripping into Trump, but he's giving very fair criticism.
Thank you, for President Trump, for saving me from my woke 401k.
Dude, you're crashing everyone's 401ks, and you're not really giving us clear explanations as to why.
Consumers are pulling back on their discretionary spending. The labor force participation rate.
Actually, it was so funny just because with everything that's been going on with me. My sister, she was just like, yeah, just gotta let Jesus take the wheel on this one. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm sad to say, but I think that Jesus was shot at the border because they honest to God believed that it was gonna be a white guy, and they were just like, oh, oops, and then they had to go brief Donald Trump on it. It's like, Mr. President, we made an oopsie. Oh God. Oh, wait a minute. He's totally brown. Oh, hey, who saw that coming?
0.2 percentage points to 2.4%, owing to a decline among men. Manufacturing did gain 10,000 jobs in the month, but the number of workers employed part-time who wanted but couldn't get full-time work increased by 460,000 to 4.9 million, which is the most in spring of 2021. Service businesses are being whipsawed. Transportation equipment manufacturers are being whipsawed. Whipsaw just means one day they think that there's going to be a tariff, one day they don't know that there's going to be a tariff. And so
Yeah, it's not good. Businesses can't really work or thrive in an unpredictable economic environment.
everybody's looking for what's the overall vision here. What is the overall vision? Is this President Trump using tariffs as leverage? We don't know. Is this President Trump?
I don't know. He doesn't even know.
Using tariffs as a way to force everybody else to lower their tariffs? We don't know. We've heard that justification too. Or is it just that President Trump sees a vision of the United States with higher tariffs and a
I gotta, come on, guys. Can we just admit that this is the fun part, to watch these guys now kind of backtrack and squirm this quickly into the presidency? This is the gift. I gotta say, like, it was so bad when Trump first started it, like, and it was because it really did kind of look like they were going to get away with this shit, and like most Americans were just going to be like, yeah. But now, come on, to see guys like Ben Shapiro and Fox News even just go like,
reshoring of manufacturing that is good for particular industries, but very bad for the American consumer by raising prices overall, and also disconnecting the American economy from other parts of the globe that actually, by the way, again, do subsidize the American economy. I understand that.
Did I just get booted from Twitch? What the fuck? I'm still fine on YouTube, though.
That there is this notion that trade deficits, where we buy more stuff from people than they buy from us, somehow reflects American weakness. But the reality is,
he is just directly fact-checking Trump at this point. When he's talking about trade deficits and this perception of trade deficits making us weak, he is speaking directly to Trump. Like, hey man, trade deficits do not make us weak. It's basically a plea. He's saying, stop crashing my 401k with your reckless economic policy, and I'll leave it at that. Sorry for playing so much Ben Shapiro, but I do find it fascinating when right-wingers begin to sort of turn on their daddy President King and say, dude, your policy is reckless and makes zero sense whatsoever. We'll leave it at that. If you
Twitch heard Ben's voice and was just like, dip. Huh. Yeah, what the hell just happened over there? That's weird. Oh, shit. Are you serious? That pussy fucking report. All right, so, somebody reported me on, over on Twitch. It says I'm live, though. Hold on. There it goes. I'm back. All right, we're back on Twitch. Yeah, guys. Huh? For what? Somebody. All right. So it doesn't say like what I got reported for. It just says that somebody has reported this channel. I just went and appealed it. So. I think that I get a. Huh, weird. Okay. It says nothing. Just that I had a report. I have a feeling I know what it was from, though. Like, I don't want to speak like I know 100%, but I don't know. Do you think that our friend that got banned yesterday was was the one behind that? Rip. Yeah. Be cool. Yeah, be cool. Be cool, guys. Be cool. YouTube daddy's watching us. Be cool, guys. I mean, they are. They're always watching. Oh, God. Guys, we're getting close to actually covering it, the stuff that I wanted to get to. This is awesome. I love when I do that. Marjorie Taylor Greene is losing control? Really? Geez, what can a single report? That's what a single report can do. That's ridiculous. What the fuck, Twitch? It might not have been a single off. Notifications, my Twitch. Nothing got it. See, that's the craziest part. Nothing got erased in chat. So. Maybe they did actually just like go down. She hadn't already lost control. It
has been a while since we.
I don't want to watch the whole Beasley video here. Let's oh my god, where's? So is this just like a Twitch thing? No. I think he's doing the thing where he's putting a compilation together. Nope. Oh, okay. I'm glad that I didn't watch that. I'm actually gonna take that view back because no, that's not cool. I hate when these content creators are doing this shit. Jack Cocherella, I should probably not do this, but I'm going to do it just because I hope it helps them have a little bit of a reflection where it's like, guys, it is kind of gross where there's clickbait and then there's clickbait, like what that was, where it's just like, dude, so what they're doing is they're using old clips of Marjorie Taylor Greene and now trying to formulate like it's a new story. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene was on Twitter losing her mind. She wasn't. This is a compilation of Marjorie Taylor Greene throughout all like her appearances losing her shit. And then just him going, Marjorie Taylor Greene loses her mind. That's where I'm like, fuck that. Like, fuck that. I hate that shit. I really do. That stuff really bothers me. But, hold on. Are you serious? Did it just... Oh, my God. Give me one second. Where's the Evan preach? Oh, you... Wait, Jank went on...
Musk and Trump said they were free.
Oh, man. I think I'm going to go Mehdi Hasan today. Yeah, we're going to do Mehdi Hasan. Here we go. All right. Mehdi Hasan is going to cook Dan Crenshaw. I don't know why.
I'm going to buy because it's a great product, as good as it gets.
The president went out on the south lawn of the White House and turned the White House into a car dealership so he could help his top donor sell cars.
This is Trump derangement syndrome all over again.
Ceasefire.
Oh, TDS, eh?
Hopefully we'll be able to wipe out a deal. If we can't, we just keep going.
It's kind of weird how they like accuse everybody of having Trump derangement syndrome, but they're the ones deranging, like that are deranged enough to like believe that this is good.
100 people are going to get killed.
This is not the time to be litigating past histories about Putin, whether you're right or not.
It was a joke. You know it was a joke. The entire world watched that in shock.
My all-time favorite member of Congress, Dan Crenshaw. I always thought he was a freak and a warmonger.
Really? Yeah.
Weirdo, yeah.
You know, Tucker's a silver spoon-fed trust fund baby.
Well, I like Tucker.
I'm still like a baby trans. You know, I've only 3 years in.
Once you've gone in on crazy, you might as well go all the way.
Well, like it or not, this is President Trump's world, and we're all just living in it. In the past 24 hours alone, Trump's boomerang tariff threats have rattled markets and sparked fresh warnings about a trade war and even a recession. His threats to annex America's northern neighbor have rattled Canadians, and his maverick stance on Ukraine's war has prompted President Zelensky to agree to an immediate 30-day ceasefire, putting them all firmly back into Putin's court. The president even found time turn the White House lawn into a car lot for Elon Musk Tesla, whose business has taken a pounding over his cost-cutting mission for the federal government. Anti-Musk protesters have been vandalizing Teslas and leading calls for a boycott. Trump says he's not buying it. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Okay.
We're going to buy or lease today? Well, I'm going to buy. And I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets. And number two, because this man has devoted his energy and his life to doing this, and I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people. And I just want people to know
God, the victim complex of these assholes.
that you can't be penalized for being a patriot.
Well, many people are upset about this, of course. Cable news is repeatedly showing an apparent gotcha photo of the president's script revealing a Tesla price list and finance deals to buy one for $299 a month. It's worth pointing out that millions of people now know you can buy a Tesla for $299 a month, which might have been, of course, the whole point. Well, critics say the Trump wrecking ball is sowing chaos and hardship. Supporters say he's striking deals, selling wheels, and most importantly of all, delivering on his promises.
Aylin, usually I'd be like, no,
Is for peace.
but that's funny.
Well, joining me to debate, well, there's two men with very different opinions on the president's way of doing business. The CEO of Zeteo, HASAN, and Republican Congressman for Texas, Dan Crenshaw. Well, welcome to both of you. Been looking forward to you two locking horns in a Piers Morgan,
a.k.a. Congressman Big Boss.
Morgan Uncensored debate. So thank you for both agreeing to this.
Come on.
Mehdi, I mean, you've had 50 days of Donald Trump's presidency. How are you coping? How's your spleen?
What's it gonna take for you to drive one of these babies home? I could talk to my manager, and he'll throw in a free MAGA hat and a Bible. Oh wait, that's supposed to be Elon.
Don't know. I haven't checked my.
Oh wait, no. Trump. That makes more sense. What do you think? Should we give him the hat? We can give him the hat. Actually, we should give him the dark MAGA hat.
It's not great. I think those of us who warned that Trump would be chaotic, Trump would be corrupt, Trump would be autocratic. I think even those of us who warned that for much of last year have been surprised by just how corrupt, chaotic, and autocratic he's been. I don't know if we're going to talk about what happened in New York on Sunday. That was pretty shocking with the detention and disappearance of a lawful permanent resident.
Yeah, we will later.
All the attacks on the press that you and I have discussed.
Sweet.
Before,
right,
the attacks on the press. This show is called Piers Uncensored. He's launched an open war on the media, on free speech, and of course the economy now. Again, I didn't predict that 2 months in, Trump himself would be refusing to rule out a recession. I knew he would harm the economy, but even Trump himself can't rule out a recession. So on multiple fronts, the economy, democracy, free press, it's pretty bad.
Dan, your response to that?
Well, if you're going to accuse somebody of corruption, you might want to give a little bit more detail, right? Or a war on free speech. I mean, what does that mean? These are just words that actually do have legal meaning, but you don't have any legal arguments. So I don't know what you mean by corruption. There's really no evidence of that. War on free speech. There's just no evidence of that. There was evidence of it from the last administration, that's for sure. So look, this is Trump derangement syndrome all over again. Now, if we didn't have 4 years to look at, where the Trump economy actually did quite well, Trump tax cuts proved to be a boom to the economy, and even after a pandemic, Trump's policies were getting the economy right back on track. So that when Biden took over, he was enjoying GDP growth as opposed to decline. Despite Democrats all over the country trying to shut down the economy and leftists all over the world trying to shut down the economies. So it's definitely overstated, the extent of these catastrophes by far. If you can say one thing about Donald Trump, he's going to make good on his campaign promises. So there should be no surprises here about how he thinks some trade practices are unfair. He uses tariffs as a negotiation tool to get better deals for the United States, whether that's trade deals or whether that's things he wants other countries to do, like Mexico, for instance, getting the border and going after cartels, which they are doing. These things are working. So I think a lot of the sky is falling rhetoric is pretty unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, Mehdi, I'm surprised that you're surprised that Donald Trump is being Donald Trump, or that, as Dan just said, he's largely delivering on exactly what he told the American people he wanted to do, and he won the election very convincingly. So when you say he's being corrupt, what is the actual evidence of corruption?
So let me deal with a few things there, because Dan brought up a few things, and it's funny that Dan's saying words like corrupt have legal meaning. Of course they don't. They also have a meaning that everyone understands, and he knows this because he and his party accused Joe Biden of corruption for years. Hold on. You had a long answer. No, I do mean corrupt.
Well,
no, you don't. No, you don't, because you and your party You and your party accused Joe Biden of many crimes which you couldn't find any evidence of. You accused all sorts of things about Hunter Biden and corruption, which pale into insignificance with what the Trump family's been doing on the crypto
DOJ
front.
Did. There's actually a case against Hunter Biden. What are you talking about?
Piers just showed an intro.
I can give you an example of
convicted criminal sitting in the president. If you're going to start signing,
now
we like the DOJ.
Student loans.
Well, no, surely the point. Hang on, hey, look, guys. If I could just say, hold on. If I could just say, hang on one second. Guys, I would simply look.
Also brought the
guys, I would ask
you. Trump.
I would ask you both.
The DOJ also multiple.
Can I just ask, if you talk over each other, nobody can hear what either of you says. Just to remind you.
Well, I didn't interrupt Dan.
No, but I just want to say this.
But he interrupted me 3 times in my first.
No, and then then Piers has to interject and save Dan Crenshaw. I really wish Piers would just let these debates happen and then interject like after they make their points instead of being the one to control it.
Okay, look, just
like there's being a fair moderator, and then there's like, no, this show's still about me. Do not forget.
Allow each other to respond
because you acknowledge, because you pointed at me. All you asked were a simple question. What are the legal charges of corruption against Donald Trump? Go.
I didn't say anything about legal charges. The person who has well, there are many legal charges against Donald Trump. He's using the DOJ to make them go away, as you know, in a corrupt fashion. Piers showed us a clip at the top of the show. I don't think an American president has ever done what Donald Trump did yesterday. His top donor gave him hundreds of millions of dollars during the election. The New York Times is reporting that he just gave another $100 million to Trump political operations. And the president went out on the south lawn of the White House and turned the White House into a car dealership so he could help his top donor sell cars. I mean, that is astonishing on multiple levels. I've criticized Republican presidents in the past. I can't think of a single Republican president who's done something that so corrupt and pathetic on Musk's behalf, by the way, but corrupt on Trump's behalf, to do that for a donor, to sell cars on the White House lawn, to put out tweets saying, I'm buying a Tesla. Yeah, for your top donor. If Joe Biden had done it, you would be screaming from the rooftops, as with your party, you'd be filing articles of impeachment. So give us a rest on the kind of patronizing stuff about exact language. Corruption is at the core of this Trump White House. Look at the crypto money. The guy's running. The guy just pardoned a crypto guy who the DOJ was investigating, who's put money into the Trump family crypto scheme. We could go down the list of all the various corrupt things he's done. On free speech, by the way, he's called for multiple journalists to be fired. Presidents shouldn't be calling for columnists. Do you support him calling for Eugene Robinson to be fired? Do you support him calling for MSNBC to lose its licenses because he doesn't like it? I mean, this is absurd. No president has gone around and attacked journalists in the way that Donald Trump and Elon Musk have attacked journalists.
Well, actually, the biggest attack.
Guy in your administration.
Actually, before I go to Dan, hang on, Mehdi, don't just keep talking. Before I go to Dan, I'm going to finish my point. The president. I'm going to finish my point. Elon Musk called for CBS journalists to be locked up in prison. Does Dan Crenshaw support the locking up of my fellow journalists? All right, I'm going to come to Dan. I'll come to Dan now.
I don't even remember Elon saying that. But political, first of all,
well, he did say it. Whether you remember or not is irrelevant. He said it, Dan. I don't remember it. That's going to be your defense. He said it. Well, he's the head of your government right now. He's the top guy.
He's a person who has the same rights to free speech as you do. Okay? And Democrats
do you support him calling for the locking up of journalists? I said there's a war on free speech. You said there wasn't. I cited a guy in your government who's called for the locking up of journalists. You wanted receipts. I asked
you for what you mean by corruption. You gave no legal arguments. So for you, corruption just means exactly what every president does.
Legal
right? Which is supporting
arguments for corruption. You mean the Biden crime family? What? What's your legal argument?
I'll give you an argument right now.
Consistency?
I think yes, I would like a Department of Justice that stopped pardoning people who have given money to Donald Trump and his family.
American homeowners are at risk of a growing real estate. That's HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code PIERS, P-I-E-R-S, to get the protection and peace of mind you deserve.
Ground News, Ground News - Pep Talks TV.
I think that's corrupt.
Would you like to stop Joe Biden also preemptively pardoning so many people, including half his own
get yourself a Ground News
subscription? I'm not prevent criminal inquiries into them. I mean, this idea it's only Trump.
Dan Crenshaw's. Dan Crenshaw's here to defend Donald Trump. You know, Piers, that I have many criticisms of Joe Biden, and one of them is, yes, his family and Hunter Biden. But what Joe Biden did pales into insignificance with what Trump has done in 2 months. I mean,
all right, well, let me ask Dan. Let me ask Dan. Dan, on the
Elon Musk role. Elon Musk is an unvetted head of a government department.
Okay, let me ask Dan. Dan, when you saw the scenes on the White House lawn there, did you feel entirely comfortable for the reasons that Mehdi said, that you've got someone who donated hundreds of millions?
I mean, come on, like, dude. If this was a Democrat, do you understand the blatant outrage? Like, dude, this guy's face would be blood red. He would have less hair over here. And it would just be, and Piers would even just be like, where there's corrupt Democrats.
Obviously, to Trump,
how dare they? My pearls.
Pretty much helped get him elected. He's now in there as an unelected guy with enormous power, it seems, over this Doge thing that he's doing.
Not following the Constitution feels a bit sussy, but what do I know? I'm just a taxpayer.
Popular with some, unpopular with others. But right? Turning it in, as he said, to a Tesla sale room, did you feel comfortable that the White House was being used like that?
I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't feel uncomfortable with it. Look, first of all, let's say something.
Wishy-washy, fence-sitting a-hole.
Every single person in the administration is unelected, and they have a great deal of power.
This guy's fence posts all have freaking butt plugs on them.
The only person who's elected is President Trump. So everyone works for President Trump. I think there's a really strange sort of villainization of Elon Musk. Oh, he has too much power. He has this. He has whatever power the president decides to give him. First of all, let's say that. Also, there's a long history and precedent for presidents bringing in their supporters to the White House. Joe Biden gives out medals of freedom or whatever those things are called to various celebrities who have helped him, to various big donors like the Soros family who have helped him. How is this?
You mean Sheldon Adelson's wife, Miriam Adelson? You mean that one?
Is this?
Oh, wait, that's Trump. That's right.
It's any different now?
What are you talking about?
You could argue you don't like it or do like it, but there's a ton of precedent for it. Every ambassador let's talk about the ambassador in the United Kingdom. It is every single time.
He came out today talking about no tax on wages under $150,000 a year. He is trying hard to buy people's confidence. If he implements it, then again, he's trying to shock the markets into going back to normal, so we all kind of just shut up about this. This was getting too much pushback. Like, now he's like, what do you mean? I thought they were dumber.
And it is not somebody who's been at State Department for a long time. It is always somebody of the president's choosing. That's who it is. It is usually someone who is friendly with the president. Does that make it corrupt? I don't know. It's not legally corrupt. But that is what happens. Okay. It's normal for every president, and you just making you for some reason see it through a different lens when Trump does the exact same things that Biden would do.
And Mehdi, let me ask you about Elon Musk.
Biden having people at the White House.
Hold on, can I respond?
Well, Mehdi, I would ask you this. But Mehdi, do you have intrinsically, Mehdi, do you have a problem with Elon Musk and the Doge campaign to eradicate federal government waste, superfluous spending?
Right.
Do you have a problem intrinsically with the concept of what they're doing?
So this keeps happening now. Dan says something and then you add something, so I can't deal with multiple things. I'm going to deal with Dan first. Dan says that this is all normal and we have precedent for it. Dan's being disingenuous. Elon Musk is running a government department. He is not vetted. He has not gone through Senate confirmation hearings like cabinet officials and ambassadors. George Soros has never led any kind of government department. If he did, Republican heads would explode. He's never run anything in government, nor is Alexander Soros. Musk is literally standing next to the president. He is telling cabinet secretaries what to do. He's attending cabinet meetings. They're going to court. Dan's not telling you this, but there's literal court cases going on right now to determine the status of Elon Musk and Doge. And by the way, government lawyers are telling the judges he's not the head of Doge. Donald Trump stood in front of Congress and said he is the head of Doge. Maybe Dan can tell us today if Elon Musk, who hasn't been vetted by Congress, is the head of Doge. What's so sad to see is members of Congress like Dan just completely abdicating their responsibilities as a co-equal branch of government and deferring to both Donald Trump and Elon Musk. That's kind of embarrassing to see. And I haven't finished my point. I didn't interrupt you. So when I finish, you can come back in. I know it's 2 against 1, so let me deal with Piers now. Piers, on Doge itself. Yes, I have a problem. Well, we're both throwing stuff at me at the same time, so let me deal with them. Yeah, poor me. It's fine. I'm used to it. Piers is asking me about Doge. Let me deal with Doge. Doge is a joke of an outfit, right? Do we all want to get rid of waste in government? Of course I do. I did a long monologue on my show about why we should deal with the Pentagon, which fails an audit every year and wastes billions and trillions of dollars, right? I want to deal with corporate welfare. I want to deal with people who, have conned the government. Of course we do. But that is not what Doge is doing, right? Doge is a joke, chaotic outfit. It claims to have found fraud, Piers, not just waste, fraud. And yet Dan gave me a lecture on precise terms. Fraud? Has anyone been charged with fraud? That's a crime. Elon Musk has found no fraud. Because if he had found fraud, people would be arrested or charged by the DOJ right now. We've seen no evidence of fraud. So that's been a lie from Musk. As for waste, you know this, Piers. You've talked about it on the show. $8 billion they claimed to have found. It was $8 million. They said they found $250 million of waste at the Social Security Administration. It was $500,000. They triple counted a $665 million contract. The Wall Street Journal, that lefty bastion, has found so many mistakes and exaggerations in what they found. They've been absolutely harming the US government. They got rid of people who were looking after nuclear weapons and then tried to hire them back. They got rid of people who were trying to fight Ebola and then tried to hire them back. They got rid of people who were trying to fight bird flu and then tried to hire them back. They fired veterans at the Department of Veterans Affairs who were manning the crisis line for veterans. Dan is a veteran, served the country, should be outraged. And then they tried to...
I do like the subtle, little body language cues from when Mehdi makes such a good point where, look at him. Look at him. Here, I'll even move chat. Look at this. This is a perfect summary of what just happened in that, split second where Dan Crenshaw just went, shit, he's right.
To hire them back too. The whole thing is a disaster and a joke.
Okay, Dan.
I want to say one thing about the having automakers at the White House. In August of 2021, Joe Biden had a bunch of automakers celebrating electric vehicles at the White House. He left out one in particular because he's not a political ally. He left out Tesla, one of the biggest makers of EVs. So again, this stuff happens. As far as what Doge's role is, and then I want to get into what Congress's role is here.
That's bullshit. That's actually bullshit. He extended the EV credit and Teslas were included in that. What the fuck is he talking about?
So
just an invite to the White House?
The president has been very clear. Cabinet secretaries are the ones who actually file.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I know which one he's talking about. No. Actually, I remember what this was. This was to incentivize American car makers to go towards making EVs, like Ford, GM, all them.
Our Doge makes recommendations. That's how they have it set up.
You want to talk about disingenuous? Yeah, there's a reason he wasn't invited because he's already the leader in the electric car market.
But it was what he ran.
It was what
the American people wanted. We are asking questions too, right? We also want to figure it out. It's good. The courts are another co-equal branch of government that will have their complaints about it. Let's let this process play out, and let us all agree on the fact that there is a huge amount of waste and bloat in a lot of our bureaucracies. We talk about firing a couple thousand.
Again, you're not going to find disagreement
VA
there.
employees. To put that in the context, there's about 480,000 VA employees. 400, there's a lot. Okay, so we're talking about very small amounts here.
They're about to fire another 80,000.
We'll see. We'll see. Look, I've used the VA in multiple cities. There is a lot of bloat. There's a lot of people there's a lot of people who work at the VA who would be happy to see half their coworkers fired because they know they don't do anything.
I hope those are the ones that get fired are the ones that are like, I hope they get fired because they're lazy.
I've heard that from VA employees.
Yeah, because you ever heard of projection, dude? You ever actually met one of these people that are these people that you're talking about? They're exactly what I think they are and what I'm describing here. The worst types of people where, look how lazy Jim is. He's always taking naps and he's just so lazy and he just wants to collect money. Meanwhile, this motherfucker is like a landlord that doesn't work, that just goes into the VA because he has nowhere else to go.
This isn't that crazy of an idea. The sky is not falling. And then again, these secretaries still have the power. President Trump made that very clear just last week. So, we can all take a step back, realize that this is what he ran on. This is what the American people wanted. This notion of Doge and government efficiency is indeed still popular with the American people.
This idea that he's still doing things that are popular, then why does he have a 43% approval rating amongst Americans right now.
Are going,
which is the worst at this time for a president to like ever to have. Like, dude, he outdid Coolidge.
Problems associated with going this fast.
Okay.
And you're gonna have to fix those problems. That's okay.
Can I respond?
Well, quickly, because I want to turn to other subjects, but quickly.
Yeah, that's what you always. That's what always happens.
Okay,
Notice how it's always the right winger who gets the last word. Notice how that always happens.
On Doge, very quickly then, on the Doge issues. I heard Dan say this before, that Elon Musk is not firing people, cabinet secretaries are. Well, that's news to cabinet secretaries, because Sean Duffy at a recent cabinet blow-up called out Musk for trying to get rid of his air traffic controllers, and they had a row about it. So the transport secretary thinks Elon Musk is coming after his vital staff. Well, they're not. They're the ones who are feeling pressure from Musk. Everyone's having to bow the knee to Musk. It's funny. I wrote down this headline from CNN from last week: Republicans push Musk to let Congress vote on Doge cuts. It's embarrassing to see Dan's party having to go cap in hand. Please, Mr. Billionaire, who's not elected to anything, please let us vote on your agenda. As for Doge being popular, the poll out today. As for the poll, hold on, you had your piece. Let me answer, because Piers is rushing me on. The poll out today from CNN shows that the Doge Musk is super unpopular. He's more.
That was so pure from Piers, where he was just like, "You asshole."
Unpopular than Trump. He's more unpopular than Vance. This is not a popular agenda, and this is not what people voted for. People did not vote for the annexation of Canada. He didn't mention Canada on the election campaign trail, and they did not vote for cuts to Social Security and Medicare, which Musk on Fox Business said this week, that's the next big thing to eliminate. We're going to cut 600, 700 billion from Medicare and Social Security. No one voted for that. It will be a disaster for the Republicans if they let Musk do that.
I mean, the thing I would say, Dan, that would be slightly concerning me if I'm Donald Trump is that the poll approval numbers for what's going on with Doge are falling quite quickly and significantly. And, you know, Trump, he loves his polls. His own approval is taking a hit as well. At some stage, if those numbers continue to fall...
the most unpopular president for 70 years.
Well, if those numbers continue to fall, then Trump at some stage is going to stop it, isn't he?
Yeah, he very well might. And this is the only point I wanted to jump in and make about Congress's role in this. As you berate me as if I'm Doge spokesperson or Trump spokesperson, I don't have all the details. I'm a member of Congress. So, quick civics lesson: co-equal branch of government. We make laws. We write laws. We send them to the president's desk for him to sign and then implement those laws. There is only one person who is in charge of the executive branch, and that is the president. You know what Doge doesn't do? You know what they can't do? They can't look at my employees. They can't look at anybody in the legislative branch's employees, and they're not, because they can't. They can look at
they can shut down. Hold on, they can shut down government departments.
Actually, why not? Wait a minute. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Why should you have more than one aide? How come? Wait a minute. Waste, fraud, and abuse. We should be cutting your all of your salaries, guys. Like, what's going on here?
That Congress created. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that, Congressman? They want to shut, for example, Trump and Musk want to shut down the Department of Education. That's Congress. They want to shut down the Department of Education. They are winding it down.
Right. Well, they can change a lot within the Department of Education. You know, legally, can they shut it down? That's been tried before. It doesn't work. Like, everybody can calm down. And if we want to talk about Department of Education, like what?
Everybody can calm down. Then why the fuck is your president and your party and his oh my God, his cabinet? Why are they so consistently saying the same thing, that they're going to abolish the Department of Education? Linda McMahon went on Laura Ingraham's show to say exactly those words, that they will be cutting the Department of Education. That is the goal.
What is the Department of Education? It has about 6,000 or 4,000 employees. It's really just a pass-through for grants and student loans. You know, one of the reasons conservatives talk about the Department.
So they want to cut grants and student loans
of education,
like from the government,
and wanting to shut it down over time is because it really has nothing to do with education. It's just a pass-through for grants and loans, which could
but the point, it was created by Congress, as was USAID. Well, Musk proudly said he fed USAID into the wood chipper. That was a congressionally
inaccurate.
Oh, come on.
Okay,
Musk himself said I fed it into a wood chipper.
Let me.
They cancelled aid overnight. By the way, when you say the sky is not, well, I'll give you a humanitarian lesson, Dan. Children are dying now from polio and malnutrition and malaria because USAID cut off aid overnight. No one voted for that. And when you tell me the sky's not falling in, that is actually not true. Kids are literally suffering as we speak in Uganda and Ukraine and Sudan.
Let me explain.
So I don't know what you're talking about when you say the sky's not falling in. It's the height of cruelty what your administration and your party has done to children in war zones and conflict zones across the world. What was done to USAID was disgusting.
Okay. So first of all, when Congress authorizes USAID and appropriates for it, there is a top-line appropriation. It is always up to the administration to designate programs within that. We do not write in the whatever program for whatever X country. We do not write that into the legislation or appropriation. And when you go through some of these programs that the Biden administration had, $70,000 for some transgender opera in Colombia, there is room for some skepticism about what USAID is doing. Like it's a silly example.
How about the Gaza
condoms
example that Trump and Musk lied about?
Have
they apologized for that lie? How about the Gaza condoms?
Some of these.
Your administration lied about Gaza condoms. Trump does not apologize for lying.
I'm not part of the administration. How many civics lessons do you need? I'm a legislator.
He's your president.
I'm not part of the administration.
Nice try, Dan. You're part of the Republican Party.
I want to change.
Plenty of space for the administration to go through line by line.
Don't talk over each other,
They
please.
haven't gutted anything.
Let me change topic. Let me change topic.
You're a Trump supporter.
I want to change topic
You're
to.
a Republican congressman.
I want to change topic to Ukraine.
I'm aware.
Let's just play a clip here and then discuss this afterwards about Ukraine.
Ceasefire, Ukraine, ceasefire. Just agreed to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia and hopefully President Putin will agree to that also, and we can get this show.
Ceasefire. They agreed to it, even though we got to go to Russia and get the ceasefire agreement. What?
I think it's a big difference between the last visit you saw at the Oval Office and the soap.
Yeah, he is.
That's a total.
Again, I hate his moderation, like his lack of moderation, actually.
Ceasefire. Ukraine has agreed to it, and hopefully Russia will agree to it. We're going to meet with them later on today and tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to wipe out a deal. If we can't, we just keep going on and people are going to get killed.
So, Mehdi, here's another example, I would say, of where the Trump hysteria doesn't really help anything. Because after the Oval Office bust-up, which for about 45 minutes was perfectly reasonable discussion in front of the media, then it all kicked off, and that was unfortunate. It should have happened behind the scenes. But in the general scheme of trying to bring a war to an end, I didn't get as upset about it as everybody seemed to. And I said and predicted then, I think you'll find that Zelensky's back in the White House pretty quickly, and that this is all part of Trump's plan to try and force a peace deal, which it clearly seems to be. The onus is now on Russia. But do you accept that what we saw in the Oval Office and all the reaction that came out of it, this is terrible, it's this, and this, that actually in the cold light of what we've now seen unfurl since then was premature?
No, I don't agree. And it's interesting you use the word unfortunate, Piers. I've told you this before in the past when you say you're not a conservative, you're not on the right. You use language that always minimizes what the right does. If Joe Biden had done it, if Kamala Harris had done it, you'd have been up in arms. It was a joke. You know it was a joke. The entire world watched that in shock. No president has ever behaved towards the allied leader in public like that, maybe in private. We know what our European allies thought of it. They thought it was a disaster. They didn't think it was just unfortunate. And look, if your argument is bring him to the table, there are other ways to bring him to the table. I'm someone who supported a ceasefire in Ukraine for a while. In fact, a year ago, 2 years ago, if we had this conversation, I would have probably been the most dovish anti-war voice out of the three of us. Both of you would have been much more pro-Ukraine and hawkish against Russia than me. My problem is, while I want a ceasefire and a negotiated settlement, and I've said that since the beginning, even when I was doing my MSNBC show, I wanted it done by neutral mediators who have the best interests in peace. Donald Trump doesn't care about peace. He wants to win a Nobel Peace Prize. It bothers him that Barack Obama got one. He loved the fake ceasefire in Israel. He doesn't mind if he gets a fake ceasefire in Ukraine. My problem is the negotiator shouldn't be an American president who is so blatantly and viciously in the Russian camp. Piers, you cannot deny that he is not a neutral mediator. He only berates one side, not the other. He pushes Russian lies, right? If I had said the stuff he said a year ago, you and Dan Crenshaw would be attacking me as a Putin stooge. He said Zelensky's a dictator. Lied about that. Then he lied and said he didn't say Zelensky was a dictator. He said Zelensky had a 4% approval rating. That was another lie. He lied and said Ukraine started the war, an outrageous lie. Russia started the war with an illegal invasion. He lied about how much money America has given Ukraine compared to Europe. He's lied and lied and lied, and that is my problem. And my biggest problem, and Piers, surely you agree with me, is can Russia be trusted to maintain the ceasefire? I'm glad the ball's in Russia's court, but don't forget what caused that blow up in the White House. Zelensky, not rudely, but firmly asked J.D. Vance, how do you know Russia's going to keep the ceasefire? 25 times Russia has violated previous ceasefires. Vance couldn't answer the question, so instead he personally berated and insulted and verbally abused the president of Ukraine. That's what it comes down to now. Can Russia be guaranteed to hold a ceasefire, and can Trump ever hold Russia accountable? The one leader in the world he'll never, ever criticize.
All right, Dan, a lot to unpack there, but I think what I felt about this is that Trump's minerals plan seemed to be quite a smart part of this equation to peace, because it would calm down all those on the MAGA side who are outraged about the spending that's been going on in supporting Ukraine, who do not see the point of America doing this, who want America first and leave these foreign wars alone and so on. If you can have a deal based around accessing minerals that America can then use, and you can make it look like a transactional business relationship that costs Americans nothing, that's a better sell for Trump just politically with his base. I got it. I also think that Trump had a point. I'm interested in what you think as a military man, though, that whilst I accept what Mehdi says, that it is all about security guarantees, and that Zelensky's biggest fear might be actually what happens when Trump's no longer in office, that Putin might not try anything on his watch, but he might wait and bide his time and do it then, which he did, of course, with Biden when he invaded Ukraine. I'm just curious what you think about the idea that Trump had, which is if you've got American contractors all over Ukraine digging up minerals and they're there in big numbers and there's a business relationship there, is that enough of a deterrence to Putin to then attack more of Ukraine, because he would effectively be attacking areas that have a lot of American people on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, look, the minerals deal in particular is a good idea for two reasons.
Republicans who refuse to acknowledge President Crypto Scam's own record on dealing with Russia really irritate me.
Reasons. One, it's a political backstop for President Trump.
Yeah, they keep walking it back, too.
As you mentioned. Second,
it's
there's now an economic
it's not that serious. It's not that bad.
Entanglement between the U.S. and Ukraine, which is an implicit security guarantee. The Ukrainians agree with this, by the way. It was frustrating, and you look at what Rubio really put it well when he explained on maybe CBS or whatever interview it was, why the frustration with Zelensky. He had agreed. We were in Munich. We were in Munich with at this Munich Security Conference. I met with Zelensky at that time. He seemed to have no problems with the mineral agreement. Seemed to think it was a good idea. Rubio had convinced him earlier, maybe that day or the day before, and then he would go out talking about how he's not agreeing with it. So there was a frustration within the administration. The White House blow up. I mean, I watched it myself as well, and my take from it was, this is not the time to be litigating past histories about Putin, whether you're right or not. This isn't the moment for it. It's time to have lunch, sign a deal, and get on our way to a peace deal. And so Mehdi's complaints seem to be
worried about
purely
lunch.
stylistic. So you don't like Trump's style and how he got people to the table, but how else would you do it? I mean, if you agree with the premise of a ceasefire, like you do have to engage in uncomfortable flattery with the Russians. That is something Trump knows. It is something. It is how you wrangle them. And look, Zelensky has been pandered to by Europeans, by us for a while now. Now look, I think everything happened as it should happen along the timelines. I think we needed to probably do a lot more than Biden did, quicker and faster aid to defend Ukraine in the beginning. 3 years later, Trump is right. It is time to actually start talking. And regardless of whether those talks have worked in the past, again, that was J.D. Vance's point in the White House, why are we litigating that? Let's talk about present and future. And that's a very American way of thinking, but it works. And it's not a very Eastern European way of thinking, right? They think in terms of the 1,000 years of history preceding them. This is the problem in the Middle East as well. Like, this is just, there's a cultural mismatch there, and I think that's what you actually saw unfold in the White House.
Also, on your point,
what
Dan,
we have is we seem to agree on the outcome here. We seem to all like the outcome.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing I would say, on your point about how to deal with Putin, Mehdi, hang on.
We don't know what the outcome is. We don't know what the outcome is.
No, okay, but we all agree that
as of today, we seem to like it, right? I mean,
we like the idea that Ukraine has signed up to a ceasefire, which is a way further forward than they were in the Oval Office when they didn't want to even speak to Putin.
Hold on, the bloc. Hold on, come on, guys. This is crazy that I'm having to be the kind of pro-Ukraine against the seemingly pro-Russia voices. The bloc on a ceasefire. Are you saying that was Ukraine for the last 3 years that's been the only bloc on a ceasefire? Come on.
No, I said Ukraine agreed to a ceasefire.
Ukraine and insisted not to do it.
Why are you twisting our words?
The idea that
nobody said
because
that.
you're saying that we're in a ceasefire position. Can I finish a sentence? You're saying that Zelensky went to the table because Trump bullied him in public. And by the way, I'm loving this from you two, that this language we're using today to coddle Trump. He's not even here, and you're both so worried about his feelings. Trump, Piers talking about unfortunate. Dan said stylist.
It is funny to watch them just protect Daddy Trump.
Come on. I have a memory of longer than a goldfish. Barack Obama talked about a reset with Russia. Your party, Dan, went nuts.
All right, can I just
People called him a stooge of Russia.
If I may.
Hold on, no, I just finished my sentence.
I need to be able to actually put a question
you don't want to call it 2 against 1. I haven't spoken about Russia for the last 5 minutes. You both have been speaking. Can I finish one point? Let me just make one point. It's not stylistic. It is Trump being objectively pro-Russia, pushing Russian talking points. And if a Democrat did it, Dan Crenshaw and you, Piers Morgan, would be all over them and not say it's
Democrat literally did it because Bill Clinton, I put a clip out that went viral last week of me interviewing Bill Clinton in 2012, and it went viral for a reason, because he was talking about how he dealt with Vladimir Putin when they were both world leaders. And he said, what you have to do with Putin, you don't criticize him in public. He said, but behind the scenes, you have very tough conversations. And interestingly, he said...
So then why did Obama get so much...
Let me finish.
Why did Obama
Stop
get so much shit
interrupting
for the
me.
reset?
You said you hate interruptions. You're a bloody...
Be fair.
Stop interrupting.
Stop interrupting.
You interrupted me
what you
earlier.
preach.
I mean, to be fair, if this could be the entire Piers Morgan hour of the show, just every single show. Stop interrupting me. I want to make my point. No, you stop interrupting me.
Well, it's 2 against 1.
Can I finish, please, Mehdi?
That is wild that he constantly does that.
And he simply said...
2 against 1.
And he simply said that behind the scenes, they had very tough conversations. And I said to him, could you trust Putin if he gave you his word on something? He went, absolutely. He never went back on his word, which I thought was interesting. And I've heard that from other leaders, of what Putin says in public and what happens in public is one thing. What happens behind the scenes with him is another. We don't know what conversations Trump has had with Putin behind the scenes, but we do know he's following the same playbook in public.
Because he tore them up.
He's following the same playbook in public.
He tore up the
If you may not interrupt me, please. We do know he's following the same playbook as Bill Clinton advocated in that clip. And he was a Democrat president last time I checked. So there is a strategy they have for dealing with Putin, which may be more effective than simply doing what you'd like everyone to do, which is call Putin a monster. I'm happy to. I think he is a despicable tyrant. He's a dictator. He illegally invaded
you've called him a monster more than I have, Piers, for the last 4 years.
Stop interrupting, please. I think he's an awful dictator.
Well, you're giving a speech now, Piers. I thought we were doing a debate
You're now giving a speech. You should know all about that, Mehdi. But let me finish and I'll come to you. He's a ruthless dictator, to be clear, who illegally invaded a sovereign democratic country. But do I think that Donald Trump has more chance of forging peace here when that war is clearly at a point where it's just going to kill more and more people for very little territorial change? Yes, I do. Far more than Joe Biden ever even looked like doing. Over to you, Mehdi.
No, I don't have much to add other than to repeat my point, which is I'm not for war. I'm the most dovish person on the 3 of us on this panel. My point is a very simple political point, which maybe neither of you want to hear, which is that when Democrats are in office, if they ever try and make peace or do deals with dictators, they get attacked by Dan's party and Fox for being soft on defense. We all know this is undeniable. In Washington, D.C., they're called soft. They're called sellouts. Obama was demonized for many reasons, including his Russia reset comments. All I'm saying is the Republicans come into office with Trump, not with any other one, not with Romney, but with Trump. And when Trump does it, they all flip and say, let's have peace with North Korea. Are you kidding me? If Joe Biden had said, I'm exchanging love letters with Kim Jong-un, the Republicans would have crucified him. Everyone here knows.
All right, let me explain to you the difference between rhetoric and actions. So under Obama in 2014, what did Russia do?
Very patronizing.
Refresh my memory.
Yeah, very patronizing because now you just now we can just ignore everything that a Democrat says, right? Since this is the game you want to play, so we don't have to acknowledge anything Democrats say anymore. It's just whatever they do, right?
Way longer than a goldfish. Oh yeah, they invaded Ukraine. And did Putin or did Obama give any weapons to Ukraine for self-defense? No. Trump did. Javelins.
And did your party attack him for that? Hold on, but didn't your party attack him for that?
Don't
you just made my point for me, Dan.
No.
Thanks. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Dan. You just made my point for me.
Let Dan speak, please. Mehdi, stop interrupting.
Yeah, Republicans attacked Obama.
Wait, are you saying my party attacked Trump for
Republicans attacked Obama for no. I said Republicans attacked Obama for not arming.
Yes,
God, you're making my
exactly.
point for me. So they attacked him for being soft on
No, you're
Russia.
not.
That's my point. So when Obama's soft on Russia, it's bad. When Trump
point
is
is
soft on
action.
Russia, it's
Stop
good.
interrupting.
Do you see the hypocrisy here?
No, there's no hypocrisy because we
You've
look at
interrupted me
actions.
multiple times. Let's
So
not play this interruption
Trump actually has taken actions against Russia to include arming the Ukrainians. So, and if he hadn't done that, by the way, Ukraine would be Russia right now.
He just cut off. He just cut off arm. He just cut off aid.
For
Sorry,
3
Dan.
days,
Come on,
for like
don't
3
stop
days,
gaslighting.
and
He
it's
literally
already back on.
and people
It's
died.
already
And how
back
many
on.
children died? And how many
It's
people
already
died?
back
How many
on.
people died in those 3 days? Do you want to tell the viewers? Do you want to tell the viewers how many people died? Were there not rocket attacks?
Warfare. You know nothing about on the ground on Ukraine. That had no effect on the ground in Ukraine. It had zero effect. But 4 days of supposedly cutting off aid had zero effect.
I don't need to know about warfare to know that you just misinformed the viewers. He literally cut off arms and intel.
I'm not done with my list of actions that
and
Trump
he cut
took.
off arms and intel.
Okay, so Putin invaded Ukraine twice, both under Obama and Biden. Under Trump, Ukraine was given defense weapons that actually saved Ukraine from being totally taken over, because it was those weapons that were used to destroy Russian tanks just outside Kiev. I saw them with my own eyes.
It's
Have you
true.
been there?
What he's saying is true.
Do you know about the actual on-the-ground truth in Ukraine?
Oh, it's not two against one at all, is it?
How many hundreds of Russian soldiers did Trump vaporize in Syria? To say that Trump is some Putin puppet and soft on Putin is absolutely ridiculous. He knows how to negotiate. He ran on getting a deal. He was very clear about wanting a deal, which you seem to agree with. I don't understand how you can talk out of both sides of your mouth. This is what I mean by your complaints about it seem to be completely stylistic. Like, how are you going to get Putin to the table by beating your chest? I mean, that is Trump's argument, and it's a sensible one. And he also has to get his allies in order, which he has done. So we've got the French, we've got the English, who are willing to put peacekeeping troops on the ground. We are going in the right direction here, where the Europeans are understanding. The French are great on
We're
leading
literally
on this.
losing allies on the rest, but okay.
You're not losing allies. America's not losing any allies.
We're not losing any allies. We're
You're in
making
denial,
them stronger.
You're in denial.
Well, the British Prime Minister has made it clear in the last few days that the relationship has never been stronger.
Met with senior advisors
and by the way,
all that's happening, by the way, all that's happening is that European countries
two of you just
are
shouting
finally.
at me. All right.
It was my show. European.
I think every viewer can see the two of you.
Mehdi, sometimes you forget you're on my show when you do this. If I'm on yours, you can dictate it any way you like.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, when you're on mine, Piers, I don't do two against one. I do on my own. I interview you on my own.
No, you do. All that's happened in the last week or so is that Europe has finally stepped up and accepted more responsibility for defending itself properly and less reliance on America to constantly bail us out.
Can I speak at
as
any
a
point?
European, I am completely in favour of that, and that's almost entirely down to Donald Trump, who was right onto the NATO scam in his first term, where European countries were not paying even their basic dues into NATO. Why should America step up as everyone's policeman, backing them with money, with military and everything else, if the Europeans won't even pay their basic membership fees? He was right then, and he's right now about Europe stepping up. Mehdi.
I'm allowed to speak yet?
You may speak.
Can I respond? Thank you very much. It's funny because I said to your producer before, here's going to be neutral. He said, yes, very neutral.
I am neutral.
Two people shouting at me every time I speak.
I am neutral.
Yeah, okay, if you say so. I think the viewers can see that two people are shouting at me every time I speak. So, yeah, I think it's clear that two people are shouting at me every time I try and speak.
You made a big statement about interrupting, so we're just calling you out when you interrupt everybody. Mehdi,
let me know when I can
speak,
speak, boys. I'll try. Let's see.
You're being a baby. You're being a baby.
On the front. There you go. There you go. There's another interruption. Another interruption from Dan. Hey, Dan, I'm not a baby. I'm happy to be here on my own. You need to be handheld by Piers. That's fine. Look, my point here about Russia is very simple.
Dan
my point about Russia.
Are you even aware of his military career?
So far, three interruptions. Three interruptions. Let's keep going. Let's see. Everyone's watching. Everyone is watching to see that I cannot make one point about Russia.
Why don't you just speak?
Let me start a fourth time. Let me start a fourth time and see if you both could actually let me speak.
You haven't started anything.
If you both shut up, maybe
all you do is insult us. Say something.
Okay, this is actually kind of funny.
Anything.
Hey, I love the Morgan Crenshaw dream team. No, it's not two against one at all. All right, so let me start for a fourth time.
Yeah, it sounds like you're being a baby.
Trump is...
Stop.
Oh, wow. Okay, fifth time. Russia has openly said that Trump is aligned with our vision, right? Russians are the ones saying they love Trump. The Russian media loves Trump. The Mueller report made it very clear that Putin always wanted Trump to win and in both elections. So let's not get, lost in Trump. Trump called Putin a genius for invading Ukraine in 2022. And yes, the invasion happened on Biden's watch, but Zelensky himself will tell you, you've both met Zelensky, I haven't. He'll tell you that thanks to Joe Biden, Russia wasn't able to completely destroy and wipe out Ukraine in a matter of months or weeks, as some people thought he would, including American generals wrongly. So it's absurd to say Joe Biden didn't support Ukraine for the last few years. Of course he did. And yes, we all want peace, but I don't trust Trump. If I'm wrong, I'll come back on this show and I'll say to you all, you guys were right. Trump got peace in Russia and Ukraine, and it sustained, and it was a durable, real peace.
And
I will come back in a year or 2 years.
And I will say now, Trump will deliver peace in Ukraine. So we'll see. We'll have the same three of us.
Okay, good. Okay, and let me finish the point that I've been waiting. Can I just finish the one point I waited 5 minutes for?
Yes, why don't you make it? Rather than...
well, I do have a disagreement because actually I do think Western allies are reassessing their view of the US, and I think it's absurd to say Europe did. I'm so fed up with this propaganda, Piers, that you as a European are pushing about. The Europeans spent, if you include support for refugees, Europeans spent $300 billion on Ukraine. Even if you just do military and humanitarian aid, as Dan himself has accepted, it's equal, right? If you throw in refugee support, they spent billions. This is absurd.
And what's the territorial size of Europe against America? The biggest population?
Ukraine.
Sorry. What's the population of Europe compared to America?
What? I don't know off the top of my head.
You don't know? Why don't you go away and work out
that
Peter, Europe is many, many times the size of the United States, both geographically and in population. And yet you think they should be parity.
So what are you saying then? Tear up the transatlantic
They should be parity, should they?
No, but hold on. The US wanted to bleed Russia in this war. This is what people on the left have been saying for a while. The US had national security interests, they claimed, Republican and Democrats told us, including Dan Crenshaw, in fighting Russia. So don't act like this is some humanitarian gesture or charitable act by the US to Ukraine. Come on, grow up. That's not what happened in Ukraine.
Okay, I'll try and grow up. Let's move on to the final.
Go back to my
I'm going to try and grow up. Let's move on to the final topic, which is Mahmoud Halil, who's this prominent figure in Columbia University's pro-Palestinian student protest movement, been arrested and detained on Saturday after an executive order by President Trump ordered the terrorist sympathizers.
Oh boy, evidence was destroyed in the Diddy case. They may have to let him go. Really?
Deported. Now, Halil is married to an American, but is in the U.S.
from the prosecution? Oh, Jesus.
On a green card, and there is actual legal activity still ongoing, so we'll have to see how that all plays out. Trump wrote on
exactly what the F are they talking about? How can they say Biden wasn't working harder than Trump was?
Social. We know there are more students at Columbia and other universities across the country who've engaged in terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity, and the Trump administration will not tolerate it. Mehdi, your response?
Yeah, so to go back to the start of the show, and Dan talked about Trump derangement syndrome. Many people have accused me of Trump derangement syndrome because I've been warning about, as you know, on this show with you, Piers, you and I have argued about Trump fascism, Trump autocracy, authoritarianism, racism. I've been super worried about what Donald Trump might be. But even I was shocked by this. I thought they would go after student visas, students, the low-hanging fruit. I would have objected to that, but there would have been at least some argument there. To go after a lawful permanent resident in this way, no accusation of a crime, no charge of a crime, the way they did it was horrific. Then Trump comes out with weaponizing Judaism and Hebrew with Shalom Mahmoud, again, accusing him of no crime, saying he's anti-Semitic and anti-American, very McCarthyite phrase. What does anti-American mean? Donald Trump, many would argue, is very anti-American. So it's a very, very scary moment we're in, those of us who believe in the rule of law, who support immigrant rights. There are more green card holders in the US than undocumented immigrants, 14 million, who are now, I know many of them who are living in fear now about what they, what's going to happen to them. Did they say something or do something that Trump doesn't like? I do find it ironic that the Republican Party, which obsessed for years over threats to free speech, over social media censorship, over COVID lockdowns, over the government coming for your guns, black helicopters in the skies, now seem to be totally fine with armed federal agents from the United States government turning up unannounced at the home of a US citizen who is 8 months pregnant to detain without charge her lawful permanent resident husband and then disappear him simply because the President of the United States doesn't agree with his political views or the content of his speech. If that is not fascism, I don't.
Rome, I think that you might have skimmed that one. I looked it up. The lawyers are saying that the video that was sent to CNN was doctored.
No, what is?
Okay, Dan, your response.
I'll help you out.
That's their case.
I'll help you out. So let's read.
You're not going to have to let him go. Stop it.
Khalil's statements actually were. Quote, we are Western.
You almost made me report something inaccurately.
Fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. Our intifada is an international.
Oh, snap. I got to give gifted a time. A sub.
When we are fighting for nothing less than the liberation of all people. So these are, this is an incitement to
these votes are going by fast. I'll say that much. That is a very small coffee cup.
Violence. Very clearly so. If you're looking,
that's a statement from a group he was part of.
Yeah. So okay. So here's the law. You're right. Sorry. That is correct. Now here's the law that we're referencing. You said he broke no laws, but it's Section 8 U.S. Code 1227. Being a representative of a political or social group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity is against the law and a violation of the social contract of having that visa. That's the argument. There isn't some. This isn't some McCarthyism. This isn't some vague issue. How is it false? I just read to you the actual U.S. code.
Not true. I'll tell you. No,
not true according to who?
I can tell you how it's false because. According to the White House, Dan, according to the White House went to the Free Press yesterday. You should check your facts before you come on and defend the White House. The White House went to the Free Press and said, we're not accusing him of breaking any laws. So Congressman Dan Crenshaw is coming on TV making wild accusations of law breaking based on a quote that's not from Mahmoud Khalil.
Well, they're not wild accusations. It's just referencing the law.
They are. Well, hold on. Hold on, you're wrong, Dan. First, accept that you're wrong. The White House said to the Free Press, Barry Weiss's right-wing Free Press, this week, we are not accusing him of breaking any laws. In fact, if you want to understand the laws, you need to look at the Immigration National Act of 1952. They're actually taking him into deportation proceedings under Section...
Again, that has nothing to do with, like, letting him go. That just might be one piece of evidence that's out of the trial. Again, dude, I'm reporting this as... I get it, man. It's sensational as it is, but no, they're still going after him for the sex trafficking stuff and for all that. Like, dude, no.
237A4CI, which allows Marco...
And also, this is, again, what I was saying. This is just the lawyer making this argument, and they're saying that the original was destroyed. There's no proof that it was. CNN has yet to even, hasn't even declined. They haven't even...
Rubio, the Secretary of State, to personally deport a migrant because he believes that migrant's presence...
Yeah, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York declined to comment. CNN never altered the video and did not destroy the original copy of the footage, which was retained by the source. CNN aired the story about the video several months before Combs was arrested.
Has serious potential adverse consequences for U.S. foreign policy. That is the obscure act, which, by the way, was designed for Eastern European Jews to get rid of them because they were deemed to be communists in the 1950s. That is what Rubio is using to get rid of a lawful permanent resident. Now, whether that's legal or not, Trump's late sister, Judge Marion Trump Barry, said it was a violation of the First Amendment. We'll see if the Supreme Court gets involved. But the idea that we should live in a country where Marco Rubio or Antony Blinken can remove a green card holder because he doesn't like his views and they're against U.S. foreign policy, some nebulous aim, that's outrageous. And there was a time when the Republican Party would have been against that.
Thank you for making the argument
stronger.
Today, you've added to my argument, and I appreciate that. So perhaps you should be defending the Trump administration instead of me.
I'm pointing out to you that he hasn't broken any laws.
No,
he hasn't committed any criminal violence. He hasn't broken any laws.
He
hasn't broken any laws. That law,
which Rubio is
no,
saying.
Dan, let me explain it to you again. That law gives Rubio the power to do it. That doesn't mean Mahmoud Khalil has broken any laws.
And I gave you another law,
and
I referenced another law.
And you're wrong. And you're wrong. The White House disowned you, Dan. And the White House disowned you. The White House said we're not accusing him of law breaking. Your White House, Dan. It's embarrassing for you because the White House disowned you, and you don't know that.
You just quoted Rubio referencing a law, did you not?
No, because you don't understand the law.
So what do you mean they're not?
The law gives Rubio, let me say it slowly then. Rubio has the power to remove someone he believes is against U.S. foreign policy.
Yes.
That is not someone who's broken the law. That just gives him immigration power. Nobody is suggesting Mahmoud Khalil has broken the law. He hasn't been charged with breaking any law.
I understand.
He was disappeared to Louisiana.
I understand what you're saying.
You say he broke the law. The White House says he didn't. So check with the White House on talking points before you come on TV.
I can have my own opinion on the legal justification for removing this person. Rubio has legal justification.
Okay, but the government disagrees with you that you're here to defend.
You're saying no. They
I agree. He does have legal justification.
You're saying
unless the Supreme Court shoots it down.
Different, which is that there's.
I'm saying it's unconstitutional.
No law.
I'm saying that's unconstitutional.
Okay. Despite the fact that
there's... No, I didn't say that at all, actually. You just made that up.
In our conversation,
you just made that up.
T-minus 25 minutes.
Laws that would justify
you just made that up. You just made that up. I'm the only person who said Rubio... I didn't say that he hasn't broken. I said that Rubio has a legal power to remove him. You said he's broken laws, and I'm saying he's not being charged with any crimes.
I referenced a different one. Yes.
What?
I'm giving the audience.
Who charged him with that crime?
Context.
No. He's already
I'm not saying
detained.
the administration charged him.
No, that's not context.
I'm saying
has he been charged?
I'm giving the audience
has he been charged with a
context on
crime?
why these things are allowed to happen.
And that's outrageous. Wow. So you're okay with disappearing lawful permanent residents? Yes.
Is it really
to disappear a legal permanent resident because Marco Rubio don't like his views?
Okay, Mehdi, should people, hang on.
Look at the McCarthyite language.
Let me ask Mehdi a question then. Should people who are in the United States?
Let's poll the American people. Okay, that's how we make. That's how we protect civil liberties. Do we, Dan? We poll the American people.
Mehdi, let me ask you a question. Should somebody who's in America on a green card be allowed to support a terror organization? Because according to all the paperwork you fill in when you apply for a green card, if you do support one, you would not be given a green card. Hamas are a prescribed terror group in the United States. He has supported Hamas. Therefore, if the United States government if they wanted to revoke his green card, they are perfectly within their rights to do so, as Dan has articulated.
Not true. Piers, you don't. No, Dan has not articulated that at all. No law has been cited that says you can revoke his green card because of his speech. Piers, you don't know what you're talking about.
Supporting a terror group,
green card because you don't like someone's speech.
If you support a terror group,
where's your evidence of that,
you would
Piers?
not get
Where's
a green
your evidence
card?
of that, Piers?
It's
US
Code
you can't just say stuff. Where's your evidence for that? Is this really going to be two against one? You're literally both talking at me.
Stop with the 2 against 1 shit. That does make. Stop complaining about that, Mehdi. Stop.
At the same time, I'm not talking. You speak at one time. I can't respond to 2 of you. No, Piers asked me a question. No, Piers asked me a question, Dan. No, Dan. Piers asked me a question. I'm responding to Piers. So if you can hold your point. Piers asked me about withdrawing a green card. I'm telling you, Piers, there is no evidence he supports Hamas. If there was, they would have arrested him for it. They didn't charge him with supporting Hamas.
The organisation that he fronts, the organisation that he fronts, actually described October the 7th as a victory. They described October the 7th as a victory.
That's a speech. Piers, and that's free speech in this country. Maybe you live in the UK, you don't know about the First Amendment. In this country, it's offensive.
Is it supporting Hamas?
It's not a crime. Is it? If you say October the 7th is a victory, and I have not seen a quote from...
There's a reason I read the quote that I read, because
by the way, Piers, it's been 4 days. It's been 4 days. And it's not from him. Nice try, Dan, but the quote wasn't from him. 4 days. The US government and Fox News have had 4 days. Have had 4 days to produce all sorts of stuff: video evidence, photographic evidence. Quote. They've got nothing, which is why they're not charging him with a crime.
Well, let's see.
And they're saying he's aligned with Hamas.
Piers,
can I finish the sentence? They're saying he's aligned with Hamas. You can't just say people are.
You don't do that.
Should I say, Piers? Piers, you're aligned with Hamas. Should we just throw around accusations? I mean,
I don't front an organisation that made a statement.
That's the last time I checked what America says.
No, just to be clear, I don't front an organisation.
Unfortunately, Piers, there's free speech.
Sorry, just to finish my point, you asked me a question.
I thought the show was called Uncensored.
It is. You have to let me respond.
Okay, Maddie, now you're just being kind of... he's in a mood today. He's in a mood.
If you ask me a question, or Dan, let us respond. Don't just then talk over us.
I gotta say,
straightforward. And I would say that I do not front an organisation which has put out statements describing October the 7th as a victory. If you do, you are a supporter of Hamas.
Which organisation
If you support Hamas, you are supporting a terrorist organisation, and as such, you would be in breach.
Which organisation put that statement out, Piers?
The student group that he
claims. Which organisation put that statement out?
The student group that he fronts, whatever they're called.
Group?
What's it called?
Which student group?
Whatever the CUAD.
You can't just make wild accusation without evidence.
It's not.
He's got a point there. Because that is, again, actually, that's Piers being kind of irresponsible, too, because that could be covered under defamation law.
The CUAD did not call October the 7th a victory, as far as I'm aware.
It's in their statement.
The CUAD has not called... The CUAD has not called October the 7th a victory.
Yes, they have.
It's called Columbia University Apartheid Divest.
No, I don't think they have.
That's what it's called.
They have, and I will show you.
That's what they campaign for.
And
they
another quote from them.
I actually know more about this group than you do, because they have Jewish members who have written for Zateo, and they do support divestment, Dan. They want to divest from the genocide that you support and you fund. You fund the genocide in Gaza. They want to divest from it. You want to demonize and criminalize.
20 minutes.
Quiet for a second. So Piers brought up that they
this whole thing is about free speech.
7th. I would actually agree.
I'm not going to be quiet.
You can celebrate October 7th.
I'm not a green card holder, Dan. You can't disappear me as well.
Will you be quiet? So I would agree that you can celebrate October 7th. I think you're disgusting for it, but no, you can't be arrested.
You want everyone
but
to
when
be
you
quiet.
say something like "We are Westerners fighting for the eradication of Western civilization," you are crossing the line.
That is not a crime. That's free speech.
Incitement of
no,
you
Dad,
are confused about the law.
Are you kidding me?
Incitement of violence.
You've lost your mind if you think
eradication of our civilization is a violent call.
Is a crime?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, call for violence is indeed a crime.
I don't agree with it, but.
Yes, it is.
Free speech in this country is a very broad definition. You cannot arrest people for speech crimes. And by the way, there's no incitement of coming from the Republican Party, which sends a mob to the Capitol to attack people like you, and all those people were pardoned. Dan,
what does destruction mean?
Spare me your faux morality. Your party pardoned 1,500 domestic terrorists.
My party didn't pardon anyone.
I haven't heard you condemn Donald Trump.
My party didn't pardon
Yes, they did. They supported Donald Trump.
They were. What are you even talking about?
Yes, stop it. Stop it. You can't. You don't get to use the blanket terms of socialists, Democrats, and then mince words for every single, like, I didn't, what are you talking about? My party didn't do that. What are you talking about? It's not the party, it's the president. The party's different than the president. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Condemn it now. Will you condemn Donald Trump? Yes. Will you condemn? Will you condemn Donald Trump?
What
I tell you what, why don't we move? Why don't we? Okay, time out. We've run out of time.
No.
We've run out of time.
We've run out of time.
Will you condemn? We've run out of time. Why don't we try and end on a point of agreement?
Will you condemn?
Why don't we try and end? Why don't we try and end? Why don't we try and end where you both agree about something, right? Which is
they actually did violence, unlike Mahmoud Khalil, who did no violence.
I'm bringing it to an end, but I want to try and end on a point you may both agree about, which is Dan's ongoing spat with Tucker Carlson. Now, this began when there was you were caught off. You thought you were off camera, still on mic, saying he was the worst person. We've talked a lot on Twitter. If I ever meet him, I'm going to effing kill him. You then said, I think anyone seriously watching and being honest with themselves knows that was hyperbole. You said in private, and no, Tucker has nothing to worry about. I've absolutely no desire to harm him. And then Tucker went on a podcast with commentator Chris Josephs on his podcast, and he said this about you, Dan.
Tell us about my all-time favorite member of Congress, Dan Crenshaw.
Yeah. So he's a tough one. He's a hothead on Twitter now.
He's out of control.
Yeah, I don't understand why he's taking this stance a little bit.
Creepy.
He used to be.
His personal life is out of control.
Yeah, because he used to be like a right-wing darling. Like he was, with the Navy SEALs. I think early on. Again,
not with me. I always thought he was a freak and a warmonger.
Really? Yeah.
Weirdo. Yeah, he's a freak and a warmonger weirdo. But yeah,
he's showing it now.
Dan, your response to being a freak, a warmonger, and a weirdo.
Yeah, well, this is typical for Tucker. Tucker has no actual substance, right? He's been attacking me since 2022, when he became obsessed with me. I live rent-free in that little mongrel's head. And people ask me all the time, like, why does he hate you? And I'm like, the fact that you can't answer that question is indicative of the fact that he has no actual substance. See, I can tell you why Mehdi disagrees with me. I can tell you why Mehdi doesn't like me. At least he has, I disagree with them all, but at least he has things that he disagrees with me on. Tucker never actually says anything. It's just insults. He'll use my war wound to insult me. He's a weird, bad guy. I mean, people should not be
okay. I like this part.
Tricked by his supposed stance against the DC insider elites, right? Because he literally is that. I mean, what's on people should know, what's on the Hunter Biden laptops? What's funny? Emails from Tucker Carlson to Hunter Biden, asking Hunter Biden for help to get Tucker's son into Georgetown. Tucker's a silver spoon-fed trust fund baby, went to boarding school guy.
Interesting.
It's just the epitome of the DC elites who pretends to fight against it in order to corner a market in the media. He's begged us to go on his show since that time. We said, look, how about a moderated debate? And he said, oh no, I'm not going to do that. He's not. I don't think he's a very serious person. I think he used to be. Don't see that anymore.
You're telling me that Bowtie Tucker Carlson was somehow a serious person?
All right. It's like I'm out of control on Twitter because every once in a while I respond.
Using his combat experiences somehow give him the moral high ground. Such a scummy move. Yep.
Partially to lies told about me. Yeah, I just don't take it lying down. Yeah, that's me. No, I apologize to no one for it.
Well, the
it is
incredible
what it
thing
is.
about what you've just been saying is I saw Mehdi repeatedly nodding in agreement. So
Crenshaw is an elite oil baron's kid who grew up all around the world.
we seem to
Yeah.
have reached a
Look at
point
that.
of agreement, Mehdi.
I mean, I'll say two things very quickly. One is we heard Dan read out a quote from the CUAD, which I don't think is incitement to violence. And then I heard Piers read out a quote from Dan that sounded pretty violent, even though he says he was joking. But on Tucker Carlson, I can't disagree with Dan's assessment. One of the things that really drives me up the wall is this, and I know you had a very chummy sit down with him in Saudi Arabia, but he is the fake anti-establishment persona really does great with me.
Well, I like Tucker, and I enjoyed my...
President Trump's plan to waive all taxes for Americans earning under $150,000 per year will take effect after he balances the budget.
Dong with him over in...
So it's not happening because they're adding another $4 trillion to the budget. Okay.
Saudi, it wasn't by any
That
means
makes sense.
a chummy sit down. If you've watched particularly the one that he aired on his channel, he came up.
So it's literally just another like Trump fart in the wind.
He came off.
Oops! I took another Trumpy dumpy. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. That one I'll call all taxes for Americans.
About Ukraine, and I gave it back with bells on, which is the part of debate. But we're all entitled to our views, both of Tucker and of Ukraine and of Donald Trump and of everything else.
Except
and
Mohammed Khalil, apparently.
And one of the reasons I like you guys coming on Uncensored is because you give me your uncensored views, and I appreciate it. So thank you for agreeing to the debate. I enjoyed it very much.
All right. I don't want to watch the Tommy Lahren one because I don't care. I miss the days when she was just a airhead on frickin' whatever platform she was on. Okey-dokey. How long is this? Hour. Oh, okay. Can do another hour. I got 2 of these debates today, so I wanted to just make sure I got those lined up. All right, let's hang for about 10, 15 minutes here, and then we'll move on to the next one. Oh shit, that's right. I forgot. The HASAN ASMONDGOLD thing. Crap. Because, yeah, I hate to say it, it is really interesting to see that ASMONDGOLD is already kind of like started just going, oh, I don't know, like, yeah, HASAN might be right. Maybe I don't know everything I'm talking about politics, and maybe like I should kind of watch it because, like, dude, he's gone out at like with some opinions on like, and I'm talking hardline opinions on things where it's like Tim Pool somehow has better education on these matters. So, fuck. How's everybody doing over on YouTube? Oh man, sorry guys. I hit this weird point where like, brain just kind of like shut down on me. All right, let's see. Yeah, because I looked up the Diddy news too. Talon, you have been DMing the show. That's kind of funny. I don't know, man. Anna, sound off with what you think Talon would have to do, or like if you want to make him do something weird to try and get back on the show, because it seems like he really wants back in on chat, but I told him he's got to chill, like, and he keeps attacking you, and I'm just like, you know what, if you keep attacking my mod, it ain't happening. So I hope you understand, Talon, that this is kind of a reflection on your behavior, and you need to fucking learn, like, calm the fuck down with that shit. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said Trump is looking to eliminate the income tax for Americans earning less than $150,000 a year at the higher end of the bracket. Some would save up to $24,000. Experts, however, are concerned with the massive endeavor and the potential long-term ramifications for the U.S. economy. Why it matters. Here, you know what? Screw it. We'll just read this one. During his campaign, Trump suggested that he could eliminate the federal income tax by implementing an all-tariff policy. That's what it is. They would fucking get... Again, my dad has always said this. They get it somehow. So, if you spell Hasan in the following order, 3rd, 4th, 1st, 2nd, and 5th, it spells... Oh! Mr. Satando! This has garnered some criticism from some who say adding tariffs instead of an income tax would hurt low and middle income Americans while rewarding the top earners. Yeah, that's what we've been saying. Lutnick shared Trump's plan in an interview this week. How about no tax on tips? How about no tax on overtime? How about no Social Security? How about all those things? How about no Social Security? Oh, great. These are the kind of thoughts that will change America. I know what Donald Trump's goal is. No tax for anybody who makes less than $150,000 a year. That's his goal. That's what I'm working for, Lutnick said. Single Americans making $150,000 a year fall under the 22% federal tax bracket, which equates to around $24,000 deducted from their paychecks for U.S. income taxes. I don't know what people are saying. Alex Bean, financial literacy instructor at the University of Tennessee at Martin, said eliminating income tax on those making less than $150,000 a year would obviously be a huge economic stimulus to a group of taxpayers who have been on the smaller end of recent tax cut efforts. This effort would support lower and middle income homes. Additionally, in a big way, will undoubtedly find support, but the question is, how much would it add to the ballooning deficit? Again, I love how he's trying to balance the budget while also ballooning the deficit. That doesn't fit. Is the deficit not part of the budget? The new administration is betting new tariffs and other international taxes could fill the gap for the last tax revenue, but history shows that this assumption isn't always a sound one. Basically, this is a wait-and-see story on all fronts. Kevin Thompson, finance expert and founder at I9, told Newsweek another one of Trump's proposals aimed to put more Americans in the puts more money into American pockets, but without much economic justification and logistical backing. The idea is to eliminate taxation for those making less than $150,000 a year. Surprisingly, corporations would benefit the most. Eliminating income taxes for those make under $150,000 a year removes the pressure for companies to provide livable wages. Let's go back on that one. So for this stimulus to take effect, guys, you would have to take a pay cut. Oh no, weird how that works. And then they're getting rid of the CFPB. They're getting rid of pretty much anything that would protect you as a worker. They want to eliminate the union protections. Yeah, this is sound, guys. Again, this isn't just like them throwing your number out there and saying, hey, this is what you make. Sounds good, right? I'm glad that I'm actually reading this. Instead of corporations stepping up with higher wages, the burden shifts back onto the taxpayers. So yes, again, going right back to it, you're gonna pay somewhere, guys, and somehow this is probably gonna fuck you over a lot more. Thompson said Americans, what happens next? Thompson said Americans might feel the financial relief in the short term from having more take-home pay under Trump's tax cut, but there could be larger issues in the long run. Long term, and I thought that the short term we got to feel some pain because this is a long-term plan. Long term, this could lead to growing federal deficits as tax revenue declines, but government spending continues. Future generations would inherit increased debt burdens. Advocates might argue that the growth in consumption could offset some losses, but we're talking about trillions in lost revenue. A massive gap a massive gap to fill. So yes, you might keep more of your paycheck now, but you'll pay for it later in higher national debt and greater economic uncertainty. Oh, that's fun. What up, Jeff? How you doing? All right, guys, we got 4 minutes. I'm gonna run upstairs, take a pee real quick, and we're gonna do the 4-2-0 celebration, and then we're going into the I think what will be final segment of the night. So give me one moment, and I will be right back. Right. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right. Let's, chair react. Oh, shit. 2 chair reacts. I didn't realize that the pupper had ran off. Ain't that a bitch? You were supposed to hold that down there, Stan. Come on. My little handsome devil, you. For that point, I will actually just say that the no tax on tips is, and the no tax on overtime. Never said that wasn't a good idea. I just want to know, how they're gonna fuck you, like, because again, everything sounds great in theory, because I'm not sure, maybe this is just because I'm I read the fine print in contracts. Everything sounds great until you read that fine print, and then you're like, oh, it's kind of like the Trump tax cuts from 2016. They seemed great, especially with the way that they were selling them to everybody, but when they were actually implemented, you started to see how it's like, oh, crap. Okay, well, that did kind of screw over a certain class of people. Oh, shit. Okay. I got my brother the Action Bible for his birthday. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. By the way, Kaz, if you don't know, we do the 420 fun half here. So, I am at 419. So we're gonna fire one up, and then we go into the fun part of the segment, the show, which is essentially just us getting smorking together and just kind of chilling. So, oh, coffee and all right. You gonna see the blood moon tonight? Oh yeah, I should probably go check that out. I actually have like a clear view of. Oh shit! Let's go. Wait, blood moon. The blood moon. I must quote the most annoying line from Zelda. The blood moon rises once again. Be careful, Link. Socialism sounds good in theory. I mean, again, just because I'm right on everything, my form of socialism is the one that everybody should adopt, because it's the one that can work with this capitalist society that everybody's trying so hard to protect. But, you know, then we still get something. We still get socialized program. Again, these guys, Trump, he wants to be the good guy. Just socialize fucking medicine, you dumbass. Like, I get what he's doing. Like, trust me, I get it. Because I also understand, I did kind of talk just about, like, the business way of the, like, doing things and how it is applied, just like if this was like a corporate takeover kind of thing. And in theory, what he's doing could actually work out in the long haul. But because this is the government, it's kind of like, oh, yeah, that whole hack and slash thing, that didn't work out, did it? And also the fact that he gets sold a bunch of bill of goods on other shit, so. What if Trump... No, honestly, at that point, I would probably calm down a lot on him. I really would. I'm not even kidding. Like, if he started doing, like, objectively good things, but the thing is, there's nothing of substance to fund that. Like, there is no proof. Like, honestly, what would make me like Trump, and I'll just say it, is if he actually taxed billionaires, if he changed the tax code to pay just where they pay their fair share. And I'm not even talking like, oh, the radical, like, Sam Cedar approach to this, where we go back to the 1940s through the 1970s tax code. I'm talking about the one that we just do now, where they just pay their fair share. That's it. I'm talking about they're not able to hide their fucking money and they just pay it. That's it. And they honest to God, wouldn't even feel it. But line need to go up. That we live in a culture where if there is a, like, it always needs to go up. If line go down, that means you're a failure. And that's honestly why it is kind of like, at least for me personally, it is so cathartic to watch the stock market in the way that it is right now, specifically hurting somebody like Elon. But what sucks even more is the fact that like knowing that he's taking his lumps, but he'll be fine. He still has billions and billions after that. You know what? Who doesn't? Us. We're not gonna have any dude, I already have taken so many hits on the 401k that it's just like, no, this is why every millennial is pessimistic and lives this life like retirement. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, and here we are arguing the finer points of, well, what would it take for you to like the Mr. Trump? It's like, well, I'm not saying that's you, inverted mystic. I'm saying in general, like, that's where I'm at, even like, just like, oh, so. No, because I don't like that line of thinking, because it lends to the whole, oh, we shouldn't be thinking of Trump, you know, like, or grading Trump fairly is kind of where I was going with that. Because again, dude, if Biden was doing all this shit, and I hate to do this because it is like, yeah, Biden and the Democrats, wah. But for real, dude, for real. Like, we know what the Republicans would be doing, but that's realistically where it's like, nah, the Democrats do need to get a little bit better at just pushing back. You know, when they feign outrage, don't do it in such a condescending way that you can also make fun of. Like, it's a lot easier to make fun of them because they're just so whiny about it. They don't actually, again, Republican messaging, at least when they do it, they don't sound as whiny because everybody's saying the same thing. You don't need to socialize healthcare. You need to get rid of crazy patents. That's pharma. And no, it's socializing medicine, dude. You need to stop commodifying everybody. Honestly, Talon, I'm kind of glad that you're banned and I can just turn you completely off. Because it is like, no. Starbucks CEO is so stupid. He was like, let's buy businesses in up-and-coming locations that will lose us money in the short term, but will have future gains. Then they started losing a little money and panicked and then fired everyone. Yep. Yep. Oh, Scott, thank you.
Scott L, $20. Sorry for your loss, friend. Sending peace and white light your way.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I was doing so well. No, it's okay. Yeah, it's been a rough day. That's honestly why it is easier for me to just focus on, like, because somebody at the beginning of all this was kind of asking, like, oh, do you think that you're going to even be able to pay attention to politics or be able to do your job? And I'm like, yeah, no, I will be. Because it's kind of, it's like pro wrestling to me, guys. I mean, I know I've said it to you, like, it's all pro wrestling. What sucks is the fact that I'm just seeing, like, my future, like, my future earnings, my future, like, nest egg, I guess, essentially deteriorating while everybody's arguing the finer nuances of, like, the pennies that they can sprinkle towards us and that we can just go, oh, thank you for those pennies. Oh. Instead of, like, actually just being like, hey, why don't we just, like, I don't know, like, socialize medicine, again, make the billionaires pay their fair share, and then do actually what Trump was saying. Completely cut the income tax, but that burden falls on the other tax bracket. That's how you fund it. You don't do it through, letting us just hurtle towards another fucking deficit. Or another deficit, like the hardcore deficit, whatever. You know what pisses me off about WWE more than anything? Uh-oh, what's that? Yes, yeah, piqued my interest. What would that be? Look at me. I'm a future planner. Oh, coffee and cake time. Why did that pop up again? Oh, shit. Hold on. The absolute unabashed waste of Dolph Ziggler, bro's pure talent. Yeah, he was actually very much wasted. Do you know him and Amy Schumer were, like, long-term? They were a long-term couple. Like, she dated him for, like, I think, like, 4 years or some shit like that. Because I know that she dated Anthony Jeselnik, and then she was with Dolph Ziggler. But no, I kind of agree. Like, he was all right. Let's see. Who was like a pure talent that was wasted? The Hardys have gotten their push, like their pushes, but Hardys, Shinsuke Nakamura. They keep, like, dude, Shinsuke. So wasted. Honestly, I hope Shinsuke goes to AEW because I think that he'll have much better matches, and we'll get to see Konosuke Takeshita and Takeshita. Ricochet. Ricochet. That's another one. Yeah, Ricochet was totally wasted. God, such a cool gimmick too, like the superhero gimmick. Like where he would literally shift into like different types of superheroes. But did you know that this played into why they cut his contract is because his gear, they kept getting like copyright hits essentially from Marvel, and they were just, and DC, they're like, hey man, you really need to tone it down. And they were just, he was like, good, no. So, Alberto Del Rio, fuck that guy. Sorry, there's a few guys in wrestling that I just absolutely can't stand. Alberto Del Rio's one of them. One of my friends is a pro wrestler. He was on the indie circuit. His name was Tony Rican. He gave me like the breakdown on a lot of guys, and Alberto Del Rio was one of them. He's like, that guy is one of the worst human beings in the worst human beings on the planet. Sorry. He was the heel though. Oh wait, but he was there's someone for yeah. I mean, that was, I hate to say, that was a decent, like, okay, so like I mostly liked it because CM Punk was also involved in that, and that's kind of where they did the transition. Oh, that was a good time. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do too much wrestling talk. I just saw like somebody was just like, what the hell is he talking about? Listen, I know that everybody here has seen the viral moment. I don't care where you've been. You know that John Cena just turned heel. That's cool to me. Somebody like just randomly from my life that knew I liked wrestling was just like, hey, what'd you think about John Cena turning heel? I was just like, oh, you used a wrestling term. Oh, that made me so happy. And it was cool where I was just like, look at you, Carrie. He's like, oh, it's kind of cool seeing The Rock and John Cena. I'm just like, it's so wild that people now know them as movie stars instead of wrestlers, where I'm just like, I remember when The Rock went to Hollywood and we were just like, what you doing? And then I remember, oh God, what movie was it? The Rundown. It was The Rundown, and I just remember walking out of that movie going, he's actually fucking good. Like, wow. And then that was when he was still The Rock, though. That was just The Rock. I saw Randy Orton in real life. He's shit. He's short. He's short? No. Orton? No. I think Randy Orton, isn't he like 6'7"? No. There's no way. Let's see. Oh, shit. No, I'm right. 6'5". 6'5". They bill him at 6'5". So, in real life, he's probably about 6'2". That's cool, though. I mean, I've met my fair share of professional wrestlers who they just like meeting them and you're like, oh my God, I'm as tall as you. Seth Rollins, that was the one that I was surprised by, where this didn't happen to me. Actually, Tony Rican was telling me this, where he's just like, yeah, he's one of the only ones that's actually like billed as shorter or like as taller as shorter than he actually is in real life. Sorry. I had that backwards. Because, yeah, that's what's interesting about him, is the fact that it's like, why would they do that? But then I'm like, oh, is it to kind of make the illusion for everybody else make sense? Okay, that makes sense. They bill him like 6'2". But he looks so tiny in the ring. He's, I don't know, man. Especially, I think what happened is, as he grew up, he started, like, bulking, right? So, like, he's one of those guys that didn't, like, look shorter the more he bulked up. There's a few guys that are like that. Like, Brian Cage is one of those guys. Batista is actually a perfect example. He looks so much shorter the bigger he gets. It's like, whoa. Okay, there. But, like, again, if he cuts a few pounds, like, shredded Batista when he won, and it was, like, right at the peak of, oh my God, not D-Gen. Oh my God. Fuck. I forgot the name of their stable. Uh-oh, it's starting to happen. But yeah, it was with Ric Flair. It was kind of like their version of the Four Horsemen. But it was cool. Like, he got, like, not only shredded, but he was like the leanest version of himself. And it was like, holy crap, he looked huge at that point. Drew McIntyre is one of those guys too. If in like the modern roster, like the dude on TV does not look that tall. And then one of my friends met him at like one of these phone shop appearances, and they worked there. They were just like, hey, do you know who this guy is? And it's just him like towering over her, like, eh. And I'm like, holy crap, that's Drew McIntyre. Yeah, let's see. I met Ric Flair, CM Punk, Mick Foley, Jake the Snake Roberts, who is awesome. I actually had a really like decent conversation with Jake the Snake Roberts. Like, he's a funny dude. He made me legit like crack up. I met Animal before he died. That was kind of cool. Road Warrior. Missing one. Danhausen. If you guys don't know who Danhausen is, love that Danhausen. Ooh, actually, maybe I can play one of his. Nah, I'll save that for later. But yeah, I'll play a love that Danhausen bit. He's like a weird clown, but not a clown. Like, I don't know. He actually like did one of those. God, I hate to say it's almost like the ICP, but the ICP has wrestled. That's what's nuts. Like, I actually have, well, I might not have those anymore now that I think about it, but I had VHS tapes of ECW that we used to like legit trade. Like, we would trade them back. We'd watch them and pass them around at school. And that was one of the coolest ones. Was like, it was the debut of ICP, and the only reason it's crazy cool is because there's so many classic matches there with so much talent. You want to talk about one of like the most hardcore wrestling matches ever? It was the Cactus Jack versus Sid Vicious match. Holy shit. It was fucking wild. You also had, oh my god, Sandman. It wasn't Sid Vicious, it was Sandman. My bad. It was Sandman and Raven. Oh my god. Anyway, sorry, I'm nerding out over wrestling. And I promised a debate, so we're gonna do that. Where'd my dog go? Anyway. Also, yeah, I mean, we are literally living in an era where Linda freaking McMahon is the head of the Department of Education. So, okay. I watched her in a daze watch her husband cheat on her right in front of her in the middle of the ring with Trish Stratus. Wrestling. It did get weird. I'll say that much. Yeah, roided up. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Pro wrestling, that was never. Even during like the steroid trial, I never believed that was actually a thing. Like that they were forcing the talent to do that. And to this day, as much as I do not like Vince McMahon, I do not think he was guilty of that. I was working at you worked at TGI Fridays? Hell yeah, man. In Quad Cities in 99 when a lot of the WWE guys are coming for lunch. They were at the event center. Oh, hey, that's cool. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, one of my friends worked at like a claim jumper, and she met one of my favorite guys, Kenny Omega. And she was like, yeah, do you know who this guy is? I'm like, that's fucking Kenny Omega. She's like, yeah, he's a wrestler. I'm like, I know. If you haven't seen a Kenny Omega match or just know who Kenny Omega is, look him up. Like, I wish I could play more of this stuff, but the wrestling shit, I have no idea what's copywritten, so I'm just gonna leave that one be. But yeah, Kenny Omega, yeah, One Wing Angel is the coolest. His final move is the One-Winged Angel, a nod to Sephiroth, who he has multiple times come out to, and like at the Tokyo Dome, he is. Just look, that's the one you should look up. Is Kenny Omega at the Tokyo Dome, Sephiroth opening. It is awesome. The way they choreographed it with the screen, where he lifts up the coat and the wing comes. It's so cool. That's one of my favorite things about wrestling is obviously like the intros and just how creative these guys can get with this shit. It's so cool, man. I also worked for the man who owns the Machine restaurants when I was in Moline. The Machine. I don't know. Like, are you talking like Burt Kreischer, the Machine? I met him at a comedy club, and he was just really nice to me. He he did one of those Hollywood things where he's just like, I'd like you to come, to open for me. And like, yeah, okay. when younger, a bunch of us watching wrestling at a friend's house. His girlfriend walked in. He grabbed her, did the DDT. You thought he killed her. Yeah. We all got one of those moments. I mean, every single one of us. I was about to say I've applied a sharpshooter before on my sister. I got in big trouble for that because I did actually hurt her. God. I'll bring her. I'm not going to miss this opportunity. I'm bringing her on. When she's in town, I am bringing her here. We're going to do a brother-sister special edition, and it's going to be a great time. Oh, shit. What do I think of Walter? You mean Gunther? I love him. I loved him as Walter in NXT. I love the presentation. It's really kind of cool to have, you know, an effective, like, I hate to say like fascist persona in wrestling, but they haven't done that in a long time. And this one, he finally did it where you were just like, all rise for Gunther. It's just like, oh my God. Oh, shit. Shit. Thank you for letting me know that. All right. I have to... all right, backyard wrestling videos. We also had those. Dude, they had a video game for PS2. Got it. That actually had a pretty bitchin' soundtrack, too. Yeah, those the backyard wrestling videos, those were nuts. Like, the thing is, you can see all that now, like on YouTube. You just type in backyard wrestling and you could see it all. It's just, God, man. I'm not even, like, that stuff I'm not comfortable with because I don't like like, hardcore matches are one thing because these guys are professionals. So, like, on the stream here, we watched that one video where he kind of broke down, like, some of the gimmicks where it's like, you know, if you take a hard hit on the announcer's desk, they have padding. I know it kind of breaks the image, but I also I actually love this. Like, I love how it's just too gory. Yeah, I get it. If you don't like blood, trust me, I understand it. I have a friend that, like, he has that thing where he almost passes out at the sight of blood, and I just remember watching a wrestling match where I thought for sure, I'm like, dude, there's no way they're gonna blade. They bladed. He was just like, yeah, I don't think he's watched wrestling since. Like, dude, that was that sucked. Those were always the worst times where I tried to get a friend in and, like, they would end up just hating it even more. I had a few of those. Who's the dude that does the backyard videos of him? Okay, so that guy is what you call a juggalo. He's oh God, I think he's the juggalo backyard wrestler who. I'm not trying. I'm only doing his affectation. I am not making fun of anything here. He literally will stand in front of the camera. He's like, all right, here we're going to do thumbtacks on microwave on top of swords. Do it. And then he'll like do a full jump, like body jump. He has no training, and holy crap. Wait, I hate that guy. I'm German and watched him in indie German wrestling, and I thought he was so talentless. Never in a million years where I thought he would get so far. He's not talentless. Dude, he's got... No, what are you talking about? If he's talentless, then... No, some people would argue, I guess, that Ric Flair wasn't... he wasn't a top talent, like... But, I don't know, man. Good call on the disclaimer. Yeah. Sorry, man. That's why I was just like, hey, he's wrestling. What's a juggalo? A juggalo is a fan of the Insane Clown Posse. The Insane Clown Posse is a an underground rap rock group who they whoop whoop. Uh-oh. I may have been to a gathering. I was only there to see Cottonmouth Kings though, so I was like the innocent little boy. Oh my god, we went to the one in Detroit. That was fucking crazy. Never. I never wanted to go to another one again. I was just like, this is like, it was a fun experience one time. Which also, you would think that being far away from the stage, you're not going to get sprayed with Faygo. You get sprayed with Faygo, like the drink. Like they shake up these giant bottles of soda, a soda called Faygo, and they just spray the crap out of the crowd with it. And they also shoot them into the crowd too. Like they have these like cannons, or they'll like fire them, and it's just like you'll see it, dude. Just take one to the chest. Whoop, whoop, light. Hey, I don't care what you say. Like, I have made fun of ICP a lot, but I will just always say, the Great Malenko is a fucking banger. Okay, certified. I really, I mean that album is actually pretty good. Dare I say? Because I love how people will just be like, this is the worst band on earth. I'm like, hey, no. I've heard some way worse music. Not even in that like genre, but man. God, just when you think Guar's the weirdest thing you've ever seen, then you go and see them and you're like, that's right. Kaz, you're right. They totally got classified as a terrorist organization. They did. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Oh my God. That totally happened. Oh. Are they still? Okay, hold on. Now I gotta look. Are they still? They are. No way. Oh my God, could you imagine a Fed being at the gathering? Hey, what's up, my fellow juggalos? Do you got that Faygo? Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop in his house. I'm getting slay all day. Like, what the... Oh, man. They wouldn't last a second. All right, cool. Sorry, I had to put my dinner order in. Oh, that's interesting. We'll see what happens with this tax plan. Sorry, I didn't mean to just go from that. Just closing down all my stuff. And going into the next segment here in a minute. But I do want to finish this because somebody at every indie show, Walter was... At every indie show Walter was at, He was not even in the top 5. He got his success because Vince likely liked big, sweaty men. Nah, I mean, yeah, he was. Yeah, you're right. That's how he got. Yeah, the Gunter name. That's right. That was a Vince era thing. I just remembered that. Huh. They're gonna start getting deported under Trump. Whoop, whoop, whoa. Just a bunch of dudes with their clown makeup. No! When I heard of Juggalos, it seemed fun, so checked out the band. Nope! Jeff, you're just like, that's a hard no from me, homie. That's why Shinsuke and Ricochet weren't that successful. They weren't big and sweaty. Yeah, I mean, this goes all the way back to, and I hate to even bring him up, but Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, Chavo Guerrero, like all those guys, man. Like Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio is lucky that like he had the gimmick. If he didn't have that gimmick, he would have been screwed. But yeah, man, like I hated the fact that those guys like never got the hard push. Like even in our minds with our nostalgia, I've gotten like going back and watching some older events. Backlash, actually, I remember I watched the like Backlash 2000. It was like 2002. And I was just like, oh my God, like this is, I forgot that they were like so low on the card where they just, it was, oh my God, they got buried. It sucked. God, that's also when John Cena was the doctor of thugonomics. No, that was actually, God, before that. They're actually pretty cool people, I hear, though. They hate Confederates and stuff. Oh yeah, no, they're based. No, they're actually as far as their politics and as far as the like their the conduct at their shows, they're actually pretty good at enforcing like SA, like at making sure that there is none of that, like those shenanigans at the, and like everybody would think the opposite, but it's like no, actually they're. You want to talk about a good self-policing organization? There you go. Oh, there it is. Superhuman. That's what it is. He's superhuman on YouTube. He's the guy that, yeah, he'll jump on like the old TVs. Again, this stuff is supposed to be gimmicked, and like even in backyard wrestling, you're supposed to gimmick the shit a little bit. Like, yes. In backyard wrestling, you can keep a few more barbs on, but you don't want to do anything that could literally freaking kill you. Like, some of these guys that I see, even to this day, again, I'm not into that. Like, I even going back to the day, I was like, yeah, I just saw it. I'm going to watch it after stream, because I have a feeling I'm going to get copyright hit on that one. My conspiracy theory is that wrestling is a lot easier than people think. The way Logan Paul could just walk in there is above average for the WWE. Yes. I hate to say this, but wrestling is a little bit easier than people think. It's about selling. If you're good at selling, even like physical things, like, because the other thing is it's a lot of hops. You know, when people like you see somebody throw somebody, they're given a little bit of a, you know. But I'll also say this, and I hate to say this. No, the fact that Logan Paul went toe to toe with Ricochet and Rey Mysterio, I hate him. I absolutely hate him as a person, as a entity in entertainment. But I have to give him that one, dude. When he did that leap from the top rope and they landed in the middle and went boom. I'm sorry, man. That's one of the wildest things I've seen, and I've watched a lot of wrestling, and it's like, damn, that was fucking nuts. Also, just but yeah, he sucks. Whatever. WWE has become very hard to watch in the fact that it is just so overtly capitalistic. When I stopped watching wrestling, everybody hated Roman Reigns, even though he was a face. He started getting booed after the Mania. Yeah, I remember that. And they had to cut the boos out. Remember that. When I started watching again a year ago, I couldn't believe my eyes. Everybody loves Roman. Yeah, because he's actually a very effective heel. Like, I don't know, man. The tribal chief and the bloodline, I even have to say, like, it went on a little too long. I think that they also didn't give the payoff where we got The Rock versus Roman. Like, we all wanted that, but they played games with it, and then they split Mania into 2 nights, and there wasn't a good enough payoff on that end. Insane Clown Posse was doing a show near me where Hang Your Hate was doing a show over Halloween time. A lot of them came. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, no, they support music. They like all types. It's actually crazy. You talk to a juggalo and like they will be listening to ICP, and then all of a sudden like Ave Maria will come on, and you're just like, what are you doing? It's just like, it's beautiful. It's like, I appreciate it, but it's also hilarious because you still got your makeup on. Proves they can't. They can just push talentless people through if they try hard enough. He's not talentless. What? Roman? Oh, are you talking about the other guy? I don't know. You have to have a little bit of talent. You have to be able to like cross, like, because my understanding is guys like who have always been like CM Punk is actually a good example of this. Awesome on the microphone. His in-ring work suffers. It's okay. People are like, CM Punk's mid. I'm like, I'm not sure. His persona makes him not mid, but damn it. Roman was by far one of the worst wrestlers in the Shield, no argument. I can't argue that. Well, when the Shield is, Seth Rollins and then, Dean Ambrose. Yeah, well. Or John Moxley, John Moxley is way better wrestler. And Seth Rollins is like Seth frickin' Rollins. He's one of the best. I just gotta say. Like, he really is. All right, I'm sorry. I went on a long stun lock on wrestling there. Sorry, guys. I love me some fucking mindless entertainment. Motocross wrecked my body. I have to assume wrestling is hard too. It is, because the thing is, even though it's staged, just because it's staged doesn't mean that it's not hard. Like, these guys are still at peak physical condition. They have to be able to obviously lift more than their body weight most of the time. The athleticism that's required to do this, and the fact that they do it multiple times a week is crazy. Especially like when I grew up in the 80s, they were working every day of the year. So that's insane. If Rollins was in indie wrestling, he would have. He was. His name was Tyler Black. Bob Marley. I actually, I have a poster still from his indie days. He was cool when he was Tyler Black. That was right before he entered NXT. He used to wrestle in the promotion in Chicago called AAW. Who is still around. That's where, let's see. Anybody else recently come out of that? Mance Warner. If you know who Mance Warner is, he's actually had a few TV spots recently. Hey, Kenzie, how you doing? I hope everybody's doing well. I'm actually, again, thank you for hanging tonight. This has been very helpful. Actually, just talking about wrestling has also been... I get a little excited, Good old Kobe. That's Kobe. What the fuck? Which went out again? Okay, so Twitch is I think Twitch is just having a problem tonight. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right. Twitch is back up. Sorry about that. Twitch went down. Oh, what the hell? Did it really knock all my viewers out? Oh, it's twice. Oh, am I getting a DDoS attack? Let me check. I hope I'm not getting DDoSed. That would fucking suck. And honestly, that would mean that I'm about to fucking pull some shit that I don't want to do. I feel that Styles and... What are you talking about? AJ Styles didn't miss Indy. He was all... I mean... No, dude. AJ Styles had a peak career. I have to disagree. He was really... Yo! Thank you for the follow, Mr. Kaz. Appreciate that. Oh, man. Hell yeah. We're getting close to that. Oh, damn it. We lost 2 tonight, I was about to say. Almost hit that 560. But no, I'm gonna just say that AJ Styles, he was really good in TNA. God, he reinvigorated that company, I have to say, man. And when he's like, as far as like news, because New Japan was almost impossible to see anything from. So when I heard about like the whole like formulation of the Bullet Club, and I started seeing, you know, more clips from that kind of stuff, it was really, really cool. And then when he showed up in WWE, I knew, dude, the fact that they did the thing that they did with Cody Rhodes, where they let him use the music that he had in the previous promotion, awesome. That was cool. He joined WWE right as Indy took off and produced banger after banger 5-star matches. I mean, I'm just saying, like, well, he that's what I'm saying about his career in Japan. He had such a good career in Japan. That's why I'm like, nah, I would never tarnish anything about his career in Japan. His 5-star match with Kenny Omega, holy shit. Konosuke, or not Konosuke, oh my god, why am I fucking blanking? The Rainmaker. Okada. Sorry, these are deep cut names, but these are like the most famous Japanese wrestlers of the last like few years. But man, and then again, I hate to say it, like I'm a Young Bucks guy. Like I liked the Bucks before all that fucking bullshit happened in AEW. That was just whack. Still like their work though. You want to talk about like, I don't AJ Styles, I know that he's like a Trump Republican. I don't give a shit. His character and his in-ring work surpasses that to the point where I'm just like, all right, I don't care. I just don't care. Kane is one of those situations where it's like, no, he's kind of a, you know, he said some, oh my god, it went down again. No, I'm getting DDoSed. Shit. Over on Twitch. Who the fuck is doing this? And why? Alright. Compared to Ospreay, who stayed in the Indies during the peak. Yeah, but this is the problem with Ospreay. I think that Ospreay is kind of taking a hit from his popularity in the Indies now in AEW, where he's not transcending enough. And I'm not trying to be a dick, because he would be a bigger draw if that was the case. And unfortunately, AEW's sales, like their actual ticket sales, they kind of speak to that, where it's like, he's not moving. You know, he's not exactly like the bigger draw, which he should be. Like, Tony Khan has a problem with presentation is a big thing. my God, man, he really needs to get somebody that even just has a linear vision of just like, hey, these are the basics. Like, actually, here's a good example. So WWE is like what I consider the standard, because what will happen is they will have a pay-per-view on like a Sunday, right? And then Monday Night Raw will be on. The very first segment of Monday Night Raw will then be about the pay-per-view. They'll show a few clips, but just enough to get you to want to go and pay for the thing still, or to go subscribe to wherever it is, Peacock now, I guess. But that's the whole thing, where they're just like, yeah, if you want to see the rest of it, you got to see the rest of it. And their pay-per-views are fire still to this day. Like, very, very few clunkers. I can't even really think of the last one. Oh, Hell in a Cell. Hell in a Cell 2021. Or 2018, I think. It was the one with Bray Wyatt and Seth Rollins. That was bad. I will say that one. But AEW doesn't know how to present after a pay-per-view. Like, they have this this problem. Well, A&W. Hey, A&W is good root beer, but yeah, I'm talking about the wrestling promotion. But yeah, they're so bad at that. Like, I was watching it this week, and they barely mentioned the pay-per-view. They went into it with a match like with two who gives a shits. Like, one guy is a new guy that they're trying to be like, oh, you're supposed to care about him. He's some indie darling that, like, you know, he went viral on a few platforms, and I'm just like, I don't care about him. You're kidding me. Like, you're not even going to address what happened at this pay-per-view that, like, it with AEW, you still have to pay for. You got to pay $50 for that thing. So, you know, you would think that the presentation would actually kind of match like that. Yeah, I'm kind of hungry, so that's a story. I'm sticking to it. It's all right. Well, you also know, like, I think we still have an AEW or ANW. God, the last time I was in Aurora, they had one. I was like, oh shit. Alice, it hit 82 here today. No pants day. Okay, Jeff. Okay. They're actually 60, $59.99. Oh. No, they knocked them down in price a little. They're $49.99, I think. Oh, well, actually, no, you would know. Never mind. I will not argue that. All right. Trump the money guy. That's U.S. price? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they're not cheap, man. And that's the thing. Like, AEW does actually have. It's 20? Oh, I just got mad. That just made me a little, You might be right. They used to be 60 last time I looked. Yeah, no, I think they're 50 now. A and W is still big in Canada, so Honeybee should be comfy with them. Oh, hell yeah. Plus, I use IPTV for free anyway. Oh. Yeehaw! Okay. I fly ye Jolly Roger. Yeehaw! I don't. A good boy. But good for you. I mean, hey, at least you get to see him. I do not condone. Nor do I, shun. Boy. Oh. Damn, that bass. Give me 1 second. Excuse me. Sail the high seas. Yar, high sea. I say, sail the high seas, matey. Yar, I have a steering wheel in me pants. It's driving me nuts. Sorry. All right, her today, A&W root beer is coming out with ice cream sundae flavor. Oh shit, no way. I'd give that a 6-ish, not your best work. Thank you for the rating. You would know. Oh shit. You gonna fall off? Oh man. All right. I'm dark MAGA. So dark MAGA. I just realized that his impression is my Matt Taibbi impression. I did this really long think piece for Rolling Stone, which, you know, it's called Rolling Stone, and we use the prestige of the confusion of the fact that people still get the band and the magazine totally mixed up. But, you know, I used to be like a leftist darling, and then I realized that I wasn't making money anymore. So I made a Substack, and I decided to just go and pivot full right wing. Sorry. It's literally just a Vocal Fry impression. Dork MAGA. Oh my god. I didn't think about that. It's Dork MAGA. I mean, dude, his yippee, like, dude, that's one of my favorite pictures to come out of, like, the election, was him doing his, Trump's just looking back like, what's he doing? What the, it's fucking weirdo. I love when Trump gives him that look, too. He does it all the time. The more public events they have, you will totally see it. It's usually about 15 to 20 minutes in to, like, whatever they're doing. He can't contain himself. He gets a little more into his slouch where he goes like this, and then he'll start doing this. Like, he starts making faces. Just pay attention. There are the finer nuances that make it a lot more entertaining to watch. All right. Here we go. One more. This one isn't that long, so let's go for it.
Musk and Trump said that they were free speech absolutists, but now they say no, there's one exception, and there was always one
the Lego
exception.
Head.
You'll get no
shit. Oh shit, he's actually in studio.
Files. You'll get no freedom of speech. We'll do nothing but cancel culture, but always on behalf of beloved special ally Israel.
The Biden administration forbade Israelis from coming into America.
Oh yeah, Biden's so tough on Israel. That's why this is what Biden did to Israel.
He's openly making these threats against American citizens like myself here in the streets of New York City, joined by Israelis, and nothing is done about it.
One of her protests was so terrible and anti-Semitic that even AOC decided that she had gone too far.
You're brutalizing them. 58 years. You've kept them in a dark dungeon. And anytime they dare to oppose you cut off their water, you cut off...
I've known Elon Musk for a very long time. He was, at the same time, an ally and a competitor.
Carlos, how rich are you? Elon Musk's Tesla, the world's most valuable car company, is in turmoil. The president is even selling them on the White House lawn to arrest its market meltdown. Musk says he's putting country before cars.
Which is hilarious, but also, like, dark.
But can he do both? Later on, I'll speak exclusively to Carlos Ghosn, the man known as the God of Cars, who escaped fraud charges in Japan by fleeing the country in a box on a private plane. Now lives in Beirut as a fugitive. If that's not worth sticking around for, well, frankly, what is? We'll begin with two special guests in the Uncensored studio. They both share a deep disdain for donor-driven politicians. They both have profound concerns about the state of our culture and the world we live in. They both have very different views on the solutions. Winston Marshall is host of the Winston Marshall Show, a battle-hardened survivor of cancel culture, whose many achievements include eviscerating Nancy Pelosi at the Oxford Union. Cenk Uygur is founder and CEO of the Young Turks, an uncensored legend who was not smuggled here in a box as far as I'm aware. And gentlemen, well, welcome to both of you. Winston, great to see you again here. Cenk,
Excuse me.
welcome to London. Welcome to the uncensored lair.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here. And no, I wouldn't have fit in a box. So
it's an extraordinary story, that guy, actually. I'm looking forward to talking to him. Let's start, Cenk. Donald Trump. We're 50 days in.
I can't overstate my absolute elation at watching Elon's company suffer. Yep. It is very fun. I was saying
feels
that
like
earlier.
every day, as it was the first time with Trump, is a massive story. A lot of people saying it's total chaos.
BRB guy gets a food.
Doesn't know what he's doing, etc. Many on his side coming out going, actually, there's a plan. There's always been a plan, and it's not chaos, and you're going to see the results of all this in a few months' time. What's your take on it all?
yeah, I'm positive that there's no plan, but with a huge caveat. So I'll get to the caveat in a second. But first of all, he just doesn't know what he's doing. So he went out against Tom Massey the other day. And Tom Massey is one of the most principled conservatives / libertarians there are. I knew that if he went after Tom Massey, that it would be a major mistake because
This is Dante's 10th level of hell.
Massey has better bona fides than Trump does, even in MAGA.
Sorry, Allie. You're just like,
World
not another Piers Morgan one. No,
in
I thought
conservative
I was
circles.
done.
But he doesn't even know that. You don't know that Massey's the principled conservative. You don't know that that's the worst guy to target, and they don't. He's flying by the seat of his pants. And so
These two in one
By the way,
place.
I also have experience with Democrats gaslighting. They told us, oh, no. The Democratic leadership.
That is your 10th circle of hell, is being in between those two. It's literally being that guy, like the ponytail guy.
Knows exactly what they're doing. They're playing four-dimensional chess.
What did I do to deserve this? No, let me out.
Simpletons don't understand it. You see, if you run someone who's super old and has dementia, they'll seem young and dynamic.
His ponytail rap, I actually got to say, on point.
I'm like, no, you don't know anything. It's all Wizard of Oz. The minute you pull back the curtain.
How in the hell does he know whether or not President Trump has a plan? If he had one, then he'd be president, not Trump. Well, I mean, it's also that whole problematic thing about him running for president, even though he knew damn well that he's not technically eligible because he was not born in the country. So
on Democratic leaders or Republican leaders, they're all fools.
So let me put a scenario to you. Because what Trump did in the first term, before the pandemic, was get the economy purring pretty nicely by common agreement.
is Elmo's worth tanking? Yeah. Yeah, because most of his worth is tied up in his companies. He doesn't have much liquid income.
Scenario two, that within 6 months, he's got peace in Ukraine, he's got peace in the Middle East, he's won the Nobel Peace Prize, or should certainly be nominated for it, because Obama got one for doing something that no one can even today tell me what he deserved it for. And the economy is, well, after all the tariff mayhem and everything else, is beginning to really purr as it did in his first term. I mean, that could happen.
He could also win the Super Bowl and the World Cup.
What world is he living in? It's beginning to purr. He tanked the stock market the last 2 days. What the fuck is he talking about?
Okay, but that's your rosy hypothetical.
All those three things could still happen.
So, look, no, there's one that definitely cannot happen, which is peace in the Middle East. There is a plan that I've told you about on this show many times where he agrees with what the Arab League says, easy path to peace in the Middle East. But the reason we can't have it is because Israel doesn't want peace. So they want to grab Gaza and the West Bank. So there's no chance Israel's going to say yes to peace. So that one's foreclosed. Ukraine and Russia, look, if he...
I think Trump has concepts of a plan, but no actual ones. Yeah, he's nuttier than a fruitcake, but somehow it sort of works
If
out.
he actually got it done, though, Ukraine-Russia peace, and he really got a two-state solution, of course he would deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. And yes, Obama shouldn't have gotten one, but we told
Why did he get one?
Two wrongs don't make a right, because they were so hyped up. They were so anti-Bush and Cheney, the whole world was, and they were right? And now even the Republicans agree and Trump agrees that Bush and Cheney were a disaster. The minute anyone came in, it could have been Mickey Mouse. They'd be like, Nobel Peace Prize for not attacking a random Middle Eastern country. So that's why he got it, but he didn't deserve it, and he did the Jones etc. But the caveat's important. What Trump does is he A/B tests everything. So he'll try something, and then if it doesn't work, he'll say, I'm doubling down the tariffs on Canada. Oh, the stock market crash? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I said I'm doing only 25%. And he keeps flip-flopping because that's
Actually,
what he's...
no, Mike Pillow has not been part of any of this. And I think that him and Marjorie Taylor Greene not being part of this is starting to really get angry.
Oh, what he's done.
You're going to slap
Because
you.
he doesn't have principles. He's just trying to find out what's popular.
Well, he's also a deal maker. I mean, Winston, the thing about Trump, I think people often forget or deliberately choose to forget, is that at his gut, everything's a deal.
Wait a minute. Was that a jab? I know I might have filled out just a little bit, but hey, I gotta maintain that Trumpy dumpy somehow.
Everything's transactional. I think he genuinely does want to make America great. I don't dispute that for a moment. How he does it is the way he sells real estate, or used to, right? Is that everything's up for negotiation.
Yeah, and that's why he bankrupted 4 casinos.
He's a pragmatist, but he's also a disruptor. And I think that what we're seeing, as we speak right now, the stock market's come down, although I think it's only just past where it was before it got the bump before his election win back in November. He disrupts the market and he messes about with things. And, you know, look at Ukraine. As we talk, he has got, the Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire, and it's up to the Russians now to come to the table. After everything we saw at the Oval Office, all of the...
And I was asked about that because I actually spoke to Trump.
Where did they get this dollar store Russell Brand? Who the hell is this guy?
The morning before the Oval Office bust up, that morning I spoke to him. And I was asked afterwards, well, come on then, you know, this is obviously the end of any chance of peace there, and he's humiliated. I went, why don't you just hang on a bit, right? Because there's clearly a bit of method to the madness.
Well,
here.
likewise with the guy.
And it turned out I was right? Because they've been in Saudi Arabia.
You're always right, Piers. Clip it.
Got an agreement from Zelensky. He's going to go back and see Trump in the White House.
Clip it, get me booked on the show.
Everybody throws their toys out of a stroller way too quickly. Just see what the plan is and see if it works. If it doesn't work, hammer him.
Likewise with all the upset about the Gaza plan, the idea that America would take over, that goes completely against his America First MAGA principles. And certainly he doesn't want to embroil America into some sort of New Deal. But look what's happened since. The Arab nations have come together and said, no, we don't want America looking after it. And they've put together this, what is it, $53 billion Gaza rebuild plan.
No, it may not work, Jack. I'm not saying for a moment all this is going to work. I just think when people look at Trump and think he doesn't know what he's doing, as you said, it's all chaos, blah, blah, blah. I honestly don't believe that is the case. He's got some very smart people around him, not least Elon Musk. And whatever people think of Musk, when they say he's stupid, they're the stupid ones. He's one of the most brilliant minds in America. Now, he's a little odd, there's no question. By his own admission, he's a bit autistic. He doesn't behave in the way that we might normally expect our political leaders.
He's admittedly got a touch of that tism.
To behave, and he kind of is a political leader in a way. But what he's doing with Doge, for example, I imagine that
Trump
resonates
Gaza.
very well with most Americans.
Trump Gaza, the best plaza. Come down to Plaza Gaza. Oh, shit.
Americans, if they keep finding clear evidence of waste. American homeowners are at risk of a growing real estate scam, which the FBI calls house
I didn't
stealing.
know Piers Morgan was
This is
such a
how it
cuck.
works.
Yeah.
Criminals.
Unfortunately, I cover a lot of his stuff, and I can say with certainty, yeah, he loves him some Cheeto dust.
This has been popular forever. Yeah, well, so the idea of finding waste, fraud, and abuse has been popular forever and ever. And in fact, Al Gore actually did a pretty good job in finding a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse during the Clinton administration. They cleaned it out, and Clinton was the last president to balance the budget. So there is waste, fraud, and abuse there. The place you would start is subsidies. There's like $30 billion in oil subsidies. It's just nothing but a robbery. I can show you robbery after robbery. Corporations pay money to politicians, and they get subsidies out. I despise it. So if that's what they did, they would be intensely popular. But what did he do instead?
A little, like, salad dressing, some tism on the side, sir.
Oh, I'm just going to cut a whole bunch of people that came in last. I'm going to fire a whole bunch of people without even looking. And then that made it really unpopular.
Sip this awkwardly
They've
now.
somehow found a way to make fighting fraud, waste, and abuse unpopular. It's now at 37% and dropping in terms of Doge's popularity. So there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. I mean, you can make excuses about autistic, etc.
Again, but it's strange. Planes are yeeting themselves out of the sky at an alarming rate for no GD reason.
But I need a brother who can think through a plan. Both Musk and Trump are like, I'll just throw it up against the wall and see what sticks. Oh, that one stuck.
Is Elon Musk
alien EMP? That's what it is. They keep hitting alien EMP bursts, and that's why.
Is he underestimating the difference between, or misunderstanding, the difference between the business world?
What do you mean, aliens? We got to deport them.
He's been all-conquering, and the political world.
Oh,
In other words,
my voice is
some
coming
things
back.
may
Now
make
it's actually
completely
getting harder to
logical
do.
business sense. But from a political standpoint, if you start to see the polls massively responding negatively, Trump's a politician now. He's not going to let that slide for very long.
Yeah, that's why he reined him in. So that's why I say he does A/B testing. He tries one thing. If it doesn't work, he goes to the next thing. And by the way, that is, to be fair
what
to
he's doing.
Your point of view, that is a bit of a plan.
Yeah.
It's a plan to say, well, look, I don't really know what's going to work, but I'll try this. And if it doesn't work, I'll retract.
Well, what I think he's doing was...
You know what? I used to test this theory with spaghetti. I used to throw spaghetti against the wall, and then, you know what? Everybody started making fun of me, but technically, it's my genius plan.
So I think he's trying to force action to be taken to resolve
Kaz, thanks for,
things that have been unresolved.
membership, man.
Right? The Ukraine war. You know, I spoke to him a couple of weeks before he got inaugurated, and he was telling me that the Pentagon has said 100,000 people had died on the battlefield in the previous 6 weeks. 100,000. Oh, it's on both sides, right? He said it was based like a World War I killing field, with flat fields, and they're just killing each other all day long. And he said it has to stop. Now, you know, did he have the one-day fix? Of course, he didn't. No, I don't think anyone thought he did. Has what he's done since hastened a potential settlement? I would argue it has. He's got Zelensky to agree to the parameters of a peace arrangement. He's got to persuade Putin. That's the big test. We'll see if Putin goes along with it, or what Trump does to Putin to make him go along with it. But I do see method there to what he's doing.
Ridiculous.
Same with Israel. We're going to come to the Israel-Gaza
good call
situation a little later. But I do see, you know, like the
that's going on
tariffs.
the list.
He's always been on about tariffs, Trump.
Tariffs is his favourite word.
I've known Trump 20 years. He's always had a bee in his bonnet about tariffs and about other countries ripping America off. And so he's saying, right, if you're going to do this to us, we're going to whack you. And they're all blinking, by the way, these countries.
Yeah, I mean, I just would like to talk about tariffs because I think that's really important. As we're talking, a lot of what's happening in the stock exchange is because of his tariffs. Now, why this is really important is because he managed to appeal to working people in America, the forgotten, the Rust Belt, the flyover state people whose industries...
Damn, dude, they got a 1-star on TripAdvisor.
Well, gutted. I think we might have some agreement on this. These were left behind Americans, and they were left behind by globalism, by free trade across the world. They were the ones who suffered.
Indisputably.
Now,
Night Alley, I'm sorry. I feel... You made my ears bleed. I must go.
Ideas with tariffs, whether or not he can pull them off, none of us can know whether or not it will. But
thanks for chilling. Oh, Allie, you're sick. Oh, sorry, I missed Kaz. Thanks for chilling. It was a fun time. I'm gonna get ready for bed. Night, Kaz. Thanks for chilling, man.
The idea is to bring back to onshore those industries, encourage manufacturing. I would note Elon Musk has said he's going to double Tesla productions, increase manufacturing in America. This is done specifically for the working people of America. It's a reason why the unions, or at least uneducated unions...
He's a working class hero, Cheng.
No, nonsense. So look, here's the thing. Is he running as a populist? Yes, he ran as a populist. Yes, he talked about bringing jobs back, manufacturing back, etc. But what's he actually going to do? A $4.5 trillion tax cut for the richest people in the world, for corporate executives. The reason why they're doing all these Doge cuts in a panicked, chaotic way is so they can say, oh, no, it's okay. The Doge cuts will cover the $4.5 trillion. Oh, it's okay. The gold card and the tariffs will cover the populace. He opens up the hatch, and then next, Elon Musk and all the tech bros come out of the horse and go, give us giant tax cuts. Give us deregulation. Fire everyone at the SEC. Fire all the inspector generals. Why? Because we're going to rob the place blind. And then we'll give me a crypto reserve filled with junk. That makes no sense at all. So trillions of dollars in robbery headed in our direction. And who's it going to help? The average American? No, it's going to rob the average American to help corporate executives. So let's be honest about what's happening.
Okay, let's say that's the worst faith interpretation of what's going on. Let me paint the best faith interpretation. It's a three-pronged attack. One, you clear out, and this is what's happening with Doge, you clear out federal waste, you clear out government waste, which they're doing. Musk says he wants to get $2 trillion out. I don't think that's feasible. Maybe he'll get $1 trillion. He says he can get $1 trillion this year.
Tired of his lies, though?
Hang on a sec.
Because you know he's not going to do $2 trillion.
Hang on a sec. So then the other aspect, the other foot of the stool, the tripod, is tariffs. He's hoping to onshore manufacturing, bring back that to America. And the final piece is reducing income. Now, income tax, excuse me. The reason he wants to reduce income tax might be, as you say, or it might be, but by having all working people have more of their own money, keep more of their own money, they'll be able to spend it on things that they want that will encourage the economy.
No, that's always what they say. Supply side economics, my ass. Come on, this is the biggest trick on the not only just American people, but people all across the world. That's what they call it the laugher curve, because they
I can't listen to Piers anymore.
Laugh their ass off at the average guy who believes.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Piers is not interjecting as much as I thought he would.
So the idea is trickle-down economics. We give all of the money to the rich, trillions and trillions and trillions. Later, they trickle all over you, and you'll have to thank them for it. No. So I guarantee you the $4.5 trillion is a robbery. That's robbery number one. I'm worried about robbery number two.
Just a heads up, guys. I'm having some internet issues. If stream disconnects, that's what's going on.
Which is crypto. So I don't know why we have a crypto reserve. The crypto guys told me that they didn't like the government. Internet. They wanted the government stinking hands off their crypto. All of a sudden, Trump said, they're like, no, buy my crypto, buy my crypto. Make the American taxpayers buy my crypto. No, I don't want your crap. You like your crap, you keep your crap, okay? But I don't need average Joe in Nebraska and Jane in Kansas buying your crypto for you, okay, in a reserve. So this is all a giant robbery. But the problem is by the time people find out whether I'm right, you're right, Piers, or you're right, Winston, it's going to be too late. The money's already going to be gone.
You don't dispute that after 3 years of his first term, the U.S. economy was in good shape. You don't dispute that.
No, I don't dispute that. But you don't dispute that Biden's economy was also in good shape.
Well, one of the reasons Trump, I think, reacted so badly to the pandemic was he knew it was crushing the stock market, it was crushing the economy, it was attacking the very things he cares most about, which is money and the economy. He's a money guy.
Yeah, that's weird, but without humans, then there's no money. Huh.
And I think that he felt awful about that. It really affected him. But for the 3 years, as I've said to him, for the 3 years up until that point, actually the US economy was in good shape. And that's why I think a lot of Americans went...
Yes, that's not fair, though, because in that fourth year, you're also negating the fact that that's 2019. That's before COVID even hit. It was on the downward slide. I do not like this disingenuous fucking framing that they use where it's like, oh, it was only COVID that, Trump messed up with. No.
You know what? I sort of back Trump on the economy. I may not even like him, but I kind of think he knows what he's doing on the economy. When you say he doesn't know what he's doing, I do dispute that. He's got some incredibly smart guys there around him. Yeah. I see them all the time.
I get what you're saying. And, look, I'm fair about the facts. So those 3 years were pretty good. So now you could say, hey, Cenk, that proves the case. But it doesn't prove the case.
But it might prove he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So what I'm saying is, look, that time there was an establishment that was in the White House, and they frustrated him in a lot of ways. Half the time they were wrong, half the time they were right. But they were the brakes in the car. This is a car without any brakes. So we're now in a Tesla with no brakes at all, almost a driverless car, and it's careening out of control because there's nobody to go, hey, brother, if you do 50% tariffs on Canada, the stock market's going to drop by 1,000 points. Everybody knows that.
But everyone knows this is all negotiation going on, these tariffs, right? He is negotiating from a very strong position.
But no, it's not a strong position when you back out and then change the reason that you want to implement the tariffs. He's done it like 4 or 5 times.
He's the president of the United States. But he's the biggest dog. He's the biggest dog in the race.
But when I say 50 and then you say 25 within the same day once the stock market crashes, you look weak.
Do you?
Yeah, of course you do.
It depends what the
other side do. It makes everybody think,
objectively,
he
looks weak.
He's bluffing. We just wait him out.
A lot of the time.
Yeah. Honestly, if you weren't blowing him so hard, Piers, you'd be able to see that. It's like, maybe he shouldn't keep backing down because it's like, oh, he seems like big tough guy until he literally goes, yeah, you know what? The energy thing, Good move, Canada. Good move.
Time he is bluffing.
He is often bluffing.
Right.
But the problem is, have you ever played poker? When you're playing against a bluffer, you love it.
I've met New York real estate tycoons, and guess what? The art of the bluff is a real thing.
It is, but it's an art. If you bluff on every hand, you're going to get called and you're going to lose all your money. Every poker player knows that.
He doesn't bluff all the time.
He does nothing but bluffing.
He negotiates all the time.
Yeah, he does. He does. Look, I don't mind the negotiation. And look, we've got a pendulum swinging.
Because I feel with you, Che, you've gone on a bit of a journey with Trump. I think you're far less, if I may say so, without offending you, hysterical about Trump than you were before. I do think you've calmed down about it because I think you do understand, as I've known him a long time, always focus on what Trump actually does rather than what he says in any given moment, which may sound preposterous given he's President of the United States. But look how much he talks, not least to the media. He's already done more talking, freewheeling chats with the media in America in his first 5-6 weeks than Obama and Biden did in their first 6 months, right? This is a guy who just chats away. He says the first thing that comes into his head a lot of the time. It's not presidential by the...
Okay, then make him a streamer, not a fucking president.
...normal yardstick. But I think a lot of people find it quite refreshing.
So, Piers, the pendulum is swinging. So Biden and the Democrats did absolutely nothing. And they always brag about how they do nothing. Oh, there's nothing we can do, right? Now, Trump is taking nonstop chaotic action. Nonstop. It's a cyclone of action, right? So the country wants it, but they don't want it as chaotic as he's got.
The country's a bit like the stock markets. They're a bit freaked out by it. They don't quite know what to make of it. Stock markets are a bunch of headless chickens, right? We know this.
Yeah.
Right? Good and bad, right? They can fly up and down.
Yes, and this is what we need to fucking replace our Social Security with, folks.
On a heartbeat of what they call
But we
confidence.
do know some things, Piers. We know that if you do a 50% tariff on Canada, the stock market's going to
If
plunge.
you genuinely think it's going to still be 50% in 6 months' time.
Yeah, but he keeps doing it. He keeps saying it. After he backs off and then he goes, you know what? I was just kidding. I'm going to do the 50% fuck it.
Yeah,
I doubt it'll be there in 6 days.
So you're asking the stock market to stop believing what Trump is saying.
I'm asking
He's
the stock
obviously
market,
lying all the time
market to
and bluffing.
basically remember that it's better to focus on longer term with Trump than in the short moment.
One more thing, Piers, but we've now had 50 days. So you're right. I'm much.
You got to be more fair. You got to, I mean, holy fucking kids' gloves. Like, dude, I'm pretty sure that he, honest to God, and I mean every bit of this, is harder on his kids than he is with Trump.
More open-minded, and the left is attacking me for being open-minded. And I said, I'll hear Trump out. I'll hear Mike.
I don't have friends that I would ever glaze that much. This is fucking wild, guys.
Scout, are they really going to cut the Pentagon? But now the jury is coming in.
I mean, okay, so we know that Donald Trump has incontinence issues. So is he like every time he farts, is it like a special glitter comes out that's just like it infects you and you're just like, holy crap. Oh, I get it now. I get it.
Now they're saying, no, we're not going to cut the Pentagon. We were lying about that. We're going to add $100 billion to the Pentagon. Are we still doing the $4.5 trillion tax cut to corporate executives? Yes, we are. Are we now starting to arrest people for, criticizing Israel? Yes, we are.
Well, let's come to that because that's a big story of the week, and we're going to be joined by another guest in a moment on this very point. But this is this guy Mahmoud Halil, who many think is now being held as a political prisoner. He fronts quite a radical group called the Columbia United Apartheid Divest, CUAD, which sympathizes openly with terror groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and has called for an end of Western civilization. They actually posted, and we've got this, we are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. We stand as full solidarity with every movement for liberation in the global South. Our intifada is an intentionalist one. We are fighting for nothing less than the liberation of all people. We reject every genocidal,
so it's literal holy crap.
regime that seeks to undermine the personhood of the colonized. And so it goes on. We're joined by Nadine Kiswani. She's been on the show, of course, many times before. Nadine, great to have you back. You're pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist activist of a group called Leader of Within Our Lifetime. So welcome to you. But let me start with you, Winston, on this. My only concern about this guy is that obviously when you read the wording of what this group that she fronts...
Pooty poo just did a little poo in my eyes. Oh my God, it was glittery.
Said there, it sounds on the face...
Smelled a little bit like vodka.
...of it, like a call for very violent action, intifada, by definition, is violent. Others say that's not what he meant. He means the structures of Western civilization, which he believes are oppressive. Do we need more meat on the bone about what he has said, supporting directly Hamas and so on, to justify what many think has been an attack on his First Amendment rights?
Let me give you some more meat for the bone, as well as the statement you've read out. That group, the CUAD, have put out various statements.
Seriously, we get it. You went to the school of Russell Brand.
Including calling Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, i.e. October 7th.
How many girls do you think that he's fooled where he's just like, yes, you know what? I am Russell Brand.
Quote, moral, military and political victory. There are various statements across their Instagram, across their social media, across their Substack, making equivalent such statements. Now, the reason I actually thought that they had gone too far in arresting him initially, because all of the evidence I found to show that he might support a terrorist organization, i.e. Hamas, was circumstantial, I should say. Now, why I've changed my mind is because he is not only been a spokesperson for the CUAD, but he's also been one of their chief negotiators. Why that's important? Because according to Title 8 of the US Code, he is not allowed to, as he is not an American naturalized citizen, he is not allowed to, he is an alien, it counts as terrorist activity if an alien is a representative of a political, social or other group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity. So as far as I'm concerned...
Good news. Let's throw out all the Israeli supporters.
That's very interesting that you mentioned that. No, it's very interesting to mention it because the same, in 2023, the Biden administration forbade Israelis getting visas to come to America. This is basically not a free speech issue, it's an American sovereignty issue.
Yeah,
America
are they going to throw out the Israeli supporters that love terrorism and say that it's okay for Israel to kill 400 times the number of children that Hamas has? Well, Israel's clearly more of a terrorist group.
Before I go to Nadine, hang on. The key point is America has categorized Hamas as a terrorist organization.
Correct.
It does not categorize Israel in that way.
It should.
Well, okay, that's an argument, but it's not the reality of where we are with it at the moment. Nadine, let me bring you in here. I mean, you've been on these marches famously. I think you came on my show after you'd been on one on the day of your wedding because you felt so passionately about this. Let's take a look at you here.
Keep deoccupying these universities. We don't want to wait for them to teach about our genocide 20 years later when we have the means, the opportunity to stop it right now. Palestine will never die. Palestine will never die. There is only one solution. There is only one solution. Intifada revolution.
Now, you were not a student of Columbia. You were a student at City University of New York. You've organized a number of protests outside Columbia, though. The Jerusalem Post reported on April 21st that after your wedding, you managed to enter the campus despite it being in a form of lockdown and led the crowd on a chant of there's only one solution, Intifada revolution. We just heard that. You were then banned from Columbia after that. And they said you were considered persona non grata due to alarming and concerning behaviour. On March the 6th this year, you said on X, be like students at Columbia and Barnard, fearless and unrelenting in the fight for Palestine, disrupt every Zionist event on your campus, and if you can't stand with those of us who do, the flames of revolution burn at Columbia because they refuse to accept the status quo. Now, none of those words in themselves are necessarily an incitement to violence, but when you talk about an intifada, then everyone who understands what an intifada is would say that is a call for violent behaviour, response, reaction, resistance, whatever you want to call it. Do you accept that intifada is a call to arms, a call to violence?
Oh, splooge.
Intifada is shaking off of oppression, and it's not just applied in the Palestinian context, but, in Arab-speaking countries throughout, whenever they're fighting against oppression, that's what Intifada means. People talk about revolution in the context of fighting oppression in the U.S. for many other causes, from the Black liberation, the Black struggle for liberation, to, immigrants fighting for their rights in this country. So, I mean, we've even heard Democrats talk about needing revolution, needing change. But we know that Palestinians are uniquely targeted, not because the Palestinian struggle in the U.S. is violent, but because Palestinian dissent or dissent to Israel's support for U.S. support for Israel and the ongoing genocide is consistently criminalized. We've seen this with the Holy Land 5 Foundation, who are currently, many of them are still in prison for providing humanitarian aid to Gaza. We've seen this with the LA8 case, who were also accused of supporting terrorism, but the case fell apart in court, even though the U.S. government tried to prove for 20 years and couldn't prove for 20 years that speaking in support of Palestinian and Palestinian resistance.
But do you accept that any country and any government would be perfectly within their rights if they have identified an organization as a terrorist organization, as America has with Hamas, for example, and that is how they're categorized, that if you are openly supporting a terror organization, as we saw that CUAD, which Mahmoud Halil fronts, has done publicly and with no apparent shame, that if you do that, then that country is entitled to deport you because you're supporting openly a terrorist organization.
We haven't seen CUAD do that, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, we just had a quote read to us by Winston. Hang on, Winston just read a quote which CUAD had posted, in which they described what happened on October the 7th as a victory.
Okay, and that's Palestinian resistance broadly. They're not referring to any specific Palestinian
They said Al-Aqsa flood specifically.
Right. We'll talk about.
I took a look at that blood moon. Holy shit.
Examples. How many Americans, how many Irish Americans supported the IRA? Do you see them getting deported for supporting the IRA in their time? No, we didn't see that happen. So it's actually still under the purview of freedom of speech. But again, Palestinians even saying that they think Palestine should be free or chanting from the river to the sea are accused of things like anti-Semitism and terrorism. So I just see that as an extension of it. And honestly, all of their arguments are completely delegitimized because they just throw them out on anybody speaking in support of Palestinian liberation, no matter what they say. So, I don't think that's a fair argument to engage
Two
with.
things for Winston. One, the general point about free speech. The Republicans have been extremely hot on free speech. People's rights, especially Elon Musk, right? He's returned X, as he put it, to a platform that allows all opinion to be had. He has somebody who's expressing opinions that he may not like, and Donald Trump may not like, and the government may not like, but their first reaction, it seems to many people, is to then chuck them out of the country and suppress their right to free speech in America. That's an arguable point. But on the second point, which is an interesting one about the IRA, there's no doubt. I'm an Irish Catholic. I can remember people on the streets of New York on St. Patrick's Day and other days, right? I can remember people openly supporting the IRA during those troubles, and they were a prescribed terror group. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that this is not a free speech issue necessarily. So, for example, as I've already quoted, what it is that is Mahmoud Khalil is being deported on is that he broke the rules that he agreed to when he came to America. He can continue saying what he wants. In fact, he could have said all that he said, or rather, no, he can't. He can't express support for Hamas. He could have expressed support for Palestine. He could even have been anti-Semitic, and it wouldn't have broken the rules. But specifically, he supported terrorist activity and terrorist organization, and that broke the rules which he agreed to when he came to America.
I'm sorry, that doesn't matter. I mean, again, if he has the protections of any U.S. citizen under our Constitution, again, dude, you don't have to like what's being said. That's not what the First Amendment is. Holy shit.
But this is all nonsense.
That's completely correct.
Because they never investigated any Irish people on student visas. Any Irish people who are on green cards. They never... Look, the PKK is a Kurdish terrorist organization. Did they investigate anybody who supports them? No. The only people that are investigated are people who criticize Israel.
Not true.
Who are we kidding? No. I want you to answer the question.
Yeah.
Be honest and be serious.
No.
Do you think that any other country or any other movement is investigated other than if you dare to criticize There's our special ally, Israel, because they buy all our politicians. That's so obvious. That's the most obvious thing in the world. Anyone who doesn't acknowledge that, including every single mainstream media reporter in America, is an enormous liar. It is the money talking, saying, how dare you arrest anyone who dares to criticize Israel. Admit that that's true.
2023,
if you don't admit that's true, then there's no point in this conversation.
In 2023, the Biden administration...
I think his energy definitely comes across like more in person because these people do not stop on him as often as they do when he's on video.
Forbid Israelis from coming into America.
Oh, yeah, Biden's so tough on Israel. That's why he didn't check. This is what Biden did to Israel. You're slaughtering Palestinian children. You need it rain.
You're obsessed with Israel, but what about?
I'm not obsessed with Israel.
What about the lobbying done by China? What about the lobbying?
My ears hurt.
That's what
done
Israel.
by Japan.
And eating all the money from the Israeli
done
lobby.
by Pakistan. What about the lobbying done by the Saudis,
okay,
the Qataris?
Here we go. They're always the whataboutism.
All of these countries.
We get to commit a genocide because Pakistan also killed some people.
Unbelievable.
Okay, look, America and everyone else in the world. Now you're clear. I believe that Israel has disproportionate power in America because their lobby, for example, has given $337 million to Trump.
Doesn't compare to what the China lobby have given to America. Doesn't compare to
give a more direct example.
Hang on.
Let me just make this last point in regards to this.
Last point by Cheng, then Nadine.
So this is the epitome of cancel culture.
Sorry, just like
wait one second, Nadine. I'll bring you in after Cheng.
Nadine,
wait one second. Cheng first,
so
then
this is the epitome of cancel culture, but we're canceling people on behalf of a foreign government. Musk and Trump said that they were free speech absolutists, but now they say, no, there's one exception, and there was always one exception. You'll get no Epstein files. You'll get no freedom of speech. We'll do nothing but cancel culture, but always on behalf of beloved special ally Israel that has stuffed all of our pockets with millions of dollars.
On a technical point, Cheng, is Winston not correct that if you're not a naturalized citizen of the United States, I happen to know this, I'm an exceptional alien in your country. That's what it says on my visa. I don't complain about the wording. It is a bit weird. You call us exceptional aliens. But if I'm going to be an alien, I may as well be exceptional. But it's a very difficult process. It's a long process. It's an expensive process to become an exceptional alien in your great country. But if I was to suddenly start supporting an organization that is a prescribed terrorist group in the United States, I would be in breach, as Winston said, of the criteria by which I signed up to enter the country. So on that purely legal technical point, you might play whataboutery with other groups and say it hasn't been consistent. That's a perfectly rational argument to have. But is the US government in breach of his First Amendment rights if they can establish he has supported openly Hamas, and that would go against all the paperwork he signed up to when he became a green card holder in America?
Look at this chicanery. So Israel buys all of our politicians, says every group opposed. Hold on. Every group opposed to me, put them on a terrorist list. Even though I do 400 times worse terrorism, don't put me on the terrorism list. Now all of you corrupt American politicians, put all of our enemies on a terrorist list, and on top of that, I want your money. Give me $300 billion. On top of that, I want you to attack all these guys that I'm calling terrorists that are just Israel's enemies. Okay? So they completely control the American government in this direction. And I'm not interested in it. I dare you to challenge any other.
As I said, man, I think that he's harder to challenge when he's in person.
You're playing the very whataboutery I told you
not to. Be in favor of any other terrorist group. We'll have zero problems in America.
But it's just kind of refreshing to see peers that kind of just be like, oh.
Say Israel, oh my God.
Okay.
Oh, the money. Come on, keep it real.
Just to repeat.
Biden's top donor, Trump's top donor, Kamala's top donor.
Like I said, there might well be many inconsistencies. That's a perfectly valid point to make. But on the specific question I asked you, is the government infringing on his First Amendment rights, Mahmoud Halil, if they can establish he supported Hamas, which is a prescribed terror group, that would put him in breach of his entry requirements and criteria to become a green card holder. Are they not legally... Well, hang on. Under that pretext, are they not legally... hang on, Nadine. I'm going to come to you. Are they not legally in their rights to do it in that eventuality?
No. So I heard all the time from MAGA that, hey, free speech isn't just about the First Amendment. It should also apply to social
Who do I think the Mehdi Hasan?
media, and we should protect free speech.
Except his last one was not as effective, I hate to say.
No matter what, we should be free speech absolutists.
But
and MAGA has
overall,
actually been
Mehdi
fairly
Hasan.
consistent about this, and that is why Trump is going to lose part of his base by constantly saying, I want to do cancel culture for Israel. I want to violate the First Amendment. I want to violate free speech as long as Miriam Adelson keeps sending me checks. So no, this is against the principles of free speech in America. I don't care that Israel got
Sam Cedar's good too. Sam Cedar's good.
Law passed to make it illegal.
He doesn't do as many like these types of things though.
Criticize any
If he did
criticize
more,
them
then hell
or
yeah.
to support any of their enemies. And how many? Hey, would Israel accept a 58-year occupation? And if they dared to fight back, would we call them terrorists? Of course we wouldn't.
Okay, let me bring in Nadine. Nadine.
Yeah, I mean, material support isn't, applicable to free speech. Material support requires way more than speech. So this idea that, supporting a terrorist organization is not really applicable here. And if we look at...
No, he nailed his peers. He just didn't have enough time, and it was kind of too crowded. If it was just him and Julian, or Julian Michaels, and then other schmuck, that would have been fine, but... too much.
Organizations like the Jewish Defense League, which up until recently were considered a terrorist organization by the United States, they were able to openly operate in New York City, in the streets of New York City. They've been counter-protesting within our lifetime protests for over 10 years, and oftentimes joined by Israelis, by people who are not U.S. citizens, coming and threatening us at our protests. One of the organizations that actually claimed to work with the government to bring up Khalil's case, Batar, is a nonprofit 501c3 here in New York City, offering people $1,800, a bounty on my head, to give me a beeper, which, obviously calls back to the beeper attacks on Lebanon, terrorist attacks that have left people blind and killed people, including children.
Having some fun.
Right? Openly making these threats against American citizens like myself here in the streets of New York City, joined by Israelis, and nothing is done about it. Openly tolerated by the Democrats as well, not just the Republicans. So, it's clear that, not only is it a double standard, it's beyond that. We have never seen Palestinians calling for bombing of Israelis here in New York City.
Okay, let me ask Winston this.
We've seen Israeli organizations, Zionist organizations do that.
I want to play a clip. This is you, Winston, on Gutfeld, a mutual friend of ours, Greg Gutfeld, a great guy, very funny guy. Both done his show many times.
Subjective.
This is the clip that you do, and Elon Musk responded to this. So let's watch the clip first, and I'll read his response.
There's actually far more concerning what's happening in England. In fact, England today is what America would be if it had elected Kamala.
This guy looks like Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins had a baby.
President. And it's quite sad. I've been here for about 2 weeks. America is about lifting people up. It is not an envious country. England today is about tearing down.
And then he totally just wanted to be Russell Brand.
The aspirational, tearing down those who want to do better with their life. And as a consequence, people are fleeing England. Things are even worse, actually. A week ago, my lawyer back home called me up and said 2 of your tweets are technically illegal. You could be arrested when you return.
Now, Elon Musk posted after that, Britain's turning into a police state, so he was enraged about this infringement on your rights to free speech, even about contentious issues, Winston. So the tricky question, I think, for you and for Elon Musk, if he was here, would be, well, what really is the difference here? Because a lot of people were hoovered up in the riots in England, of course, last summer, for saying inflammatory...
How in the fuck did a producer not fix his Windsor knot? That seems like an oversight that is just like basic television etiquette.
Things online and so on, supporting in some cases.
Oh, that's distracting
given
as
quite
hell.
extensive prison sentences. Many would say, well, the rage that people felt, particularly Elon Musk actually, over the infringement on their free speech rights, does not sit very well with what's now happening to Mahmoud Halil.
Okay, so in Britain we have the Terrorism Act 2000. It's forbidden to support a terrorist organisation. In this case, obviously, we're talking.
He starts doing the Carlton dance all of a sudden, and it's just like, I knew it
about Hamas. Your guest Nadine, she is entitled to support a terrorist organization in America.
Who am I kidding? I'm from Salt Lake City too.
Because they have the First Amendment. They have a different law. But the Mahmoud Khalil is a different situation because he, as we have already discussed, came in and under the U.S. Code, Title 8, I believe.
There were only the two famous ones, right?
I believe it is. He is forbidden from supporting terrorist
he's not an American
organizations
citizen.
because
He's married
not
to- he's
an
married to an
American
American
citizen. And may I continue? But may I continue?
Should he
May-
be cancelled?
Well, he broke those rules.
Gotcha.
And
You're saying he should be cancelled.
So then my question to you is, should the law about this title, U.S. Code 8, where the American executive government have power to control who is and is not in their country, should that be revoked? For example, last year, 5 Chinese students were forbidden from entering into Biden's America. No reason was given. As I said, the year before, Biden forbade Israelis of a certain political persuasion from coming into America. Do you want the executive order to have power over the American borders or not?
But we let Netanyahu, the world's biggest terrorist, in, and we let him into Congress
He's
and
not
get him a
prescribed-
standing
he's not a
ovation.
Israel is not a prescribed
So Israel is
terrorist
not
organization.
prescribed.
Hamas
That's
is a
exactly my problem with this
Hamas
law.
is a prescribed
no, but
terrorist
Winston, that's
organization.
exactly my problem
Yeah,
with
but
the
you
law.
might- yeah, but Chick,
so
you might have
now
a problem
we're
with the
saying,
law.
okay,
It
let's
doesn't mean
rig
to
the
say it's
law
not the law.
in favor of Israel. So then when we apply it, we go, hey, there was already a law.
All right,
we had
Jake's got a
already
point.
rigged it in
I was
favor
about
of
to say,
Israel.
like, wait a
that
minute, where's he
law
going
is
with
not
this?
applied to anyone
think Hamas is
outside of opponents of Israel.
Do you agree that
So
Hamas
by
is
the
a
way,
terrorist
Americans,
organization?
American citizens,
Do you
they're going to
agree
come for
that
you
Hamas is a
next.
terrorist organization?
Of course I do. I also think
so why
Israel's
do
a
you
terrorist
object to this?
organization.
But if Hamas
I
is a
object
terrorist
because I actually care
organization-
about free speech.
Yeah, but
because Americans, they're going to
Did
come
he
for
not
you
support
next.
Hamas?
They're going
Did
to
he
come for you
support
next.
Hamas?
Don't you dare criticize Israel. They'll call you an anti-Semite. They'll give you a scarlet letter A. That's the new scarlet letter for A for anti-Semite. And they'll fire you. They'll cancel you.
I almost moved to Salt Lake City so my mail could say SLUT.
Arrest you. They'll deport you. They'll do all these things because Israel first, America 18.
Okay, let me ask.
Nadine,
Oh, hang on.
Nadine has been able to. One of her protests outside of
No
Novara music
awesome.
festival commemoration was so terrible and anti-Semitic that even AOC, the progressive politician, decided that
Oh, dude, that makes me so happy. I'm gonna think of that randomly and just chuckle.
she had gone too far, and
That's
the
great.
organization. But
And
she has her
AOC
free
didn't
speech
sign the
to do
letter
that.
in
She has
support
her
of
free
Mahmoud
speech, and she's
Khalil.
able to
So
do
she's
that.
not a measure of the Palestinian
How's it going,
freedom
Aiden?
of speech. I don't know why you're bringing her up, or as if we're aligned with the Democrats when we've
How are
been
you, by the way?
protesting against the
Very well.
Democrats for the last 16 months, who set up all the dominoes that created for this to happen in the first place. She's not an ally to the Palestinian movement, by the stretch that we expect people to be, especially when the U.S.
But the
is
point is, you were
providing the
not
funds
arrested for that
and the weapons
anti-Semitic
to kill the
behavior.
Palestinian
You were
people.
allowed to say it. You, as an American citizen, were entitled
There
to
was
say it, and
nothing
you were not punished
anti-Semitic
because of
about my
it.
behavior.
The difference is with
It was
Mahmoud
atrocity
Khalil is
propaganda
that he is not.
used to fuel a genocide against my people. It's not anti-Semitic to say that I don't believe that hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, that millions of Palestinians should be displaced, should be killed, should be bombed, should be not given access to food and water like we've seen in Gaza for the last 11 days. They've been under even stricter blockade, not allowing electricity in. During the month of Ramadan, people are continuously
But that is
starving.
not why he's
so
being.
there's nothing anti-Semitic.
That is not
for
why
me to
he's
bring
being
that up.
threatened with deportation. I mean, my question for you would be, Nadine, I've asked you this before, and I'm interested if you've got the same answer or not. But I mean, do you personally, right now, do you support Hamas?
Oh, thank you.
I don't condemn and I don't tell people who are living under occupation, living under.
Watch the beginning of my stream from yesterday. If you weren't here, I opened up some Pokemon packs.
Genocide, how they can resist
But do you
their
support them?
occupation. I've never publicly expressed support for any specific parties or groups in Palestine, including the Palestinian Authority even. But I support all people who are oppressed to resist their oppression. You can't tell people that they don't have the right to defend themselves.
Right, but
And that's
you
where
do
I
accept.
stand.
You do accept if you're not prepared to condemn a group like Hamas, then you are de facto supporting them.
I'm not going to condemn anybody who's defending themselves, and I won't condemn my people who are the victims
Were
of
they
this. writ
okay,
large.
well, okay, but
I'm not
Nadine,
gonna
hang
sit
on,
here
hang on,
condemning
hang on.
You guys condemn
Palestinians
Israel?
Hang on,
when they're
so
you
facing
condemn the
genocide.
terrorists?
Yeah, I was about to say,
hang on,
hold on.
Nadine.
Like this whole absolutist approach, while not recognizing how this can be thrown at them.
So, did you condemn what they did on October the 7th?
I play Yu-Gi-Oh. Nice.
Again, I think a lot of what we saw about October the 7th was actually lies, and they've been
Yeah, I got some random Japanese packs.
disproven.
Wow.
So, you know, I don't know what conversation we're having here. They are. The 40 beheaded babies lies was disproven. The
Well, do you
charred
think the
babies lies.
1,200
a lot of the
people?
rape,
Okay, well, let me be
propaganda.
specific to you. Do you
Have
think?
actually, we've
Let me
seen
be
Palestinian
specific with my
babies charred.
question.
We've seen.
Will you let her speak? You shushed her, then you were like, wait your turn, wait your turn, wait your turn, and now you will not let her speak. Holy crap, Piers, just shut the fuck up for a minute.
Hang on.
That's what I condemn.
This guy has the nuance of a claw hammer.
Believe that
Do you
3,000.
condemn Israel?
Can I ask you a
genocide
question,
against
please? Let me ask you a question, then respond.
That's how I
this
use the claw
works.
hammer. It's like this.
Do you believe that 3,000 Hamas terrorists crossed the border on October the 7th in 3 different
I'll see you later, Jeff.
phases and attacked indiscriminately any Israelis?
This is how Palestinians get treated. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is how they treat women. I don't like it.
Particular Jewish Israelis they could get their hands on, that they murdered.
Yes, Palestinians definitely get talked to like this, but I'm saying, like, I don't know. I feel like this is also like there's a little chauvinisty thing on Pierce's side on this
1,200 people that they wounded, some of them
If I'm wrong, then
irreparably
let
in
me
terms
know.
of injuries that will never be recovered from. Nearly 7,000 more people that they captured and kidnapped 250 odd people, including a baby, including Holocaust survivors. So do you accept those basic facts?
I mean, the U.S. government is currently negotiating, the continuous ceasefire with Hamas, and so it's clear that
I'm just asking if you
whatever
accept those
actions
facts.
were taken.
Nadine, I just asked you if you accept those facts.
I don't.
Don't give in to the gotcha.
Like I said, it's clear whatever actions they've taken, and I'm not sure, what part of all
Excuse
of
me.
that is or isn't true. There's been a lot of propaganda, but it's clear that that was a response to oppression since 1948, to
Okay,
when
so just to be
Israeli
clear-
groups, Zionist groups
So
went
just
to
to be clear-
Palestinian villages
Here he
like
goes.
mine.
No, he's going to do his blanket statement. Here he goes.
Just to be clear,
carried out
you don't
atrocities
condemn
even
that.
worse than that.
So you cannot condemn.
I hate
what
when
they
he
did
does
that day.
this.
Like I said, I can't condemn
Okay.
what has been repeatedly
we've heard you loud
put
and
in the
clear.
media.
We've heard you
and
loud
what
and clear.
What I don't know is true. What I don't know to be true.
I know.
I
How
don't
very
condemn people
convenient that you
fighting
don't
for
think
their
any of it's
liberation.
true. I mean, we literally saw what they did through their own GoPro videos that they beamed to the world of them murdering innocent people. They literally beamed it in
I
real
believe
time
Israel actually
to
killed
the
a
world.
lot of
They
their people
wanted
through
us
the
to see
Hannibal
it. They were
Directive.
proud of it.
Do you condemn the Hannibal Directive
You should condemn all of it. but-
that was directed towards their own people?
being a
if Israel
pacifist
cared about
sucks.
their hostages so much, why do they continuously bomb Gaza while they're there?
All right, Winston,
I believe a lot
Winston,
of what we
let me
saw
ask-
on
let me
October
ask
7th
Winston.
actually came from the Israeli side.
Okay, Winston, the Hannibal Directive is a perfectly valid point that it does appear that certain
Yeah, they totally used it.
leaders of the Israeli
Dude, no, the IDF came out and said that they were using it. Come the fuck on.
side are now conceding there was a Hannibal Directive,
God.
which is that they would basically stop their own people from being kidnapped, and if it meant taking their lives in that eventuality, that would have to happen. And there is some evidence that that may have happened with some of the people who were killed. So let's
Vulgar
be
pacifism.
clear. Right? I try and be very fair-minded about this. I go where the facts take us. The 40 beheaded babies turned out not to be true. It was stated as fact by an Israeli member of the Israeli forces. It turned out to be untrue. It is true, however, that some people were beheaded. It is true that babies were kidnapped. So these things are all a question of scale. I am very happy to condemn all of it because it was all a despicable act of terrorism. Winston, when you hear someone like Nadine, who is defending this guy's right to be in America, when you see her so, in my opinion, people can have their own view about the way she's responded, but so glibly brush off what Hamas did that day. This has always been my problem with this debate. If you just cannot find it in yourself, Cenk, if I asked him, would condemn what happened that day because he has done repeatedly. And then you can have a rational conversation. If you can't condemn it and you put it all down as some form of resistance or opposition, you lose me. Winston.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know really what to respond to that. It's clear what happened on October 7th, and from what little research I've done into Nadine's work,
Oh, I mean, Anna, you might be missing my. I'm more like the ultimate ideologue, where I'm just like, why can't we all just get along?
She seems to have supported what.
Not trying to make light of it, but for real, I mean, I do kind of think that way, where I'm just like,
happens to October. It's not that she's not even.
We just talked this over. We could probably avoid a lot of shit.
Day in the world, right? I mean, so you guys keep talking about October 7th. There's
you would condemn
that's not how reality is.
But do you guys condemn the 58-year brutal occupation of the Israelis, butchering, slaughtering, oppressing the Palestinians? Do you condemn that they've killed 14,500 children, 4,350 children under the age of 5, 800 babies under the age of 1?
I know.
They've incinerated them alive. So how can you now...
I'm in a lose-lose situation. Let's just put it that way.
Be honest and fair and say that Israel is clearly a terrorist state.
I will be honest and fair. I think that Israel's right to self-defense has now gone too far. I've been saying this for months.
Wow. He said it, guys. He said it.
I think they have killed too many innocent civilians. They keep saying that they have. Proportionally, it's been better than any other modern urban warfare, to which I respond, actually, there is a massively disproportionate number of children, i.e. under 18s, in Gaza. Half the population of 2 million is under 18. And therefore, the proportion of children who've been killed as a total of the casualties is like on a scale we haven't seen in modern times in any urban warfare. So, yes, I think they've gone way too far. I also think, as I said from the start, what's the end game? What's the plan for after this? 2/3 of Gaza has been obliterated, right? There's evidence from the American intelligence that actually for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, they've already filled it with someone with similar ideology. So the ideology has certainly not been eliminated, nor have Hamas. When we see the hostages being released, there's massive displays by people who look very much and sound very much like Hamas terrorists. So there are lots of things, Cenk, that I'm very happy to criticize about what Israel's done. What I won't do is say that they didn't have a fundamental right stroke duty to defend their people after the appalling atrocities of October the 7th.
Then do
because Hamas had said they're going to carry on doing it. Because Hamas's official spokesman said we're going to do this again and again and again.
Then do the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? You say Israel does. When Hamas, in their mind, defends the Palestinians, you say they're no good terrorists. If anybody ever says a kind word about them, they should be arrested and deported.
I think the honest answer...
But when Israel does 400 times worse than Hamas, they've gone too far. I wouldn't call them terrorists. You're allowed to support them and their terrorism
in the 75 years or so of this conflict, right, there have been 5 flare-ups of war that people accept were flare-ups of war. It would be hard to argue they haven't all been orchestrated by the Palestinian side. Would you accept that? In other words, the actual flare-ups of war.
No, I don't accept that.
You don't accept that?
No,
you don't accept that Palestinians or pro-Palestinian groups or Arab groups have actually been responsible for the outbreaks of warfare.
No, I don't accept that 1%.
Okay. Well,
so first of all, if I occupy you in a prison for 58 years and you try to break out 5 times, I wouldn't blame you for it.
Well,
but even so, no. So Israel, for example, on October 7th, we know that they had the intelligence on October 7th, the greatest intelligence agency in the whole world. And then, so why did they let it happen?
Spectacular failure. I agree.
No, it's not. It was a spectacular success for their mission to grab Gaza and the West Bank.
No, that's nonsense.
Nonsense, my ass.
That's conspiracy
what are they doing now?
Bullshit.
So, Piers, will you admit that once they try to push the Palestinians out and take Gaza for themselves, that it was never about self-defense? It was always about stealing Palestinian land, which is what they have done over and over and over again.
It's only a flare-up when Palestinians fight back and they ignore it.
Since 1948.
Yeah, the idea that the Israelis knew what was going on. Hang on.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
So just to respond to that, the idea that the Israelis knew that October 7th was going to
this is infuriating.
happen and deliberately allowed it to happen to their own people is preposterous.
Some people in the Israeli government who are literally terrorists like Ben Gvir Absolutely. Netanyahu, I think, is...
God, okay, these are the appearances that, like, make me miss Cenk. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, where it's just like, all right, Unc, you know what? We had our differences. You've been kind of an asshole, but cook.
Literally the largest terrorist in the world right now. You're telling me Netanyahu wouldn't do that? Netanyahu lied us into the Iraq war. He talked about weapons of mass destruction. He talked about how they did 9/11 when, in fact, Saddam Hussein was opposed to Al-Qaeda. So that giant liar that lied America into the Iraq war as part of the neocons wouldn't lie to his own people to protect himself from corruption charges, from protecting himself from a very, very unpopular leadership.
Well,
no, and to be able to have an excuse to steal more Palestinian land. That is exactly what Netanyahu has done.
Let me ask. Hang on, Nadia. I'll come back to
They
you.
should know that oppressing Palestinians
don't
would
just
result
come back to
in
her.
people
Let her
defending
have her time.
themselves. They should know that. And I've said this on your show before. As long as there is oppression, there is going to be Palestinian resistance to it. As long as there's an occupation, apartheid, genocide, ethnic cleansing, Palestinians are going to take whatever means they have to defend themselves. We don't have an army because we don't have a state, because the U.S.
Again, we accept this with Ukraine. We can't, like,
and Israel continuously blocks that from happening. So yes, when Palestinian militias come together to defend themselves, they're going to be considered terrorist organizations because there is no means for us to be able to lawfully do that, which is exactly the situation that they created. So yes, they are going to expect that it's going to happen, whether they have the intelligence or not. But I do know that they had the intelligence. We do believe they had the intelligence to know that an attack like October 7th was imminent and that Palestinians are going to continue to resist regardless.
Okay, Winston.
That's in the Israeli papers. It's
All right.
acknowledged.
Yeah, Winston. Final word to you here. And I would just ask you a difficult question, I guess.
Doesn't Winston's suit jacket fit properly? He would benefit from a well-tailored jacket.
Which is, there are many people
and a better tie
who are absolutely of the view that Israel should continue until the last Hamas terrorist is gone. Many in Israel feel that. They're not as keen on Netanyahu, for example, but they're absolutely keen on the mission to get rid of Hamas, and the trauma that Israel suffered that day cannot be underestimated. However, if you look at the conflict in totality, it is hard to argue, particularly in light of events this week, where Israel has just casually turned off the power into Gaza, which made me ask some questions on X. Well, hang on, who gives them the right to have that right to turn the power on and off into Gaza? And it turns out that they control more than 50% of all the electricity that Gaza has, and turned off 90% of that almost immediately after October the 7th. So you've got these, look, there are guilty Hamas terrorists there. There are also many, many hundreds of thousands of perfectly innocent, particularly children, living there who have had almost no power now, are now getting no fuel coming in. There have been limitations on water. The power that was coming in was being used to provide clean water. That's now been withdrawn. None of this strikes me as being a reasonable thing for Israel to be doing now. Does it you?
Okay, so I think to understand the electricity thing, there's a bit of background needs to be understood. Firstly, why is it that Gaza doesn't have more power plants? One of the reasons is that they have spent many billions of their donations building up a vast terror network.
That is true.
Yeah. Another question, which why is it that Egypt aren't supplying electricity to Gaza? The reason is
I hope you appreciate that emphasis, because
even Egypt themselves recognize Hamas as a Muslim Brotherhood affiliated organization, and they are incredibly wary of that organization. Then, as well as understanding that, you've got to understand the ceasefire negotiations that have broken down.
So but Winston, do you accept any criticism of what Israel is doing now?
I think that they are back in conflict because ceasefire has failed. Both sides. Now, look, if you go into why the ceasefire has failed,
Israel.
There's arguments on both sides. Israel obviously only got 22 of the promised 33 hostages. Hamas said they would clear the Philadelphia passage.
Israel
they did not.
Withdraw because
Israel's definitely have grievances.
When they try to take Gaza.
May I? Israel have grievances about the phase 1 of the ceasefire failing, so they've been unable to get to phase 2 of the ceasefire.
Hang on, Winston, should they be turning off the power into Gaza?
Now that the ceasefire has failed, the conflict is been.
Yeah, but they're
starving them to death.
Blockades are a normal part of war. We
So
British
starvation is a
blockaded
normal
Nazi
part of war.
Germany.
No, it's a war crime. I'm glad you brought
October
up Nazi Germany. That's exactly what the Germans would have done. Cut off their food,
British
cut
did
off,
it to
and
the
then
Germans.
incinerate their kids. Because that's what they did. They put them in and incinerated
Turning off
the Jews
electricity
during
is
the
not
Holocaust.
incineration.
It was heartbreaking. Jews have
Please.
suffered so
Gaza
much
was
throughout
under
history.
blockade for
Now,
over 20
Israel
years
turns
before
around, pretends to be the
October
Jewish state, and says, I speak for all Jews. No, you don't. You don't speak for my Jewish friends. You don't speak for my Jewish family. And you've actually greatly tainted them. And I despise Israel for that. Now Israel says, we get to starve children to death. We get to burn them to death. We get to crush their skulls. No, you have become what you most despised. So please stop. I know that there's nothing we could do because you bought every single politician in America, but I'm asking you to have morality and remember your Jewish faith, which is a wonderful faith that is giving and generous and talks in Passover about even having mercy for the people who kept you as slaves. Can you not have mercy for the people that you are keeping as slaves?
Okay.
How long are you going to occupy them?
Okay.
Answer that question. How long are you going to occupy them? You're brutalizing them. 58 years. You've kept them in a dark dungeon. And anytime they dare to oppose you, you cut off their water, you
Hamas
cut off,
has done
and
this.
you kill their children.
It is Hamas who've
Israel,
done that.
you should be better than
They've
this.
done this
but you know,
way before Hamas
okay,
ever
listen.
existed.
Also, I would
Israel
say, Cenk,
occupied
hang on,
Palestine for decades
Nadine.
before
I would
Hamas
say,
existed.
Cenk, in response to that, we've got to wrap things up. So it's been a very interesting debate. But you could also look at Hamas, who have governed Gaza for 20 years. They were given $6 billion, right? All with Netanyahu's apparent happiness because he wanted to split them from the Palestinian Authority. Okay, whatever. Put the politics aside, $6 billion. And what do they do with it? They did nothing to improve the lives of Palestinian people. Quite the opposite. They built a sophisticated. They built a sophisticated tunnel network around Gaza, embedded themselves in civilian population areas, so they knew when they committed the acts they did on October the 7th, they knew that Israel would respond with incredible force because they would have felt compelled to. And in that moment, they knew that many, many, many thousands, tens of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza would get killed. And they didn't give a damn. And the people who were safe were Hamas hiding in the tunnels. It wasn't the innocent civilians, including all the innocent kids that you talk about who've been killed, which is utterly heartbreaking. But if they had been properly looked after by Hamas, this wouldn't have happened either. So let's just put things in perspective.
Yeah, so you're asking me a question.
No,
I'll
I'm
answer
not. I'm making a statement. I'm going to leave it there because you had.
I would drive out Hamas. I would bring in Fatah, make a deal with them, two-state solution. Fatah would then have the credibility to be able to drive Hamas
Well, I agree
out.
with you about the two-state solution. I'm not
Look,
sure
I mean,
that
they're
he's the
bombing
guy.
the West Bank. They're still bombing the West Bank. And
Yeah, I
Hamas
don't agree
doesn't
with.
govern
By the way,
West
I don't
Bank.
agree with that, Nadine. I don't agree with the expansion of settlements in the West Bank. I think it's all outrageous. I want this over. We all want it over.
Except Israel, who wants the land.
There are certainly people in that cabinet who do not, I think, want it over.
I think that cabinet is filled with terrorists, and they love this.
I think some of them are despicable people. We've got to leave it there. Thank you all very much. Cenk, great to have you in London.
Thank you.
Good to see you've lost none of your passion. It doesn't matter where you are geographically. That's good to see. Nadine, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. And Winston, good to see you. Carlos Ghosn is known to millions of people around the world for two big reasons. First,
let's see.
The Escape.
If this
Three
sucks,
hit
we'll
documentaries that charted his
Let's
cinematic
see.
exit from Japan, where he fled charges of financial misconduct by first disguising himself and then hiding inside a large box with the help of a special forces veteran. And second, of course, the cars. Carlos Ghosn is revered in the business world for his revival of Nissan and his remarkable leadership of Renault. Some called him the king of cars. Some called him the god of cars. The French called him Le Coste Killer. Now, the first time, he is the next guest on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Mr. Ghosn, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you, Piers.
My first question is a simple one. How are you?
Look, I can't complain. I'm fine. Living obviously in an environment which, as you know, is extremely turbulent. With the war in the country was at war a few months ago, but it looks like things are going into the right way. So I can't complain.
When you look back on that crazy time in your life, and I realize a lot of it is still ongoing in terms of legal actions and so on, but can you quite believe how fast you went from one status to another?
Well, you know, this was obviously a plot, an accident. It happened. It has been carefully prepared for more than 1 year in a way that didn't give me any suspicion about what was going on. But frankly, the explanation is very simple. You know, there were two conflicting ideas about the future of Nissan in 2018. One, which was shared by some executive in Nissan with the Minister of Industry of Japan, and also with the agreement of Tsuga-san, who at that moment was, the #2 guy in the government, that they need to take Nissan out of the control of Renault. From the other side, you had the French administration, the Macron administration, who really was pushing for a merger, and they had a big influence on the Renault board. They are the main shareholder of Renault. And I was in the middle. I didn't believe in one or the other. I thought that any one of them would be very dangerous for the future of Nissan. I wanted just to strengthen the alliance, but maintaining the two identities totally separate. And at a certain point in time, because the Japanese, when the French asked me to renew my mandate, 4 years mandate in 2018, the Japanese took it as this is the moment to eliminate the cornerstone or the pillar of the alliance, which I represented, in order to take back control on Nissan. And frankly, they won. They won to take back control of Nissan, but you know exactly what happened after.
I'm going to come to exactly what happened after. I did think of you yesterday when I saw President Trump and Elon Musk on the lawn of the White House having what appeared to be a sales conference for Musk's company, Tesla. You must have been watching all this with great fascination. To see Elon Musk, who is the biggest Western producer of green cars there's ever been, one of the most successful business guys in the world, now coming under increasing heat politically, which is having a negative effect on Tesla's sales and on his reputation.
Don't give a shit. Sorry, guys. If you were interested in that, I will link the original video, and you can watch the rest of the interview there. Otherwise, yeah, I was out. Don't give a shit. Fuck your cause. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed. Oh, it was fun. That was fun doing a little Piers Morgan segment, gotta say. Now let's just kind of hang out. What do you guys think? It's only a flare up when Palestinians fight back. Yeah. Just realized I'm caught up on chat here. Alright. Hold on, we got some Discord stuff. Let's see. Now we get to go into the real fun half. Yeah, man. You know what? Agreed. Here, I actually gotta ask for something here. These content creators are exploiting trauma for views. Yeah, we watched that. I don't need to see that. You know what? There we go.
The Bible says that you can do that, though.
Let's see what Queen Andrew had to say at DebateCon.
Right, so if we say...
If the Bible says you could do it, Craig, why aren't Christians doing it?
Where's the Aztecs
By
right
the
now?
moral... They're dead, because Christians killed them.
Oh, that's good. Oh, the Christians killed them.
You should have left those heathen heart-cutting out people.
Let's talk about the Crusades. Oh, they believe different to us, so let's go and kill all of them. How is that good for society?
I feel like I'm the antithesis to Andrew's energy, and that's the reason that I might be able to actually like get to them where it's just like, all right, man, chill.
Yeah, that's Jewish law. That's not Christianity. That's not Christian ethics. Are we here to argue Jewish ethics or Christian ethics?
But that's in the Bible, and it says that's what you should do, right? Russians were never secular humanists.
They were.
No, the Russians were never secular humanists.
Craig, you just made it up, Craig. You made it up, Craig.
I didn't. I read it off of a site.
You read it off of. I made it the fuck up site.
I read it off. Let's look at Christianity,
Let's.
and let me ask you some questions about how Christianity is better for society.
Okay.
How is stoning people to death that work on the Sabbath better for society?
Does anybody in any Christian nation stone anybody to death?
It doesn't matter. The Bible says that you can.
I mean, technically, I was about to say, technically, in the old way of practicing Christianity, yes.
Does anybody? Are we talking about whether the Bible's true or the effects of Christianity on society?
Now,
is there a
has
single society which is Christian where they stone people to death,
That
Craig?
wasn't what I said.
So then what the fuck are you talking about?
So, but the Bible says that you can do that, though, right? So
He has so much dandruff on that hat.
if we say...
If the Bible says you could do it, Craig,
Yeah.
why aren't Christians doing it?
a lot of them do.
Where?
There is
Where?
There is many horrible Christians around the world. There is a Christian family that I was reading about where they had...
Can I see a show of hands for all the Christians who are here who
do you-
have ever
do you-
stoned anybody to death?
Do you want me to speak?
I want to give.
You look like the type.
Give Craig a
So,
chance.
am I allowed? Right.
Go ahead.
Just
Let's
because
give Craig
you
a
don't
chance.
do that now doesn't mean that Christianity doesn't say that that's okay, right? You're not here to say, well...
Then why aren't they doing it?
You aren't here to say, well, why aren't they doing it?
Yes, I am. I'm here to say the effects of
aren't
Christianity on
here-
society are better. You want me to demonstrate
You aren't
it?
here to...
Look,
I got 5
we
words
can
out.
do
5
A,
words,
B, C, D.
5 words out. I got 5 words out, people.
Can you just show me where they're stoning?
I got 5 words out, people.
Where are
but
Christians stoning
little boy
people
here,
to death?
Andrew, can't...
Where are Christians
5
stoning
words.
people to
I got
death,
5
bro?
words out, Andrew.
Okay, go ahead, Craig. Tell
Thank
us
you.
where they're stoning people to death.
Right, okay. So the Bible says that you can stone people to death. The Bible says that you can beat your slave until it's fine until he gets up. The Bible says that women shouldn't vote and read and all of that. So it doesn't matter that that is not particularly what happens now. That is what Christianity says is okay. So
you should be able to point to a bunch of Christian countries where women can't read,
question
right?
out? Did I get my question out, Andrew?
Well, okay, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, Craig.
So take a deep breath.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
sorry I interrupted your interruption. Go ahead.
Right. So Christianity has the Bible as its guidelines. And the Bible says that you can do these things. Whether or not that happens now is because people are moral in general, but it doesn't matter. Christianity specifically says that you can do these things and it's okay. So yes, it does. The Bible absolutely says that you can beat your slave. That it
Craig, I'm willing to engage with each of these.
So
Go
let me
ahead.
ask you, how does those specific things that the Bible say that you can do make it better for society? How does suppressing women's rights and women's ability to read and talk, how is that better for society? Because the Bible says that you should do that.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time. There is no Christian nation I'm aware of where women are getting
I
stoned
didn't
to
ask
death.
about Christian nation, let's be
What-
clear.
what's
But
the-
can you answer my question?
Well,
I
is the
said,
debate-
how does the Bible...
Yeah, is the debate over whether the Bible is true or is it the effects of Christianity on society?
No, it's not. It's about which is better for society,
Great,
not
it's
the
which
effects.
is better. So let's go
Yeah,
over
so-
to which is better. When you're talking about what is better, when he says the Bible makes prescriptions that you can stone people to death, the Bible makes prescriptions that women be oppressed. The Bible makes prescriptions that women not be able to read. The Bible makes these prescriptions, right?
So how are they better
Let's
for
assume
society?
for a second the Bible does make those prescriptions.
It does, yeah.
And we just very stupidly, as Christians, misinterpreted all of that to mean the exact opposite, which must have happened because in all of these Christian nations, none of that shit's happening. Nobody's getting stoned to death, Craig, anywhere. Women...
Hey, except this guy.
In a Christian, women in Christian nations.
Are you sure about
yes, I'm sure. In all Christian nations, women aren't getting stoned to death.
Are you
All
sure?
of them.
Absolutely 100%
I'm
sure?
absolutely sure, Craig.
So you're
now,
absolutely
Craig,
sure?
Craig, let me finish, Craig. I'm also sure.
Craig,
that in Christian nations,
let me finish, Craig.
women can learn
Craig.
to read. Where are
Craig.
women oppressed in Christian nations? Where is all this happening, Craig? So either all of the
Craig.
Christians are really fucking up their own documents real bad, or
We all know most Christians are not reading the Bible.
Your interpretation
no,
of the
I learned that
documents-
when I read the Bible, and then I started asking questions and realized how much even my pastors didn't really know the Bible.
must be really wrong. However,
not
even
interpreting
if
anything.
we're going to assume your interpretation of the documents is 100% correct and all the Christians got it wrong, their societies are still Craig. They're fantastic. Nobody's getting stoned in them. No one's getting beat to death in them.
Which Christian societies in particular are great?
You mean societies where the overwhelming majority of people are Christian?
Which ones are they?
Yeah, that would be all of the West, all of it.
And why are they so good in particular?
Because they have an ethical framework which they can appeal to that's unchanging.
And is the ethical framework of those countries Christianity?
Yes.
So Christianity set the ethical framework for all of these countries?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
So
Now, you want me
even
to,
the ones that
would
go
you like
against
me to
the things that the
demonstrate it
Bible
for you?
says?
I'll demonstrate it for you.
Right.
So hang on, I'll explain it so that you know.
I still haven't got back to my question.
I'm going to explain it to you. You just asked me, so I'm going to explain it to you. So your law, the laws that you're working with right now, those come from English common law. Okay, that's where it all comes
His
from.
English common law shit. He did this. He did this to me. He brought up English common law to me, and then he was like, "Oh, the Orthodox Catholicism."
The normative authority around
like,
English
what?
common law is Christianity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The very guidestones for yes, it is, and the very guidestones for which
Not
you,
anymore,
Okay, so
it's
this
not,
is
for which
just
you
a
build law.
technique
When you're
then,
talking,
right?
not anymore. What? I said the foundations.
No,
foundations
it's
isn't-
completely changed.
Okay,
we,
so
don't,
anyway,
we do not base
Craig,
our laws. There is
what does
nothing.
foundation
There is
mean?
nothing in English law now that is based on Christianity.
Yeah, I'm talking about its foundations.
But we
The
don't
things in
use
which you
that anymore.
enjoy-
The laws have
the
changed.
things in which you enjoy. Here's how it works.
You're
When
claiming
you're
it's
talking
Christianity,
about,
but it's not.
When
You're
you're
just
talking
saying
about
something.
a society, when you're talking about a society, the social order is defined by its ethical morals. For instance, Aztecs, who put people on temples and cut their hearts out as human sacrifices, their society
Abraham
is going to be informed.
Where's the Aztecs
by
right
the
now?
moral. They're dead because Christians killed them.
Oh, that's good. Oh, the Christians killed them.
You should have left those heathen heart cutting out people. Come on. But anyway, the point is that
So
you wearing a cross is celebrating human sacrifice. What?
Craig,
hold on.
calm down. I just want to finish one point and then you can talk, I promise.
Okay, finish your point.
So here it is. I think, and every reasonable sociologist would think the same thing, that the social order comes from the foundational ethics. So it works like this. Theology is what informs society.
I'm sorry,
and you can
man.
see that happen with the political class as well, who comes from society.
Every once in a while, you hear somebody like this where you're just like, okay, yeah, good point. All right, well thought out. Okay, yeah, lots of talking. Oh, you're literally just like saying things and don't mean anything.
In general, if you have a moral political class, generally speaking,
Abraham wasn't a Christian; he was a Jew.
you have a good set of ethics.
Oh my God, you're right. I forgot Old Covenant. Wait a minute, my bad. My bad.
Right? As we see Christianity being moved out of these nations for secularists, does it look less corrupt? Or does it look more corrupt? Well, I say it looks more corrupt because they no longer have the ethical foundations to appeal to. They don't have the theology to appeal to. It doesn't even matter if it's true. Like, let's say it's all false. All Christianity is totally false, totally fake. They made it all up. It's based on a noble lie, right? But everybody believes it, and so it gives you all these great outcomes, right? Why would a humanist even argue that? Why would you even want to argue with it? It makes no sense.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So none of that answers any of my questions about.
Let's take questions one at a time.
I'm sorry, man.
So
the way you did it, you have my permission.
When it gets down to it, Christianity, although modern Christians do a lot of different things to what happens in the past, we can go back to what.
All right, one of these days when I'm in a debate, like not necessarily with Andrew, but like with somebody else, I'm thinking that maybe what I'll do is I'll keep a few dice on hand and I'll roll the dice, and based on the dice roll, if it's high or low, I'll go like I'll make an answer based on each one.
You said about the answer.
And like on low, if I roll like a 1, then I have to do something ridiculous. If I go high, then it's like, aha,
we killed those
I must prepare an answer.
people, heathens cutting out the heart. Now, back in the past, the Aztecs did those horrible things, but back in the past, Christians did horrible things, right? Do you agree?
Yeah.
So who's to say that
back in the past, what? Dude,
Aztecs were in modern society that...
Do you know how many Christians of convenience that I know that legit do not practice any tenets, like any of them? They hate everybody, they judge everybody, and they hoard money. But they're good Christians. Again, without ever reading, anything in the Bible about Jesus and, like, you know, that whole hypocrisy thing. None of it.
Cutting out the heart thing would not be part of society, right?
Probably it could be part of
But
society.
it also couldn't be. If we followed Christianity as it was in the past, right, then how would society be today?
Judaism started with Moses. There's a pre-Moses covenant, Noah. Sorry, I was being cheeky. But yeah, no, which had 7 laws. Abraham was kind of an anomaly in his faith tradition because he was the first.
We were still
well, that's why we call it Abrahamic religion.
People to death.
Like, it predates Judaism, like you're saying, it predates Judaism, Christianity, but it's all based in Abrahamic law.
Yeah, but we're not following.
But
we're not
that's
following
how
any of those prescriptions.
But if we were just to follow what a Christian says, and that says
the rules are for Christians, is for everyone else.
It's okay, right? Whether that's
according to them,
what you
What are you
do
talking
or
about?
not,
Where?
the Bible.
Where are Christians demanding to stone anybody to death, Craig?
Again, I'm not talking about what Christians say. I'm just talking about what the Bible and what your normative authority says, right?
Hey, listen, if Christians really believed that the Bible was making prescriptions to stone people to death, Craig, they would do it.
Right.
Do you know what a martyr?
Right.
Hang on. Do you know what a martyr is?
Right. Yeah.
A martyr for Christ. There's people who give their entire lives to Christ, their whole life, forever and ever, forsaking all materialism. That's all they do. If those people thought that stoning people to death was part of the religion, they would do it, Greg. They're not doing it.
Again, I'm not saying whether people think now that that is okay, but there's no denying that the Bible and people in the past did that because of Christianity. That was part of society because of Christianity.
What would that have to do with the effects of society today? Nothing.
But society today isn't just because of Christianity. Society today is a melting pot. If we were to, it went back 500 years and took what Christianity was then and just carried that particular society on of just what they said Christianity was then, their interpretation of Christianity back then society would be, just for the people being stoned to death and people burnt at the stake.
What people are getting stoned to death?
But they're not right now, but that's not because
When
of
were they?
Christianity.
Like, when were they?
Whenever the Bible was written.
Okay.
Right?
Do you realize...
But that's the thing.
I'm pretty sure they were doing it like in medieval times, bro.
Hold on, my point is that the Bible...
About English law, how does that matter? But this... how does that matter, but this doesn't?
Is what Christianity is, right? And you, what you're doing is saying, well, as Christians now, we don't do that. But that doesn't matter.
Craig,
Andrew, no,
that never
hold on.
happened.
Disrespectful.
Let he who's without sin cast the first what?
So are you saying that no one ever got stoned to death for working on the Sabbath?
In Christianity?
Yeah.
Where?
Yes. Does it not say that in the Bible?
No.
Yes, it doesn't say in the Bible.
You're talking about Jewish law.
Is that in the Bible? It's
Yeah,
part of
that's
the Bible.
Jewish law. That's not Christianity. That's not Christian ethics. Are we here to argue Jewish ethics or Christian ethics?
But that's in the Bible, and it says that's what you should do, right?
No, it does. No, you have a set of...
It's called Old Covenant. No, what he's trying to do is a little dog whistle, you know?
prescriptions in the new covenant. New covenant. So that's Christian ethics. That's the ethics Christians follow. We don't follow old covenant law. What do you
don't follow Christian ethics? That's bullshit. If you did, then you'd be all for immigration.
Talking about
it's still Christianity.
What? No, it's not.
So, what were the Crusades about then? Like wiping out half of Europe? Right?
That
How
was
is that?
no.
You know, let's
Okay,
go
so
in-
first of all,
This guy's kind of...
So, right,
we
okay.
can get into the Crusades if you want.
I have a feeling I could actually do better than this guy.
Let me give you the stoning to death then, but let's talk about the Crusades. Oh, they believe different to us, so let's go and kill all of them. How is that good for society?
First of all, that's not what happened.
That it is what happened.
No, it's
they
not.
wiped out half of
Are you
Europe.
going to let me respond? Dirty.
Stop it.
Do you want an answer to this? Okay, the Crusades was a conflict between two different ideologies come into contact, there's going
I have a feeling that's not coffee in that cup.
Going to be problems. Spain had an encroachment from Muslims, from the Moors, forever and ever and ever. From the Byzantine Empire on, there had been issues going on in the undercurrent with Muslims and Christians, and it's because of land. Okay, it's because of land. I don't know if you know this or not, but there are two continent land bodies which are connected, one of which has what religion on it, and the other one of which has what religion on it, Craig?
Christians and Muslims, by the way.
Christians and Muslims, right? So what happens when they begin to intersect is they start to fight. That's what led up to the Crusades, okay? And the thing is sure, you can make all sorts of justifications. Catholics are crazy sometimes. What do you want me to say?
Is he pretending like Constantinople wasn't a mixed like melting pot and like Jerusalem too? What?
or why it is that
Wait. Even in the Bible, it says this.
they wanted to go over there.
Catholics are part of Christianity, right?
Depending on what it is they were fighting.
I never understood the whole the Old Testament, so it doesn't count. So the way that they break it down, Bloodstone, is just to break it down as simply as possible. When Jesus was born, there was a new covenant that was formed, and or not born, when he died. My bad. Actually, opposite. But no, when Jesus died, there was a new covenant that was formed that was why we say that he sacrificed himself for our sins, because when you accept Jesus into your heart, you have this understanding that he died for all the imperfections that his Father cast upon the earth, and this was like the ultimate atonement. So after you accept him into your heart, you're accepting the new covenant. But under the new covenant, you're accepting that you're not perfect. So this is also where you get like the mini fights in like Catholicism, and this is why I think Catholicism actually like at least had a little merit in the way that they would do confession, where it's like it's therapeutic in a way. I think that the most toxic thing is like the NIV New Covenant version of Christianity, where it's like you don't even have to read the Bible. You can just do Bible studies. You can just take the best parts of the Bible, which are the ones that mean the most to you, which usually are the ones that like justify their hatred, or like it's funny enough misinterpreted to justify their hatred, but then they just glaze over the most important part, which is the actual tenets of Christ, which is in the book of Matthew, Mark, I mean, they call them the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. And then you could also go to I always go to 2 Corinthians, because 2 Corinthians, I think, outside of all the Gospels, had the best classification of who Jesus was as a person. But also what his actual message was, where it's like, no, stop being assholes, care for people. Like, stop doing this thing where you have expectations for this person to live this way. No, that's not fair. Like, he funny enough, like, covered it in 2 Corinthians, book of Matthews, and nobody like Andrew here, they don't like bringing that up, because that's focusing on Jesus's love and acceptance, because that's the woke crap from, this Lord and Savior who was all about, literally one of the first songs I ever learned in my religion was Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, they are precious innocent. Jesus loves the little children of the world. And guess what? They do not apply that to their fucking belief system, especially like when I hear like I'm a Republican, like if they lead with I'm a Republican and a Christian, it's like, oh my God, here we go. So sorry.
Muslims also were pushing the boundaries.
The important point to make is how prevalent animal sacrifices were at the time. It's so symbolic, it would have been more relevant. Yeah, but that's why he was just like, the goat's not good enough. You must give me Isaac.
Every chance they got for it.
And then he's just like, oh, LOL, JK.
Of expansion. Now, here's the thing, Craig. Humanists would do this too. I can point to you.
Whoa there, Abe. You almost did that. Fooled you. You're unplugged. Oh, God edition.
Which is secular by nature, called the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had
Soviet Union is not
secular. It had a secular constitution, Craig.
It's not a secular.
It had a secular constitution. It killed all the Christians off immediately.
Let me be clear.
Because they were bad.
Let me be clear.
They were bad.
The Russians were never secular.
To be fair, even if I believe still, you would think I'm a bad Christian.
Humanists.
They were.
No, the Russians were never.
Because you're like, I read Romans and it's more authoritarian and it said that I have to hate people.
Secular humanists.
They were secularists.
It's a secularist, a secular humanist.
Can communists be humanists?
I have to hate gays because it mentioned sodomy once.
Is a secularist a secular humanist? Are they the same thing?
No, I think in this case, that the communists there have something very akin.
You mean the Jesus practicers? What?
Their ideology.
Andrew, that's what.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you have infinite fish?
No, I asked. I
Yeah,
said,
I think-
is secularist the same as secular?
He needs to take some history
I'm already
classes.
saying I'm giving you distinct categories. I
Who? Which one?
said no. That's
Right.
not the case.
Receding faux hawk or possessed Andrew here?
Oh, then it doesn't matter because
It
I'm
does
not
matter.
a secular.
I'm thinking recessed faux hawk. The sacrifice thing would have been super important because the second temple fell shortly after Jesus died, which was when animal sacrifices had to stop. Yep. Because you couldn't sacrifice animals outside the temple. Yeah, wasn't that part of why he freaked out in the temple of Jerusalem?
So I'm a secular humanist.
I know.
They're different.
Smoke, I'm gonna have a lot of fun on your podcast.
And I'm
or your podcast. I'm turning into my mom. You know what? It's almost like I just absorbed like her entire personality and like all her momurisms, where it's just like you're gonna call it a podcast.
Bring them together so that you understand.
But
What
no,
I'm
you
saying
can't,
is
you
that
can't, you can't
secularists,
just tie your own things together.
secularists have been in charge before, and if they have the same
Yes.
type of stop.
Secularists
Thank
or
you,
secular
Alan.
humanists?
Are you going to ever let me talk?
Yeah, but you're I'm not a secularist. This isn't about secularism. This is about secular humanism. So you
No, it's actually
the Russians
okay.
were never secular humanists.
Both of them, but I was talking about Andrew.
Okay,
right?
Fine, Craig. Let's back up. Let's just say for a second that they weren't. That Russians were not
I prefer receding hair faux hawk, but I digress.
secular humanists. Then where are the effects of secular humanism? Where can we find them?
Again, well, the countries that are the happiest in the world
Are not secular humanists, Craig. Can't bring those up.
They are secular.
They're not
humanists.
secular humanists, Craig.
The
Which
majority
ones?
of the majority of the
They're
people
not
there in those
secular
countries
humanists, Greg. Oh man, I like watching like his technique here.
are secular humanists.
Show me one.
Show me one.
Show you one.
Show me one
Ah, Craig, you failed.
country where the majority of people are secular humanists. One.
Well, now I'll know to have a secular humanist on hand just in case.
Most in the Netherlands.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Show me. Demonstrate it.
This has got Google.
Demonstrated.
Yeah, Google it. Google if most of the Netherlands are secular humanists. Go ahead.
All right. What?
As I said, I don't think that I'm just gonna go out on a limb. I don't think that's coffee in that cup.
You want to do it yourself?
Yeah, a lot of people forget the animal thing. It's pretty disrespectful to treat the holiest place on the planet as a barn.
You can't do
no
it?
shit.
You want me to pull it up for you?
I didn't want to get that off of here.
That was always the most base thing that Jesus did, where he was just like, I don't think so.
This is a
And the one day where he like had a bad day, and he's like, you know what? This fig tree is ugly. Fuck you, fig tree. You're never producing figs. And then he just walked on.
2-minute warning, though. We have the
That was pretty
Q&A
funny.
coming shortly.
I don't
And
know,
folks,
man.
while you're waiting, we'll have
This is why
everyone
I was
line
always a
up
fan. I was like, oh, Jesus was actually kind of funny.
to my left. So right here in this aisle is where everybody will line up for their questions. And that, like I said, will be in about 2 minutes. We'll start that Q&A. If you're watching at home, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We have many more debates coming up today, live here at Modern Day Debate.
Okay, so in 2021, a whopping 58% of Dutch people said that they were secular humanists and didn't
No.
belong to any religious ideological group. Well, secular humanism is still a thing. It's likely that many non-religious majority don't specifically label themselves that way. But of people aged 15 and over, in 2021, 58% of Dutch people identified as secular humanists.
Show me.
You can find the citation.
The name debate is slightly misleading. Yo, I don't want to get in trouble here.
On
Smoke. Don't put that smoke on me, Smoke. You know that I work with these people. They are good. They are good people. James is a nice man, and I enjoy every opportunity that Modern Day Debate gives me. Thank you.
Sorry, one sec.
If you'd like to start lining up now for the Q&A, you're welcome to.
I actually do mean that. To be real, James actually is a cool dude, and yeah, no, like for real. They've given me opportunities that, as a new streamer, it's like, yeah. I did not know that. Yes. No, I've been on Modern Day Debate once. I had COVID during my episode. It was like the hardest thing I've ever done.
Because I got 9.4%, Craig. I'm just letting you know.
9.4% was about 5 years.
All because I'm a man of my word there, Smoke.
2015.
I was like, I booked this. I must do it.
So in 2003, it was 9.4%. So back in 2003, 9.4% of the folks in the Netherlands identified with secular humanism. Fast forward to 2021, and 58% of Dutch people aged 15 and over said they identified as secular.
Man, he does get salty when he hears like the all like. Oh, Google it, read it to me. Oh.
Humanisms and didn't belong to any religious ideological group.
Pull it over here so I can look at it.
Let me see it. I gotta see it for myself. I gotta read it for myself because I know that you can't read. What a dick. Come on, man.
The whole thing for me.
You cannot be for real.
2015.
Folks, if you're watching at home, don't forget to hit that like button as well.
I just want to point out that that doesn't actually say that. I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm trying to get the things.
That does not say that, Craig. You just made it up, Craig. You made it up.
You made it up, Craig. You made it up.
You read it off of I made it the fuck up site.
I read it off here.
No, he did not.
Where's it?
No, I got it to summarize. So.
Oh, you got it to summarize. You know.
Come on, man.
Is
Don't
that-
embarrass yourself like that. You gotta.
Okay.
If he was gonna check you, come
Got
on.
the information from that site.
Make sure that's the shit.
Information from I made it up.
No, not from I made it up.
Yeah. Source meth pipe.
As mentioned, folks, we have 3 more debates coming up today. We're going to jump into the Q&A.
Yo, I'm looking at this audience and I'm kind of like, oh, no wonder the comment section in modern day debate is kind of wild. I don't know, guys. Can we just take a moment here to appreciate this? I mean, oh boy. I mean, this guy literally, this guy right here. Oh wait, the guy in the green jacket. Yeah, this guy right here. This guy. Doesn't he look like the dude that was in Batman Begins? The crooked cop that Batman like dangles off the roof. Oh my God! Look at this broccoli-headed idiot.
I'm just going to hold the mic for everybody just to be sure that our questions
I will get
are
you the
as
statistics.
short and pithy
We
as
got a
possible.
Pittsburgh
Because I did
Penguins
have it in
fan.
my notes, but I can't find the site that I got it from, right? But that's where my notes are from.
You were reading it on your iPad, or you have a Dell, dude.
We're going to go.
So source.
Knowing these dudes know each other makes it less frustrating. It feels less like instead of being dicks, they're just being razzing buddies. Yeah.
I made it
No,
up.
no, no.
We're
no,
going
let
to
me
go-
be clear, Andrew. I am saying to you right now that I will get
Yeah, no, they debate each other all the time.
you my source
Yeah.
because the notes are actually on my computer at home, which I couldn't bring with me to America, right? And I didn't.
Then what did you just read?
What I
my-
hate to say that Andrew's got that one.
Summary, but the summary didn't have the link to the site that I got it from.
I was kind of like,
Right?
where'd you get that?
So I'm saying to you right now that I will get you those details to show that I'm not making it up. I will personally give those to you
Oh
right,
my
when I
God,
get
that's
home and find
frustrating
the,
as
thing,
fuck.
the link
Okay.
on my computer at home.
Okay, great.
Now,
Great,
okay?
Craig. Yeah.
So just to be clear,
By the way,
it's
it's 9%. 9%. Just
9%
pointed out.
9% in
Anyway.
2015.
Yeah, I'm surprised this isn't on
9%
Andrew's
in
channel.
Waiting for your
2015.
counter, Craig.
Yeah.
We have to go
Again,
into Q&A.
9% in 2015. In 2021, it was
We're
58%.
moving into the Q&A.
Moving into Q&A. That was actually a good, nice little fade out. All right. Yeah, it was fun. I'm glad we did it. I can't believe that Twitch is cut out 4 times. Hi, Jesus. Bless you, my child. What up, Nerdred? That's your blessing. Take it. If good shit starts happening to you, like you like win like a lottery or some shit, don't know. Actually, no. Damn it. Kind of forgot about that for a minute. Yeah, real quick, guys. If you guys can help. With my mom's memorial fund. Yeah. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. That was a divine burp. Yeah. Unfortunately, dying in America is expensive, and there are logistics that you don't think about when it happens, and it's just, yeah, one of those things. So if you guys can help out in any way, I appreciate it. If you guys can just hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and follow over on Twitch, then I also appreciate that. It just yeah, will help me get my stuff out there, and hopefully I'll be able to do this memorial properly. Because, yeah, guys, as I said, it's a shitty situation, but right now I'm at that point where, to be completely real with you guys, doing this is like very therapeutic, I should say, in a way. So helps me not just dwell. I don't want to say dwell, because like dwelling is important, because I do, like, trust me, before I come on stream I'm trying to do all my proper grieving. So, but I appreciate you guys, like, all the patience that you guys have had with it, and also just in general all the like nice words and condolences and everything. Like, guys, it really means a lot to me. So thank you. Holy shit, Jesus is a streamer. wait. Let me the many miracles of why would he name himself Pep? That's weird. Actually, this kind of works. I just realized that. Oh, shit. All right. Man, everybody's jumping off. Oh, yeah. Is it 11? It is. Holy shit. All right. We're gonna do the ASMONDGOLD HASAN thing tomorrow. Because, yeah. Be completely real, I got some food upstairs that I gotta go munch on. And it's been 7 hours, so I should probably go eat. You know, treat myself to a normal human meal. Zeepzorp. Oh no, I let myself go. Here, let me bring this up. Peace. I got leftovers Chinese food. Ooh, nice. I got Chipotle. Haven't had it in a while, and I'm kind of excited. Gotta be honest. Alright, here we go. Wait, where the fuck did I go? Okay. Alright, guys. I will see you all tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I'm excited because we do have some more fun stuff to get to. I want to cover more of the stock market stuff. Also, I have a little tribute for my mom that I'm gonna have at the back end of stream. I hope you all can catch that because it means a lot to me. And yeah, because I'll be real with you guys. This weekend is gonna suck. I'm going down to Tennessee, so I'm also going to... I'll film some stuff while I'm down there. It'll be fun. Hopefully my sister will be able to introduce herself professionally, at least. Like, I've been talking to her about it. It took some convincing, but she's just like, I don't know. Is it gonna be weird if I'm on stream? It's like, no, it's not. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I think that everybody, like, you are all gonna love her. She is hilarious. So that's it's kind of important to me that I do that, because yeah, I explained that I did not do that with my mom. So yeah, so we'll be doing that. Also, as I said, one more time, I'm gonna leave the link in the at the bottom here. If you guys can help, if you in any way, shape, or form, I really appreciate it. It's been kind of rough with this one. Sorry, I know. Like, I really do feel kind of. Ugh. When did my mother pass away? On Friday. It's gonna be a week tomorrow, so yeah, if I'm a little late tomorrow, just hope you guys understand. But I know you guys will. You guys are awesome. So yeah, Nurjin, it's I think that I'm only able to do this because I'm still in shock. So thank you, Ali. I really appreciate it. Thank you all, you guys. No, for real. Thank you all, Smoke. Please accept my condolences. I 1000% do. Thank you. Thank you thank you. I know that, like, when people like type this stuff, I've explained this, like, it's not empty. I appreciate it. I do. It helps. Every little bit helps. I really appreciate it, guys. I'm gonna put the new screen up. I appreciate you guys sticking around for the outro, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Okay. I love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pussy. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.